Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. Come on in here this Sunday evening. You know where to go. Come on in. Have a seat, sit down. Let's talk a little Seahawks shop for folks. We are one mere week away. Yes, that close. Can you feel it? It's coming, the NFL season. And as I sit watching this week approach, this long week as we wait here, tapping our toe, tapping the desk, going, really? It's only Monday. Oh, God, we got a week still left to go. Okay, come on, here we go. What you're going to get to see this upcoming year is, first and foremost, at the front of it, one of the great games in NFL history of chicken that you have ever seen as far as dueling ideologies is concerned. It's been given some pub this offseason with the Wilson leaving and Carroll remaining and that still being the case of things. But more, it's been the narrative of the story built around that Wilson has been freed from his cage. You know, like those old tight canary cages that they used to have way back in the old days. And he's been freed from it. And that's been more of the narrative versus the differing of ideologies between the two of the parties, between what Russell Wilson wants and what Coach Carroll wants. And really, certainly the money situation factors into this a little bit, but at the end of the day, if Carroll agreed with how Wilson wanted to go about winning football games, it's probably they find a way through the money, as they had on two other prior contract extensions that saw him be highly paid. But you're going to see this year in very much real time, and not only in real time, but instantaneously, because of the fact that the first game of the year is going to see your Seahawks literally taking on Russ. And I can't help but think both of these two guys are going to have a lot of emotion, whether they want to admit it or not, that they're going to be bringing to that game. And that you may see almost an extreme version of them both unfolding what they want to bring to bear upon the other in this particular game, for years of building it up in frustration with one and the other not necessarily buying into what the other wanted. And I think that that's definitely what this really did kind of come down to at the end of the day. So I've labeled this video and this live stream show a tale of two seasons, because this is really not a season about Wilson versus Carroll. This is not really what I'm trying to get at there. It's more of the ideology of Carroll and the future of your Seahawks and the confidence that you can still instill in Carroll and in this front office to carry things forward, where you can find that confidence from, or where you find nothing but trauma, horror, pain, and misery. And I think the reason I say it's on the extreme ends of the scale here, as far as I stand, is that, yes, there could be a middling season within this. There could be a season of, where both he contains both parts, light and the dark. Could be a little bit of that. Could be. And that would, I think, would still, in my opinion, lean me over to saying it's more of a light season. It's more of a season where you're emboldened by what you're seeing from Coach Carroll. If he gets a 7-10 season out of this ball club, a ball club that everybody nationally is telling us is maybe the 32nd best roster or 30th best roster, somewhere in between there. If he can get that roster to a middle of the road record, then that certainly is encouraging. That certainly would be a step towards, hey, his ideology still does work. The old ways still do work. Okay, you got to hop out, kitty. But there is the other end of this too. There is the other side of this. So I'm going to walk through in a very quick exercise. I'm not going down game by game, but I'm going to give you the tale of two seasons. The tale of the one on the good and then the one on the bad. How this year can go one of two ways. Because again, I think if they're in that middle of the road, to me, it's the top end, as I'll talk about in a second, so a limited top end. So you're talking about a 3-win difference in there, a 4-win difference in there that swung by at that point, being close in some ball games and happening to have a ball bounce your direction, or maybe an injury situation work out your way, or a call go your way, whatever it could be. A couple of things work in your favor in some close ball games with this little much room for error, and you can get a couple extra wins. But again, I still do look at it as an encouragement if this team comes out of this year in that area of things. So on the good, you go into next week on Monday Night Football. Monday Night Football. Dun, 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 dun. We got Russell Wilson coming into town. Coach Carroll unveils this rushing attack that's got a healthy Dwayne Eskridge and able to run the fly sweeps. He's got Rashad Penny's legs in order to be able to get wide. They're going to use a little bit more of the wide zone this year, more than they ever have. Denver's going to come into this game really focused on trying to stop the run through the A-gap. Bam, they get outside. They're running wild throughout the course of this game. On the other side of that, Russell Wilson wants to press a little bit, wants to go out there and show everybody why he's been moved over here to Denver, why it's right that he should be able to run this ball club and have a high volume of passing attempts, even if they do try to run a little bit. I think they will still run a decent amount, but I think he's going to want to show out. Seattle's able to combat that a little bit, get some pressure on him, and they're able to unveil the pressure looks that they've been holding so closely, so ever tightly to their vest throughout the course of this preseason, are suddenly like the floods just upon Russell, like that ice bucket challenge. It just goes from nothing to just, oh my goodness, it's just, what is he going to do? And he's completely overwhelmed, underprepared, never seen Coach Carroll unveil this kind of secondary defense. And why I mention this is the first game and not as I'm going to go game by game through this, is that this is the galvanizing force from this game. This shows the team that the old ways still work, and that they can run the ball, and that they can play defense, and that this new defense, which is a more modernized defense that they are incorporating, is going to be able to do more to pressure these offenses and not make them as simplistic to play, to make them harder to prepare for, make them more aggressive. And these things work in tandem, these two, along with the special teams unit really rounding out into shape, where all three parts work together. But at the head of this is the rushing attack and Carroll with the modernized defense to make this go. There's no way that there's a successful season here where Coach Carroll is still running his old cover 3 defense or the cover 2, and it's going flipping between those two, and that's as exotic as you get for 95% of the snaps of the game. That's not going to work. That's not going to get it done. That will put you down on the road to being a team that's in the back end of this NFL season and where you will sit. But if they do install this, you should see those returns. They're going, much like I've said about the offenses. The offense can start to build in more of the modernized aspect of it. You've got to take into account how you've had this offense and defense that have been so far reliant on having elite talent, because within the schematics, it's old school schematics. And now you're updating all of that stuff. You've given it that update, and there's going to be so many good returns instantaneously from that. And these are the returns I'm talking about, catching these teams by surprise with not a lot of preparation. You see certain young guys certainly step forward on this successful year. The bookend tackles are able to really round themselves out there and root down and show you that they're going to be two pillars going forward. Rashad Penny obviously maintaining some sort of semblance of health, or at least between him and Kenneth Walker, you've got like a conjoined twin situation where between this conjoined twin, we get the production of a elite running back throughout the course of the season. DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett are able to flourish this year because they're not holding as many not having to deal with as many double teams as was the case last year for both of them. Why? Because the safeties have to come down and help out, and now this vibrant rushing attack. Defensively, your young pass rushers certainly step forward. Uchenna Owusu shows you that that's a great signing, as he comes out of nowhere to surprise a lot of people by being not only a factor in the running game, but also being a guy who gets up near 10 sacks this year. I think that's what you would see in a successful year, along with Darrell Taylor, of course, taking his steps forward as well. The secondary, I think, would be as good enough as it kind of stands. I feel like I know what I'm going to get from both of these safeties in this new defense. I don't have questions about their fit in this new defense, this cover 2 shell. Why? Because as both of them spoke about in offseason pressers, they both played in this defense in the early parts of their career for multiple years. So it's going to be an easy, despite them not playing in the preseason, it will still be an easy, seamless fit for these guys to fit in. And not only that, you could make an argument with both of them that this defense fits a little bit better to both of their skill set, being that they both have attributes in their game where they can do a little bit of a variety of different things all across the board. So that would also be a little bit of what you're going to see as these safeties really get a chance to shine. You're going from a defense prior that was a little bit in, you could shine in that defense, but you had to have the Ken Griffey Jr.-like center field skills of Earl Thomas back in the secondary, or a Cam Chancellor-like leveler as far as a hitter goes, to really get the effect felt out there, because a lot of times those guys are playing a lot of zone. Like in Earl's case, it's just stay deep and take away the deep stuff. And a lot of times offenses would just give up wholly on games of even going there. Well, with this, the safeties more are going to force the action. So that's a successful year going through it. Those are your fixtures. Those are your points. Special teams unit, of course, holds it down. Myers has a bounce back year. Dixon continues to do what he does. And I'm gonna go ahead and just throw away a little bit of this preseason as far as some of the performance on the kick returner and punt returners, because of the fact that I think a lot of those guys that were having the problems on that aren't going to be on this squad. And a lot of guys that made this squad made it on the back of how they were looking in special teams. A guy like Joey Blunt, for instance, versus not holding on to a guy like Marquise Blair. So I think those will all work and function. I think you're about 11 wins at your top notch this year. I think that's about as far as you'll be able to pull this roster in a best case scenario. Maybe you could get into the 12-win territory. To me, you're looking for a recent, who's done something similar to this in recent years? Go look at the Tennessee Titans last year, where a large part of that year, they didn't have Derrick Henry, but they were still able to fit to the designs of what they were as a team. They obviously were working within a little bit easier division. This is why I don't think we're going to be able to match their 1 seed that they got last year. But nonetheless, that was a team that wasn't having elite quarterback play, working around it with a complete team. And that's, again, a little bit of the blueprint for this year and this hopeful success of this upcoming season. I think once you get in the playoffs, quarterback play at that point is going to factor in even a little bit more than it does in the regular season. And I don't know that you're going to be able to really cover it up at that point, which is what you're going to be doing a little bit to a degree, I think, out the course of this year. I think these guys can play decent. Both of them have some potential in them, but you're obviously not going to get, top level play from either of those two guys. I don't think we can say at this point, even for those folks that were, I know, very much pro lock, I think you've got to admit with it, you're going to be getting the interceptions with them. You're just hopeful you're getting enough boom for the bust that he's also providing there, that you're going to get the offset of that. So that's the good season. That's the hopeful, possible tale of a good season. Let me give you the tale of the bad season now. I'll give you the tale of the bad season, and this is the one that keeps me up at night. This is the one that I don't talk about at parties. Okay? This is the one that I'm a little concerned with. Because you go into week one, same week one matchup, Monday Night Football, dun 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 dun. Russell Wilson returns, making his epic, eminent return. And Coach Carroll comes out and does a little bit with this defense out the gate of what we saw last year with the offense. Oh, yeah, I'm going to bring in this new offensive coordinator. Okay. But we're just going to take some of your offense. And like when the recipe just adds to just grab a pinch and then you just pinch it in, you just pinch in the recipe. That's what we're going to do with your offense into what we do. So we're going to do what we do, but we're going to pinch. Here, let me just pinch a little bit of that in there. That's it. That's all we're putting into your stuff. That's all. No. Just the pinch. No, I know you've got a whole bucket there, but just a pinch, all we need. We'll work it in slow. Okay. Maybe a pinch next year. Okay. So if he does that defensively, as I said again this year, if it's nothing but cover 3 and cover 2 and predictable fronts, as far as we don't see much of those 3-4 fronts they talked about. Instead, it's a predominant 4-3 front again that we see. A lot of 4-3 under defense. Again, a lot of soft zone coverages at that point versus being aggressive, versus being unpredictable defensively. And Russell Wilson knows just what he's going to see. He's watched that defense in practice for 10 years. He slices and dices it up like a Beverly Hills plastic surgeon. And Seattle's not able to do much to counter him on the day. Offensively speaking, they don't institute much of the fly sweep game. They continue to at times ignore the outside zone run. They hammer up in the A gap 24/7, continuing to hope there's success there. Geno is not able to complete third downs or keep the chains moving. The defense starts to wear down along with Russell really gouging them, and it turns into a little bit of a smoke show right out the gate for your Seattle Seahawks. This then leads you down the line over the course of that season for the same elements to be at play. And only, to my prediction, much like with the offense, only when Carroll near the end of the season starts to truly acclimate and bring upon the cover 2 shell stuff and the Sean Desai stuff and really embrace that, do you start to see the defense truly then begin to turn around. But unfortunately at that point, it's just too late. And the offense is just so discombobulated. They come to find that they cannot even run the ball at an elite level with the teams and defensively remaining in the cover 2 looks. And that those cover 2 looks still allow for DK and Tyler to remain double teamed. Again, they're not worried about outside zone runs, so they can really tighten the splits and get up in there on the A gap. And Seattle is really left to be pretty defunct offensively as you move through the year, despite having so many playmakers in this potential bad season that could come along. So that year would go bad. You would be into the bottom cellar of teams, and not just because you're just not in a good shape or that you haven't adjusted schematically, but also because we've got to remember that we're not playing an easy schedule. We don't have the toughest of the toughest, but between the games you've got to play within the NFC West and the AFC West, that's a lot to go through if you're not at your best, if you're not trying to be at your schematic best. But that's the tale of those two seasons. In that secondary season, you could end up with 3 or 4 wins. Very easily is where that ends you out at. If not even potentially worse, I think at least 3 wins they can carve out in this particular schedule, because there is some easier games on this as well. But if they do go bad this year versus going good, it will be because they remain stilted. It will be because Coach Carroll remains and says, I'm not ready to go the full way. I'm so married to what I do, and I know it can work again. I have faith in it. I've had faith in it for 40 years. And I can't argue with Carroll on that. I don't want to act like it has worked for him. Who am I to question as much of the success he's had sticking to this rigid doctrine that he would seem to have had at that point? But the league is always evolving. The league is always moving forward. It's the thing that I didn't understand when watching the Bill Belichick-Tom Brady separation, quite frankly, because Bill Belichick made a decision Coach Carroll never did with Russell Wilson. He had Brady in his 7, 8, 9 years into his career, and then he said, okay, I'm going to move a little bit away from it, making this all about the defense at every turn. I'm going to move this away from being all about running the football, and let's put this on the back of this quarterback. Let's let him go. And in doing so, was able to tap into another level to Tom Brady's career as far as his production and get them more Super Bowls. And it showed just why Belichick was as smart of a coach as he was. That took a lot to swallow your ego and pride in order to adopt something that was for the best of the team, and the best of the team is going into the future. But then only yet a couple years later, I guess a decade later, because Brady was there for so long, you have Belichick then suddenly go, yeah, I'm not going to get you any more receivers. I'm going to let that slowly just kind of pitter out until you feel like you just need to walk out the door. And now we have Bill Belichick, I think, operating. I don't know at this point. I can't keep track if it's Matt Patricia, Bill Belichick, or Joe Judge, who's the offensive coordinator. But I think all of those guys are defensive-minded guys. So as crazy it is to maybe think that Coach Carroll won't be adopting these things, that this has all been done just to sort of placate a fan base that says, okay, we've watched your same thing fail here for a couple of years. When are you going to start to adjust to it? Coaches do get stubborn. They do get stubborn, and they do not sometimes move off of that. I am going to tend to believe in these two scenarios, these tale of these two seasons, that it is going to be more, as I predicted on this, that it is going to be the former and not the latter. That Coach Carroll is coming into this season understanding that the offense needs these elements in the running game versus just trying to hammer up the middle and wear teams down over the course of a game. That he can't just look at it through that function of things. And I think that he mentioned this, again, his words match up to what I say on this. So this is not me just pulling these items out of my butt. This is him talking about at the end of the year, and they asked him about why. Why was the running game so vibrant and so much better through the back half of the schedule versus the front half? Is it merely just Rashad Penny's reemergence back in the lineup? And Coach Carroll said, yes, that definitely helped. But he put at the forefront of that, he said, but it's the stuff Shane Waldron and Andy Dickerson, the new offensive line coach, are bringing that is what helped to amount for that success. That it was the intricacies by which they built that rushing attack through the back portion of that schedule that helped bring about that Rashad Penny rushing attack. And so that's him showing you right there just in his words, not only again in his words, but what you're seeing at the back schedule, where it's not just him saying that, it's also what you saw. If you go back and watch them running that in that rushing attack and how they're moving to a little bit more of the reach block element of things there at that time, they're starting to make that move in the direction of what the designs of this offense truly are, which is a rushing attack that can hit you all the way laterally as well as hammering you up the middle vertically. And the same thing I believe is going to be true defensively, because again, you have the words of Coach Carroll at the Combine this year saying, we've been a little bit arrogant. We've been a little bit arrogant. And he was referencing the defensive side of the ball and their approach on the defensive side of the ball. And he talked about, well, we've been in the process of making this change, but we just haven't been making this change, but we've been in the process of making this change. But they just hadn't fully embraced it through. And I think you bring in a guy like Sean Desai, giving him the control you're going to give him on the game planning week to week, because don't forget that with Desai, part of the level of control that you got in signing him here was that he gets game planning control on the defensive side of the ball. And that specifically, I think, with an eye towards the secondary, obviously working in conjunction with Hurt. But I think these items are going to be embraced, and I have faith in the fact that whether this is the first year embracing them or not is not going to matter. You embrace it. You modernize both your offense and your defense fully, basically, within the last 2 seasons. You are going to see some quick returns from that, even if your roster isn't completely up to snuff as far as from a talent level or the young guys matured enough to be able to really take that next step forward. But it will be a successful year, even middle of the road, even just maybe barely creeping in the playoffs, even middle of the road, even a 7-win year, even 8-win year. I go, okay, that's encouraging to me. And especially if I'm seeing it in light of them instituting these items that I talk about, because it will mean this team is taking the proper right steps forward to getting back to the Super Bowl, or at least putting themselves in a position to getting back to the Super Bowl and being an elite team. You cannot operate with one hand tied behind your back schematically as an NFL football team and expect you'll be so good from your scouting perspective, expect you'll be so good from how you spend your money that you're going to be able to overcome that. You've got to mind your P's and Q's. You've got to handle your fundamentals. And they have now begun to do that, where for so long, as Coach Carroll said, they've been very arrogant in their approach to believe that what worked 10 years ago will still work today. Tried and true, exactly the same, run almost tit for tat, exactly the same down the line. I love that they seem to have learned their lessons throughout the course of this offseason and learned them fast. They learned it in the draft. They learned it by being careful with how they spent their money. They learned it by not falling into the landmines of quarterbacks that existed that were not the proper quarterbacks for this team in the long-term future or the short-term future. And that's why they've got a little bit more of my support than maybe I've presented in the past, and why I hope you maybe give them a little bit too. But again, 1 week from now, all the conjecture, all the predictions, all the talking heads like myself gabbing away, telling you they know what's what and what's going to happen and how it's going to all break down. It all ain't going to mean nothing at that point, because we are going to get to truly see. And you guys know I will be here and telling you exactly what I see when I see it and how it is and the way I think it's breaking down from my view of things. But I am very hopeful that this coaching staff is going to embrace these changes over these last couple of years. I really think if they do so, even with Geno Smith at quarterback, this is one of the main things that gives me so much hope, in the respect of Carroll going back to his designs, right? Going again and not straying away from his approach, going to the base of his philosophy and living it true. And you've got a decent team around that can work and get it done. So, yeah, I'm hopeful you guys are as hopeful as I am for this year. I hope you guys are jacked up for this year. It's going to be a fun season, folks. I mean, at the very least, you're going to get to start to see young players in their ascent. And that's so much of a better position as opposed to being a stilted organization or a stilted franchise that's just sort of trudging along, not kind of, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Now we start to get to be back to the team of hopefully back just onto a pure, unadulterated climb. If you guys like what you're listening to, please do me a favor and hit that like button for me, if you would, please. It does help me out. You guys have been doing awesome with that. We are really doing well with gathering, get a lot of new subscribers, and I appreciate all the new folks that have jumped aboard. I just released a video today. If you didn't have a chance to check it out, on Miles Adams, I'm sure we'll be doing some discussion on that. So if you haven't had a chance, I just did a film session video on him that I'll probably link at the end of this video. At the end of my stream, I'll put it in. But be on the lookout for that. I was really impressed by what I watched in going through the preseason tape and looking at the coach's film on Miles Adams. I could have made that highlight tape probably well over 25 minutes from what I was seeing from him. So I even chopped it down from what I pulled out of there. But very, very impressive from our guy on that. And I will be this week, as an announcement too, we will be doing a lot of streaming this week. So on Tuesday, I believe me and Brendan will be over on his side of the channel doing our prediction, the prediction show. Then we will be back over here on Wednesday to do the game preview of the Broncos, because we're trying to avoid Thursday with Thursday Night Football and opening night and whatnot. So be on the lookout for that. I think I'm going to be doing my Tuesday quarterback show as well. So I might be doubling down on Tuesdays. We're going to be talking a little bit about the college quarterbacks and their play this past Saturday as well. So a lot on deck this upcoming week. Get ready for a lot of content this year, folks. I'm going to be putting out a lot of different videos here all over the board. So strap on in. Chase, hey, how's it going, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Furlack, what's up? What's up? Ryan, hello. Mike Skinner. Megan has been a member for 9 months, a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you, Megan. She says, greetings, B and 12s. Still recovering after the USC demolition of Rice, 66-14. Yesterday, so tired, no voice, but God, I love the Trojans. Well, Megan was our person on the scene with hopefully some scouting view on one Mr. Caleb Williams, who had himself a pretty good day down there yesterday, Megan, though admittedly with Caleb, he is still a year out, so our Hawks are not going to have a chance at him this year, but it'd be interesting to hear what you think on how he played. Ed Armitage, Huskies look good. They did. Gaming Taco Dare, this man is the best Seahawks content creator. Go Hawks. Oh, thank you, man. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you to say. What's up, Seahawks? Jose Rodriguez. We got it. Jose, I'll hit you up on Twitter too, because I'm going to be going over onto Jose's channel here at some point this week. I'm looking at maybe Thursday, Jose. So Thursday's the day, I think, maybe. Ed, I'm looking forward to this season. There's something exciting about a rebuild. There is. As I say, you don't want to be in a couple of different states. There's like not that many different states in football or any kind of sports as I look at it. You're either one of those elite teams and you're in the competition truly for the crown. You're a rebuilding team, which is what it is. You're taking things down to the studs, offloading assets. We're talking fire sale, okay? Then you've got your ascending teams, the teams that you can truly see are starting to put it together. And then you've got your in-between teams, is what I call them. I don't have a good word for it, but it is those teams that aren't bad, that aren't good, but also are sort of stuck there just in this middle of the road territory, and you can't get out of it, and you're aware of it when you're in it. We've been in it the past couple of years, quite frankly. But when you can make every adjustment in the book when you're stuck in that bad mold, because you still just end up in the same place. Whereas at least the other spots, you're trying to, from taken to the stud, you're trying to get to ascent. And from ascent, you're trying to get to the elite status of things. Just don't want to get stuck in that middle ground. And that's, I think, I'm not trying to take your point away on that, Ed, but that's what makes it exciting for me. Zao Zero, let's go. Epic 99, how you doing, man? Matthias, do you think Coach Carroll can plan a good defensive scheme around Russ and his weaknesses? Well, as I was speaking about with Sean Desai, you've given other guys in the room hopefully a little bit more of a voice in how they're building this game plan or not. But this is all stuff that looks good on paper. This is all stuff that sounds good for a live stream show and talking about it in theory. But this is, to me, the place where I don't have a lot of places I'm going to go and question Carroll. I don't stand at any point to question him. But the one place I would say to him is that show people that an old dog can learn new tricks. Show them that you are not just stuck in your ways, that you are not just going to be a cliche of an older coach. I won this way in 1949, so I'll still win this way in 2020. Like, adapt, evolve. Ichi Ching. Stealing the line from Collateral there. But that's what you look for. And look, Matthias, he's done the heavy lifting here. The place of change, what builds change, what can bring about change, is first admitting that the old ways are not working any longer. And as I tried to reference that soundbite, as you can see with the signings of Desai, and giving him the little bit of power, whatever modicum power it is, it's more than they would have given previously to a coach of his stature in this position. Indicative of the fact that he recognizes they're an issue that needs to be corrected. Now can he take it all the way? And I think he will. I think he can. I think this is part of the maturation process of bringing in Waldron last year and early on saying, well, we like Shane Waldron a lot. We really like him because he really embraces what we've done prior. What? It's not what you brought him in here to do. But then by the end of the season, hey, why was the running game so good? Running game was so good because of what Waldron and the new offensive line coach Dickerson brought to bear. That's why it ran good. So we're seeing that change. We're seeing hopefully that evolution. And I say that now, but then fast forward to Monday night and I'm screaming, asking, where's a bottle of whiskey? My God, what have we done? So hopefully not. Hopefully I'm on the right path with this. This has been, as a guy who monitors and watches this stuff as closely as I think you can about watch it, that's what the signs are telling me. That's what the crop circles are informing me of. Jordan, excited to see how our Seahawks look this year. They give me some confidence. Me as well. And Robert Brown, thank you for subscribing. Just My Opinion with the $2 donation. Thank you, Just My Opinion. Says, let's get this started. Knock, knock. Who's there? Who's there? I'll tell you who's there. Your $2 donation is there. Thank you, Just My Opinion. Another $5 donation, Just My Opinion. Thank you. This is $5. I just finished my last fantasy football draft and got my season tickets after 12 years on the waiting list. Go Hawks. We got a real one head in the house there. I like it. I can feel your energy on that. I know I'm not going to have to question you about whether you're going to be loud in that stadium or not. It's the thing I want to make sure we're imparting to everybody we know that goes in that stadium. I don't care who you know. They tell you, I'm going to the game. Oh, you're going to the game? Yeah, I'm going to the game. Well, that's going to be fun. Yeah, it'll be fun. Make sure you're loud. Make sure that you're not that person in the stadium that's going to be seen on video, quiet, on third down. Your defense needs to stop. Key moment of the game. And I know that you're not going to be that guy, Just My Opinion. Thank you for all the donations, but I hope we can regain a little bit of the power of our voice with this new ascent too. Ava says, I love your streams, Brandon. Thanks for doing them. Hey, my pleasure. I love doing them as well. So it's we each get something definitely added. As I say, this is my funnest time is when I get to go live stream with you guys and just get real deep with our Hawks. Robbie Red says, I see us getting 5 to 6 wins max. Loving the 2023 draft class. Indeed. And that's where a lot of people are putting him, Robbie. I mean, that's definitely a pretty well consensus position, I think, on where Seattle is due to land as far as the final record goes. And I've got them somewhere right around the same place. Certainly, and I'm going to be dialing more into this in greater detail and depth on Tuesday when we do this show based around this last Saturday. It's going to be a show just on the college quarterbacks and how they performed that past week. But all of the guys at the top of the list on my top 5 performed really well overall. CJ Stroud was okay. He didn't light it up necessarily. He was all right. But all the rest of the guys were pretty good. Richardson certainly showed up pretty well. Cameron Ward came back around that Washington State game. But overall, encouraged out the gate in the first week of what we're seeing from these young prospects who will be entering into that draft next year, one of which probably likely to be selected by your Seattle Seahawks. 283 says, got Penny and DK on my fantasy football team. Oh, a lot riding. And hey, those two in conjunction do fit together. If Penny can murder and slay as a running back and force those safeties out of that cover 2 look, which for the last year and a half, I mean, that's what led Russell astray, right? Was teams just diving into that cover 2 look, staying in a cover 2 shell, or just a straight double team on the outside receivers. That's the thing that will start to free DK up, because then he'll start to get a little bit more single coverage. And then he will truly, absolutely feast. Empower Code. Oh, Brando, what's up, my man? Hey, Empower Code. Good to see you, brother. Oh, yes, please do hit that like button if you could for me. Does help. Daddy Dennis, go Hawks, go Hawks. Nitro, who do you think will have a breakout year this year, and who do you think will have a disappointing year? My breakout player would be, I guess I would go technically Jordan Brooks, because I think he's going to get to like a second team all-pro kind of place where it's all said and done. Disappointing. Wow, disappointing. Because disappointing does kind of build into what do you have as far as expectations on the player themselves. I'm a little worried about a guy like Brian Monet being a little disappointing this year. Barton being a bit disappointing. It's like, if we got a young corner like Tariq on the outside and he gives you ups and downs, I'm not going to call that disappointing because you're going to expect that with a young corner on the outside. I don't think anybody from a receiver standpoint is letting you down. Those would be probably the main guys that I would look at. I've got fairly decent confidence everybody else across the board, quite frankly, at least is to be decent and not disappointing. Amari Taylor, you seen how Anthony Richardson and Bryce Young played? I did. Richardson ran a lot of pistol formation stuff with Florida. It is definitely a lot of heavily, and Bryce is kind of a bit of the same way. It's a lot of heavily sort of scripted up stuff. It's a lot of moving parts all over the place, kind of so to speak, as opposed to just playing the position a bit more pure, which I'm not trying to knock them for. These guys are both still very talented players, and Richardson and Young both also showed you in that game what they can do with their legs on top of what they can do with their arm. But I neither also moved the needle for me. Richardson definitely moved the needle for me in the respect I only had 47 pass attempts to go off of from last year to make an evaluation of him. And I was watching that game live that he played, and I thought he was really good. Didn't make mistakes. He was solid. His throwing motion is, his mechanics are not the cleanest of the clean, but he throws with a good amount of velocity and decent accuracy overall. And his legs are definitely probably pretty close to special. He's not fully Lamar, but he's not maybe tremendously far off either. Young showed me something with his legs and his ball placement. He definitely had some pinpoint passes in where he was putting it. Again, the size thing still remains with me as far as my questions with him. And again, I think he doesn't have necessarily the strongest arm. I think he has an okay arm, but I wouldn't say that he's a plus prospect from an arm like strength standpoint. Jace says, haven't been here this summer, Brando. Been focused on baseball and football off season. Is a little boring after the draft. Congratulations on hitting 8,000. Well, thank you, Jace. We rounded it well, and we're motoring on, trying to get to 10,000 this year. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. That is the goal. I'd like to get up in this 10,000, nice round number. You know what I mean? Just a nice round number. Greg, how you? But it's good to have you back in here, Jace. Greg, how about those college quarterbacks? Almost all of them played great. Can't wait for the next draft year. It's, as I've said, it's in our best interest that the more the merrier as far as these quarterbacks playing well this upcoming year. The more guys that we come out of this season where NFL evaluators are like, man, I haven't seen a quarterback draft class like this since 1984. If we start hearing things about like that, that's what we should want to be hearing. Be very, very encouraged, because that means not only does that mean we're likely to land a very talented quarterback, but it also means that we're not as likely to have to give up as much draft capital to go get said quarterback. And that's also encouraging about that. So yeah, they all of them played well. I live streamed on my Seahawks scouting channel the Will Levis game. So I was watching that live with Richardson on the side. And again, it was pretty impressive watching both those guys play and going, okay. And, the rest of the guys on my list, again, Stroud had kind of a bit of a middling day. He had some very good throws. He's a gutsy guy with that arm and some of the throws and where he puts it. But KJ Jefferson was really good against Cincinnati. He played really outstanding. Van Dyke had like 16 attempts, completed 13 passes. That's my fifth guy. But Cameron Ward, Richardson on the back end of that. I still haven't had a chance to take a look at McKee's day with Stanford yet. So looking good initially here. Will Rogers, I need to take a look at. There's a lot. Bud Inlet says Anthony and KJ. Bud Inlet says Anthony and KJ are the two best quarterbacks in this year's draft. Anthony and KJ? Yeah, it's possible. Richardson's got a little more to do for me, Bud. He's got a bit more for me to do. Robbie Red says our starting tackles are fire. Indeed they are. Indeed they are. Especially not just now, but in the long term. Abe's handing out pancake blocks like IHOP. Well, that's his nickname for now, for me going forward. I call him IHOP. IHOP Lucas. Extra drip. Cactus Jack, are we getting Bryce Young? Too early to tell, Cactus. My given instinct on this is that Coach Carroll is probably not going to go back to the well as far as looking at a quarterback that's sub 6 feet tall. I know that on first instinct it might be he had so much success with Russell Wilson in doing that, he'll want to replicate that once again. But we got to remember that he wasn't the guy necessarily on board with Russell Wilson out the gate, and I think he's going to look for more of the traditional approach to the quarterback position, size and whatnot. So we'll have to I think he's going to go a different route with it. I just don't think that's going to be a guy. I don't think that's going to be a guy they're going to go with. Just my opinion on that when it's all said and done. I do expect Cactus Jack, Bryce Young to be selected somewhere in the first round as it stands right now. I do. And I do like him, so don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-Bryce. I'm sort of playing the odds here that Coach Carroll looks at the situation like, I want to go back with more traditionally what I had at USC. Schneider, this was Schneider's guy. I don't know that the quarterbacks that are as undersized in this draft have the components of what Russell Wilson had and how he was put together. So I just think that's going to lead them away from Bryce a little bit. I do like Bryce, man. I don't want to sound like he's my 4 on my quarterback list. So I do see him as a first round pick, and I wouldn't be necessarily cursing if we took him, but I do have some concerns there. Cactus Jack, to Derek Tribble, I have to admit that I was disappointed that Locke didn't get the job. I also admit he does throw a lot of picks based on his preseason games. I now throw 100% of my support behind Geno. Let's go. Hey, I like that, Derek. I like that. That's a great way of looking at it, man, and I'm sort of with it on that. I would have loved to have seen Locke take more of the pole position here throughout the course of this preseason. I'm not holding it against him that he didn't. I understand the vid situation wasn't his fault. It came out of nowhere. I mean, at the worst of times, that's absolute. And then he was pressing a little bit when he came back. But the fact of the matter remains is whether you want to agree with Carroll's, not you personally, Derek, of course, but in theory, anybody out there who disagrees with his approach, if you're going to be a team that wants a game manager at quarterback and that you want the team to run the ball and play defense and great special teams, and you're going to shorten football games and you're going to play truly as a team football all the way around, you're going to be that. You can't turn the ball over. I'm not just talking interceptions. I'm talking fumbles as well. You've got to win the turnover battle. That's one of those hallmark points of that type of team, because a team that's going to have more of a game manager at the quarterback position has less room for error, less of that ability to, be able to overcome mistakes. Oh, it's okay. We'll just drive up the field in 80 yards in 3 plays if something goes wrong. Yeah, you don't have the ability to do that. So you can't make those mistakes, and Geno just did enough. He did make mistakes. It's not his fault that guys were dropping passes. We talk about these young quarterbacks. You go watch yesterday's game and watching Levis play, and there was 2 things about Levis that really stood out to me that I think people in their evaluations aren't going to take into account, and that will be forgotten about as they look over the course of the season if it remains a narrative with Will Levis, which is he's constantly under duress on his passes, especially 7-step drops and those plays that are long developing. And then he had so many drops in this game, 5, 6, 7 drops from Levis and his receivers out there. And Geno had the same thing. And it makes it very hard to evaluate the quarterback position when receivers are letting footballs bounce off of both of their hands. When that's happening over and over again, it just makes it very difficult to look at the quarterback and go, yeah, it's his fault. Oh, he was the one that was failing. So I'm with you. He's got my support now. Hopefully Geno can carry the day. This is his second chance. And in football, sometimes you never get second chances. Well, here's your second shot, Geno. You're going to take it and you're going to run with it, or you're going to go into the shell. Run with it or go into the shell. I don't want to see any turtle action here out of Geno here as we go into this year. And to me, he just needs to play with some confidence, some ballsiness, call maybe a little bit of swagger. But I think he would be aided by operating with a little bit of that mojo. Seahawks, did he mention Tariq and Kobe? I think that those guys are going to do okay. Jose, I think they're going to give you a little bit of up and down in that first season as rookie starters or rookie guys in their playing. I think both of them are going to get their share of snaps this year, and in their long term, both those guys are going to be really good. But I think with both of them, it's ups and downs a little bit as they play. And probably they get better as the year goes along. Derek says, who thinks Locke will be the starter by week 5? Well, I definitely think probably you're likely to see him at some point. 283 says the Mariners game started 8 hours ago. That was a long rain delay, wasn't it? Whew. Daddy Dennis, DK, and Tyler can make Rick Meyer look good. It's true. It's very true, Daddy. Jace almost had a girlfriend, lost interest past couple of days, found out she was being a hoe after school started for her. So thank God I got out of that. I'll be more with the new season NFL started. It's good to hear, man. Hang in there. But I didn't let Rashad Walker III. Daddy Dennis says, miss Bobby so much. Seeing him in a Rams uni is pain to my eyes. Yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts. And yeah, Daddy, he was also elected team captain of the Rams. Tough. Tough to see a guy who goes that still wanted to stay. Seahawks first and 12s. Your videos are great. Well, thank you, Seahawks first and 12s. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. Ed Armitage, we need Will Anderson. It'll be one of the fun debates that continues to go throughout this channel, especially if we do look like we're going to be in a position to pick very high in the draft. Do you go with the quarterback, or do you go with potentially a guy that could be a generational type pass rusher on that outside? And it's a fun debate. It's a fun debate. Bud Inlet, any word on the Damian Lewis injury? I've heard no updates as of yet, Bud Inlet. I would be very surprised, though, to find out that he's able to go week 1. I would frankly believe that you're probably seeing him back even week 2 seems a little early with that kind of injury, but those linemen are tough, and those are the guys that can sometimes come back from these injuries a little bit quicker because they're not having to do as much cutting at cheetah-like speeds. Rock Survives says Bryce Young and Anthony Richardson started off the season hot. They did. But Van Dyke played well, too, with the Hurricanes. KJ Jefferson was great. I mean, KJ had the Cincinnati Bearcats he had to deal with. I mean, Richardson's one's maybe the most impressive because you got the Utah Utes. Did you say Utes? Utes, Your Honor. Yeah, Utes. Utes. But they were the 7th-ranked team coming in that game. Florida was unranked, and Anthony beat them. That's an impressive win on his part. Seahawks Sports Guy subbed. Thank you, Seahawks Sports Guy. Appreciate you doing that. Very kind of you. Kyle G, do you think we could get Rodgers next year, build the team up again build up the team again through the draft? You'll have to say which Rodgers you mean. Like, are you talking Will Rodgers of Mississippi State, or are you talking Aaron Rodgers? I mean, it certainly is a possibility if you're meeting Aaron Rodgers, if he's up on the market, that maybe Seattle dips their toe in there. They wouldn't be opposed to it. Remember, this was the team that flew out prior to Russell Wilson when Manning was on the open market at a guy in a similar age of quarterbacking, that they tried to fly him out privately to Seattle to coax him over, to court him over to Seattle. So they certainly could again. But if you're meeting Will Rodgers of Mississippi, then, I mean, that's possible too. Unless I'm thinking of a different Rodgers. It's a very common last name. But Inlet, to tell the truth, I'm not excited to go to Cleveland, but we have to. If I ever say to myself, I'm excited to go to Cleveland, I'd punch myself in the face because I'm lying, said Ichiro. One of Ichiro's greatest quotes, maybe his best quote. Jays, I haven't been posting on my channel with how busy I've been with some life things, but just watched the video I posted. Forgot that I was doing as good as I was. I might think about start posting again. I'd recommend it, man. And remember, it's staying with it sort of thing with it more than it is, looking for those quick results. It's just stay with it, keep chipping, keep going. Good things happen. 283 Cowboys are the perfect example. Good enough to win 9 to 11 games every year, but they don't scare anyone come playoff time. Exactly. That middle of the road team, it can look in a variety of different ways. That's the thing that's the thing that screws up teams in their view of it, is that teams will talk themselves into viewing themselves as an elite team or an ascending team, when in actuality, they are that team that's just in that in-between phase of things. And that we're just not quite good enough to get over that hump, but not bad enough to get down to the bottom rung to be starting to have those good picks where you can rebuild your roster back up, or at least even beyond that. When you get to the bottom rung, when you're into that 3-13, or what used to be 3-14 season, we got to get back to even number things. These things screw us up. When you get to that stage of things as a franchise, you're more than likely to kind of offload and shed the skin of the prior, and then look fully forward to then moving to that rebuild state of things. But if you can't get to that stage and you keep thinking, we just got to make this one adjustment here, or that one adjustment there, or just this one thing. And you look at the Cowboys and how much they had riding, for instance, this year on Tyron Smith. I mean, to me, this is all a little bit indicative of that. They've done all these little twists and turns to try to keep it just held together enough to keep this. And really they're fighting up against how much they've had to pay Dak and how much that's hurting them, along with some of the other contracts they've given. Makes it tough. Remember the time, says the big dumper, with another home run. Mariners, another 6-3 game. Our Mariners win another one? Woo! Let's go, M's. Jose, I can't do Thursday. Can you do Friday? I can do Friday. Probably I'd have an hour sharp, Jose, but I'll hit you up on Twitter. I'll hit you up after the show and DM you. I'll DM you, but Friday I'll find time Friday. Daddy Dennis, Jimmy G played the Niners. He got $2 million more than he would have got somewhere else and gets to hold a clipboard. Agreed. Well, no, as somebody else said in the prior stream, Daddy, I can't take credit for this one. There is something sweet about knowing that the Niners gave him that money, or keeping and retaining him, at least in part also because they're trying to keep him from us signing him. Nothing like causing an organization to spend a couple extra few million more than they were planning on because they're scared you're going to get that guy. Daddy Dennis says Jimmy G was looking at Geno Smith money. Exactly, Daddy. They would have brought him in. They would have cut Geno. They would have given the money over to Jimmy. That's exactly what would have happened. Grug, 6-11 is my final record. We'll beat the Broncos and sweep the 49ers and beat up on some of the bad teams. Despite the record, our teams will look good overall. We'll just need to patch holes in the draft. Well, I'm okay with that. Like I said, if you get to more of a middling road, I mean, that's right on the edge of middling road to being kind of bad. But you're still, I guess, technically closer, more into the middle of the road, ascending sort of state. Then that's okay for me, Grug. I would look at that. Again, this comes down to, if you see the schematics working out on the field for me, is going to be probably, if I'm seeing a 6-11 record and it's 6-11 on the back of the old designs, I'm not going to be happy with that. If it's 6-11, but you got to see the new stuff being instituted, then that would definitely be encouraging. Herbicide says, I'm predicting the Chargers, Bills in the AFC, and Rams, Eagles in the NFC. I'm going to go back with the Chiefs again this year. I feel like the Chiefs are getting slighted a little bit this season in where they're being viewed because of the Tyreek Hill deal. And I look at what they added sort of in extra stuff, from Sky Moore to the receiver they brought over from the Packers, and the pass rushers that they've kind of assembled now over there a little bit to kind of set the stage to be able to get after the quarterback a little bit more consistently from a variety of different places. I love the Bills. I love the Chargers. They didn't get to the playoffs. So I'm still going to put Chiefs, Bills there, but your Rams, Eagles feels really right at the moment. The Eagles are kind of have built themselves up a monster, and they've continued to do so over the course of this whole offseason. Coax says, after 1 weekend of college football, this quarterback class is stacked. Well, you can see, Coax, why I said I'm predicting minimum right now 5 first-round quarterbacks in the upcoming draft. That's a minimum to me. It could expand beyond that, which is so exciting for us. Robbie Red says, Cal's so underrated. You got to wonder if Robbie, if they're not going to consider giving Cal a similar kind of deal that they just gave Julio Rodriguez. I mean, do you think about giving him that, hey, we've got a couple more years of club control type situation, but we can give you this big contract now and start getting these contracts aligned right up ahead of time to where we're not ever going to be held over a barrel? I think you've got to think about advocating for it, because he gives you something at the catcher position that no team in the game has right now as it stands, and he's only going to continue to ascend. Megan says, just got shouted out on the Trojan podcast. Well, hell yeah. That was nice of him. Grug, imagine we sign Quentin Nelson and Roquan next year. Just kidding. Unless, yeah, we'll see when it comes to the Colts what they do with that. I mean, they're not going to have any other guy, I don't believe, that they have in franchise contention other than Quentin, and it's hard to see them letting him go. As good a player as he's been for them, if he's on the open market, I'm still going to be interested in seeing where he's at and what's that's going to cost. And Roquan as well, same boat as far as that goes. So I'd be open to it with both. They both fill a huge need on this team going forward. Middle linebacker and left guard are two positions that absolutely are not in the most stable of places as it stands right now. Mickle Cam 10 says, do you think Pete and our coaches kept stuff hidden in the preseason in the sense that they didn't want to give it all away to Russ and the Broncos, so therefore they kept it all very vanilla? If there's the biggest question mark coming out of preseason, Mickle, that I could say this is my biggest question mark, your question is it. Because you saw very little. It was just very slight here and there, a little bit of the blitz, a little bit of that pressure package stuff put in. I think in the Chicago Bear game with Fields out the gate, they did it. Not really much in the Steeler game, and then just a tiny bit here and there in the Dallas game. So you didn't see hardly any of it in the preseason, and it's something that's supposed to be run kind of play in and play out. Not that you're getting blitz heavy play in and play out. Sometimes it's just you running a stack front, right? It's just you showing blitz and then pulling out of the blitz, but you showing different fronts. And that's especially something with Russell Wilson you're going to want to do, because that's been something that's been a little bit of his weaknesses in the past and even the recent history. But yes, the theory on this goes, Mickle, is that you're keeping this so close to the vest because of the fact that when you then do unveil it, it is so then devastating because the team doesn't have a chance to prepare for it. I haven't seen Jamal Adams do that in a Seahawks coverage since he's been here. I haven't seen Quandre Diggs do that in a coverage since he's been here. You have Diggs coming up and playing like a strong safety. What the hell's going on here? And that's a little bit of the stuff you'll see if you're Russell Wilson out there that you've not seen it even in practices before. So should it have an effect and a pretty devastating one to Russ if he's seeing something we know Russ is much of a preparer as he is and film studier. You know, he's going to want to have seen it, and to have not seen it and see it all fresh and new, hopefully will catch him off guard. And certainly I think that there's some of this that Pete's hoping on will be able to have that effect on. The little part that I'm reticent on this with, though, Mickle, is the aspect of you've not ironed out all the kinks throughout the preseason. If you don't run it a lot and put up the film of the teaching tape of how to guys to get the nuances of how to blitz and how to show blitz and how to disguise blitz and how to make it look like you're coming on blitz but not, and then the timing of the blitz, you can't all teach that on teaching tape. You're just doing it off the practice field. And especially with how limited the practices run with padded practices anymore, I don't know how much you can get across on that just doing it that way. But we shall see. Herbicides is Snyder sneaky this time of year? He is. You never know when he might pull off a last second deal. That's for sure. Sam Kirk says, I believe they learned 2 playbooks, 30 plays, but the full playbook is for the regular season. I hope so, Sam. I hope so. And if they do it that way, I'll tell you, they're going to have, I don't care how you institute it, as long as you institute it. If you want to hold it all cards close to the vest till the first game and then, wham, pow, here's some fly sweeps, bubble screens, outside zone and pitch plays. And defensively, here's us running stacked boxes, blitz schemes, cover 2 shells, variety of coverages all over the... yeah, sign me up if it's that. And I will absolutely laud it. Andy Anderson says, what did you think of Stetson Bennett? He's got an amazing feel for the position. He is the definition of a kind of gamer type quarterback where he's a little bit like Pickett last season, where his feel and his calmness and his ability to still kind of function as things might even be breaking down around him a little bit is definitely impressive. He's got a pretty good arm, but I don't know if I'd say it's an NFL arm. And again, another one of those guys to me that fits in the measure he's going to be a good college quarterback. I don't see a good pro quarterback as it stands right here. I see a guy that's a fringe backup in the league. A little bit like your Kellen Moore types that come out of college, where it's just they're very good about getting the most out of maybe some of their not limited athletic traits, but maybe limited size traits that they have to their game. I just don't think he's a guy that you can look at the next level that's going to be anything there. But as far as a great college quarterback, and as far as a guy that's a fun college quarterback, not just like, winning and dominating, but also doing it through just having his own kind of style and pizzazz for the position, Stenson's fun in that respect. But there's a lot of those kind of guys that come through that are at that size where it's just you can't really view him through the pro lens of it. I just don't think he'd hold up. Kepper Report, what's up? How you doing, Kepper Report? Would love to do a show with you on my channel, Hawks Nest. All right, man. Well, if you can, reach out to me on Twitter. Maybe just DM me on Twitter if you got Twitter. If not, just post a contact for me in the description, or not description, but comment section after the video. And we can meet up. We can probably figure something out. Go Ox 05, had my first varsity start on Friday, played the state champs very well, had over 300 rushing yards, so good. Looked for my offensive line unit, but turnovers ended up biting us, unfortunately taking the loss. Oh, that's tough, man. That's tough. 300 rushing yards is good, though. That's pretty good. Andy Anderson, I agree with you. Pete will go tall on a quarterback this time. Yeah, I just think they went outside the margins on when they looked at Russ, but that was because... And this is a little bit of like, you got to give Russ credit on this. Russ changed the game. He changed the game in the way that NFL teams view college quarterbacks and what they will, what they're willing to draft or draft highly. And then once you draft a guy highly, of course, you're going to give him his chance. He's going to at least get a shot to roll through. And you see so many of these quarterbacks now that are more of a slider size being picked much more higher than they would have been 15, 20 years ago. And I think Russell's a lot to do with that, but not everybody's got the same level of work ethic that Russell does. Not everybody's going to protect their body the same way when they run like Russell does, while still being a dynamic runner, which you usually have to be if you're at that size. Not everybody can play with the same size limitations that Russell could kind of play through with the position. And they don't have the same attributes that they bring to play like he does with the big, deep arm that he had. So, I think Russell was a one-off, and the team views him as a bit of a one-off. And I think within that, they also go, let's get you've had to overcome it a little bit. Like with Russell Wilson in shotgun alone, you've tended, if you go watch Russell, go take a look at Russell Wilson's tape for the last 4 years anytime he's in shotgun, and he's usually about a yard to a yard and a half deeper in depth than you would average see on a quarterback who's, let's say, 6'4". And that's a real thing. And when you got a guy back a little bit further, then that's going to be, then the defensive ends have that much quicker of a path to him. You're challenging your offensive linemen then in pass protection that more just a little bit. I think they're not going to want to have to kind of overcome in that same way with the next guy, having had to have deal with those kind of markers on that side of it. And understanding, again, not just that it was all bad with Wilson, but also that they're not going to find the same special traits within Wilson's game that he had in addition to that. Yeah, all Niner fan. We welcome Niner fans in here, man. Absolutely. And again, Kemper, just hit me up on Twitter, or if not there, just put in the comments section, way to contact, email address or something. Reach out. Amari Taylor, Anthony Richardson, and Will Levis play each other next week. Are you watching it? And DJ Ugalele plays tomorrow. You watching DJ Ugalele play tomorrow? I may be with DJ. I've got some prep work to do here for this upcoming week on some of the shows and whatnot. So that we'll see on DJ. I'm not as hyped up for him this year. I'm not as high on him as some people, but I will be probably Amari live streaming the Richardson Will Levis game tomorrow on Saturday on my Seahawks scouting channel. I'd imagine I'll be watching it from there, but I will be watching it 100%. Grug, my fantasy name is going to be Tariqistan this year. I need to push that nickname as much as possible if I wanted to compete with Avatar and Tariq the Freak. Avatar is just so perfect for him. I don't know. That's a pretty right on the button nose, perfect nickname for him. I like Tariqistan. Don't get me wrong. I do like me some Tariqistan. Why can't he have two? When he's that good, he can have two. When you're that good, Sam the Great, anyone see that tackle Will Anderson had against Utah State? I must have missed it. Go Ox 05, power through this season, get those tackles seasoned and ready to block for one of the quarterbacks next year. Go Hawks, build through the trenches. Yeah, that's right. Sounds good to me, man. Sounds good to me. And 283, the 6-3, the Mariners win. How about that? Mariners just keep on rolling. Do we got a potential World Series contending team here on our hands right now? I'm not talking about next year. I'm talking about right now. Living Sacred Cacti. I think we might blow out Denver. Russell Wilson late comeback like usual falls short. I think Denver struggles early, and we are all over Russ. Outside linebacker contained, middle blitz. You got to wonder, Living Sacred. This is one thing I've thought for a while with this. You know, Coach Carroll's a defensive-minded coach who got to sit back and watch practice after practice, game after game of this quarterback play for now this many years. And he's going to know all the limitations to Russ's game that he's going to want to force him into in that week 1 matchup. And it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be so much fun to see how that plays out between the two of them. Does Russell have a counter in this chess match? Or is it simply a game of checkers? And Carroll is jumping from one to the next across the board over the top of him as Russell is unable to combat it because the limitations are what they are. Very is a real possibility here, Living Sacred Cactic. It really is. And again, on the back of, do you institute the cover 2 shell and the heavy pressure packages right from the jump? Because those are the things that have tended to give Russell some issues in the past. If you drop back into just a lot of zone with real soft with 4-man fronts, Russell can have an ability, if given that time, then do some damage because he's just not under as much duress. Camper reports is how long do you think it will take to rebuild this team? I think a lot of it is based upon the changes that they've made over the past couple of seasons being fully instituted. If you are going to bring on what would be the Sean McVay Waldron offense, and you're really going to institute that offense fully this year as opposed to partially like we did last year, then that's going to quicken the process. If defensively you're going to adopt the cover 2 shell, the same 2 cover 2 shells that you see like the Rams playing in, the Fangio cover 2 shell, and you're going to bring all of that on board, once again, that along with the offense is going to push this ball down the hill a lot faster. The third element of this, of course, is that the young guys that you've drafted show that they can pop, show that they can be the building blocks that we think they are. Camper, we tend to believe around here that we've had the best draft in probably the last 10 years, not just because of the number of picks you had to select. We've had a lot of picks before. We had a lot of picks in 2017, but also because of the quality of picks and picking from a best player available standpoint. And that's because they did that. We're expecting things to go forward. I'm expecting those guys to sparkle and pop. So I think that this can be easily even a 1-year situation to a 2-year situation in the respect of you have the building blocks in place already. A lot of the heavy lifting has actually already been done. Once you come to finally adding the quarterback, Camper, it'll be adding the quarterback as the final element. And much like what you're going to ask from your 49er team out of Trey Lance, we're not going to ask our quarterback to have to carry a day. He's going to have to be asked to be more of a game manager type guy with some good legs in a run-based offense and a team that plays defense and great special teams. So I'm still thinking no more than 2 years at this point because they're going to be sitting in such good position to get this moved around. GoAxo5 says, I'm trying to model my game after Abe Lucas. Hey, he's got some clean technique. If you're looking for a guy to watch from with clean technique, he's the one. And especially with him, Go Hawks, the thing to notice with him is how does he get out of his stance so quick? How has he trained that body to always be sort of the first out of his stance in that offensive line time and time again? And it's a reaction thing. I don't know if he just sits there and he's got somebody he gets in the stance and somebody goes, snap, and he just practices, it's like throwing the one punch 1,000 times, like eventually you just are going to get faster at it. But that's the one thing with him, along with the technique, that is part of what makes his game so good. Evergreen Rider says, I reckon just about the entirety of the Legion of Boom will be in the house for game 1. I would reckon they probably will be, yeah. They're probably up in a box, I'm guessing. Flag Sabbath, thank you for reminding me on that. Please hit that like button if you do like what you're listening to. It does help me out. Just give it a nice solid smack. Just smack it right across its face. Greg, have you heard about Richard Sherman becoming Tariq's mentor? I think that's awesome, and it'll certainly help develop him into the best cornerback in the league. It's part of been my point on, Greg, why I push back on those people that are calling for or asking for KJ Wright, Richard Sherman, Cliff Averill, Cam Chancellor to become coaches, because I think that they can have more of an impact almost in totality with what the defensive coaches do, which by being that mentor, by being that consultant type player that can come in there and then just sort of lean on them, pull their ear and say, hey, let me show you a little bit of the way to do this. Let me show you how the proper is in the way you need to play this. And That's going to have some effect. It's already had positive effect, I believe, with Averill and him working with pass rushers on this team. But I think it could absolutely have the same kind of similar effect with a guy like Richard Sherman, who absolutely understands technique, how to play the position within a Coach Carroll defense, what Coach Carroll wants from the cornerbacks in every given type of situation. And that can't do nothing but speed up the maturation process for Tariq Woolen. Kyle Mulkey, what hurts more, Sherman in a Niner uni, Russ in Denver uni, or Bobby in a Rams uni? Oh, man. I mean, probably Bobby, but both Bobby and Russ hurt because with both of those two guys, they probably still wanted to remain with the team. And the team sort of was shunting them off. Whereas with Russ, it's, he as much as anything wanted out of town at that point. And he might have had a valid reason to leave, but that, for whatever reason, makes it easier for me to lean to saying it's a little bit more painful with Sherman and Bobby. Make a wild animal. Will the Seahawks at least make the wild card? They will have to by the best case scenario of situations. I led at the top of this show make a wild animal with the fact that this is a tale of two seasons. One good, one bad. On the good side to getting to the wild card, to getting into kind of the back door of the playoffs, being that final last playoff team. If you're going to get there, a lot of things got to work in your favor to a degree, but not everything has to work perfectly for you to get there. They just have to bring on board the schematic updates. The young guys got to hold it down reasonably well, not be superstars, but hold it down, right? Not be black holes for their positions. And if those things can happen, then you absolutely could get to the wild card. Herbicide says KJ and Silver and Black hurt the worst. That was a bad one too. I couldn't watch. I had to avert my eyes on that one, Herbicide. Oregon got clobbered. Yeah, few folks in this chat have hyped me up on Mr. Sewell at the linebacker position from Oregon. Let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and tap our brakes on Sewell being a first or second round linebacker at this point. I watched that game, Georgia-Oregon, as much of that game as I could stomach to watch. And Sewell is nowhere near a first or second round linebacker by what I saw. Very, very, very overrated from what the preseason hype was on that kid. But Oregon was absolutely slobber knockered. Kemper reports as Aaron Rodgers ain't going to Seattle. I don't think he would either, Kemper report. The only way we'd want to do that is the only way that would happen. And again, that's like a 2.5% chance because he's not going to want to go play for a defensive-minded coach, and it wouldn't happen. But the only way would be he'd want to come to the West Coast, and there's no clear pathway for him to get over the West Coast with any other West Coast teams. Everybody else has their quarterback. But even all the same, I think at the end of the day, he retires as a Packer. Hawks, should the Seahawks have future raise the flag for the opener? Let me reread that. So should the Seahawks have rapper the future raise the flag for the opener? It would be awesome it would just be fun to have all the tight close-ups of Russell's face as he was raising it. It would be pretty funny. It would be pretty funny. Chrono says, how about that home run by the big dumper, Cal Raleigh in the 11th? Hell yeah, I'm glad they got that game in. But how about Cal, man? Most home runs in Major League Baseball from the catcher position, and he's been just money. Daddy Dennis says the Lamar Jackson lottery will be the buzz next offseason. It's another guy that if you want to look at a guy that's going to be on the Seahawks radar potentially, that is there. Lamar's playing a little bit with fire this year, to be honest with you, as I've thought about this. Because Lamar, and there being a team willing at that point to then, after Lamar's gone through his 5th NFL football season, to then go out there and give him this big contract, as you enter into a draft with so many good young options, he might find himself with more limited possibilities and options than he might think right now at this point. Drafts sometimes dictate a lot of the interests in players that are open or available on the market. And you've got 5-6 first-round quarterbacks. That is going to impact Lamar Jackson and what he can hope to then maybe potentially get. But a lot of it depends also on how Lamar plays this upcoming season and if he can continue to, or hopefully can, just improve as a passer. Megan says, just got a shout out on the Inside Troy Trojan podcast as the most dedicated Trojan fans of the game yesterday. I am shaken. Hell yeah, Megan. I knew you would bring it. I want that same energy come October 6th. Jordan Kraft, Aaron, my Percocet Rogers. He likes just a pill or two, you know, just loosens him up a little bit. Megan says, I wouldn't touch Rogers with a 40-foot pole. You don't want that ayahuasca vibe coming on in, Megan? Michael YT, hi B. Shout out to those Mariners, by the way, 7 in a row. Woo! How about that? Already had a 14 in a row win streak this year. Now a 7 in a row winning streak. I had a guy come in when I first was doing my Mariner channel on my side who was trying to tell me at the time, he's like, this team's really not that good. Yeah, okay, they had a 14-game winning streak. A lot of teams have 14-game winning streaks. And I go, okay, really? Yeah, okay. I'll be back in 2 weeks to tell you this team's trash. That was about 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, and still yet the Mariners are pretty good. Haven't heard from him, oddly. Haven't heard from that guy. Rain in the cut. How about the Mariners? How about them Mariners? The Camper Report, the only reason why you guys beat us last year was because of Wilson. I think Wilson, Camper, and definitely a lot of 49er fans breathed a big sigh of release when Russell Wilson left, because he's absolutely been kind of a kingslayer of your Niners for years going back now. And there's no denying that he's been at the forefront of a lot of that winning and that being a big part of what has brought that about. And I think what happens there a little bit, Camper Report, is you think about those moments that happen with him where he's he's executing a comeback, like he had to that Hollister play where he throws the touchdown at the end of the game, where he's doing something magnificently at the end of things that really makes it look like he's the guy carrying the day in those games. But this is a little bit of Camper Report why I think you have a little bit of the paper, rock, scissors situation going on between the Rams, the Seahawks, and the 49ers, where 49ers kind of dominate the Rams dominate the Seahawks, and the Seahawks kind of dominate the 49ers. And yeah, Russell Wilson is a factor within that. I'm not trying to necessarily completely minimize that, but there's also another component of this, and that being that your Niners want to run the football on everybody. That's the way they're going to lead with their offensive attack week in and week out. And that's really actually a good way to zig against the zagging of the NFL, where now you have teams that are really building their defenses to stop the pass first and foremost. That leaves them then vulnerable against those teams that do want to truly buy into running the football. But the problem is that then when Camper, your team comes into and faces my Coach Carroll teams, is Coach Carroll is one of those few defensive coaches out there who not only does he want to stop the run defensively first and foremost, which makes him a bit of an oddity in this modern NFL, but also he looks at stopping the run as one of the first and foremost things he looks at the beginning of his philosophy that he determines will dictate team success. So it's not just merely an attribute of his defense, but a root and core of his philosophy and what he wants to do. So that your 49ers and the strength of what they want to do, he's going to take that away completely. And your Niners have a rushing attack, quite frankly, Camper, that's so good that it can be one where if I have a team, even if it's committed to stopping the run, you're still able to run on them because you're so diverse in that rushing attack. And you've got the fly sweep element with Debo to keep those teams honest as far as their gap responsibility is concerned. But then you get the Seahawks coming in and they will kind of load things up on in there and they will force your quarterback to throw. And part of, again, some of the success we've had here, Camper, especially when Garoppolo's been quarterback, is, okay, now we're taking away all this short stuff from you. We're taking away the running game. Now you're going to have to beat us deep. You're going to have to hit us deep here on these throws. That's all you've got left to do. We're going to take away what you want to do. So that's also where some of the successes come, and why, for instance, Camper, we do worse against the Rams, because the Rams will be willing to pass the ball. They're not going to try to just stay embedded on rushing against us. They'll just go, okay, we'll dink and dunk you to death. We're happy to go ahead and do that. And the reason that you guys dominate the Rams on the other side of it from an offense to defense standpoint is because the Rams have been running this, again, Fangio scheme up until this point with this. I would argue, again, the Rams are more of a team trying to stop the pass first and foremost, first off the gate. But then secondly, with the scheme that they run, with these 3-man fronts that they'll run, they'll keep those defensive ends edged inside naturally, right? With what they call the 4-eye technique, 4 inside technique, where it's on the inside shoulder of the tackle. And then what you get on this is then a natural opening by the way that the defense is sort of aligned at that point to be able to then attack laterally, which I would argue with the Niners is one of the greatest things they do in the rushing attack, is getting at you laterally rather than just having to get uphill at you all the time. And that's why, again, you guys have had that success against the Niners. So to me, this is more a little bit of the schematic based for why things have had these successes in the past than it is based on just an individual player or players. Drunk Squitter, I will stand by this. I feel like point in the season, Gino will get benched for Drew Lock. So that's the general feeling I kind of get as well, Drunk, because I think you're going to see Drew at some point, some way, somehow. Big Country, Bills versus Chargers, Rams versus Packers, would say Tampa, but the offensive line concerns me. Very concerned by the offensive line. And we know with Brady, if you don't give him an offensive line, something that he's had a majority of his career, pretty solid offensive line every single season, he's going to start feeling that pressure. He will start feeling, especially as you get older. As you get older, you want less of that pressure coming. You feel those hits longer when they happen. And they've already had a couple of hits to that offensive line. You look at Brady taking the 2 weeks off. You wonder about the commitment level. You wonder about whether or not he's going to be as much in this year or if it's already kind of 1 foot out the door. I just can't quite give them as much the nod right now overall. Packers, it's all going to be dependent on if that defense can be dominant and how fast those young receivers can come forward. Because they're going to try to they're going to be like us, trying to run the ball and play defense. We'll see about their special teams, which was putrid last year. But that's where, for me, with the Packers becoming elite this year, that's going to be where a lot of that's based on. Daddy Dennis says, Niners named their stadium after Russell Wilson's pants. Had to see that coming. Daddy Dennis, Brady deflated his way into the game. I can only imagine the other ways they cheated. Mariners 1st and 12. M's looking good. M's World Series champs 2012, Seahawks Super Bowl 2024. Bet Seahawks 1st and 12s. I'm on board with that. Let's go. Coax 5, I do unspeakable things to sign Big Q. I'd love getting Big Q. I'd be so encouraged by Big Q, and I'm missing some of the donations here. I'm sorry, guys. I've been getting in the chat. Garth Knight with the $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says Broncos country. Let's ride. Hey, Brandon. Going to be a game on the 12th. -6.5 Broncos is high unless Geno falls just apart out there. They're getting 6.5 points for the Broncos in this game? Okay. That does seem a bit high, doesn't it? I mean, this feels more like a field goal game, doesn't it, Garth? Feels more field goal-y to me. Vegas does not think kindly of your Seahawks. They're giving a touchdown to the Broncos in Seattle on the road. Primetime Carol, Garth? Primetime Carol? Oh. Garth with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Again, I really do appreciate it. Says Atlanta got future for the playoff game against Seattle. Pretty sure future is on the casino circuit so they can get him to raise a flag. Dude, that was something that wasn't a thing when I was younger. We had rappers on the casino circuit, but that's where I guess they all go eventually, don't they, Garth? Be it a rock star, rapper. They all end up on the casino circuit one way. I guess casinos pay. I've heard that from folks. I've heard that with comedians have said that the casinos really do, like, they're legit on what they give. But can you imagine how it would be one of the most epic trolls. And nobody would let us live it down and be like, this is so petty. This is so petty. Russ is such a good man and you're doing it would be the ultimate. Oh my God, it would be the ultimate. There's no way they would do it. But if they did, at that point, Carroll had gone scorched earth. Or he's just that bitter about the situation. That would be absolute scorched earth city right there. Thank you though, Garth, for all the donations, man. It's good to see you in the chat. Chase Stern with a $2 donation. Thank you, Chase. It says, thoughts on Russell Wilson's new contract? Well, I had been wondering throughout the course of this offseason why the Broncos had not done more to fit more inside of the money that they had to spend this particular offseason to getting more of an offensive line. And I know that this somewhat lowers down contractual hits for this given season on the way the numbers work on the new deal. But overall, I just can't help but think that they were still thinking at one point or another, we're going to have to get this deal done, and that impacted and slowed them down of making some of those other signings or trades that I would have looked for them to make to bring in an offensive line talent to help them out on that line. They're going to count on those young guys to be stepping forward, I guess. I sometimes am told by the folks that I sometimes will go round and round with on Russell Wilson that, it's not the money, that the money is irrelevant. The money's not a factor. The money's not a thing. I keep hearing that, but every point this guy can come back to the well, every 4 years, he comes back to the well and gets a new deal. In this case, barely 4 years, 2018, new deal, 2022, new deal. I'm reckoning to guess in a couple years from now, he's going to want a new deal. And some people will point at this deal initially and we're trying to somehow put an argument together that this somehow is him providing savings to the Broncos. And you can sign me up on this being that Seattle would have had to have paid a larger price than the Broncos paid here. That's, of course, if you've listened to this channel, that's something I said for a very long period of time, that wherever Russell goes next, he will give some kind of monochrome of a discount. But this is not the Brady discount that he is giving here. This is a very tiny little parse, if anything, as far as the discount he's giving the Broncos. And indeed, not even giving him this season of cheap quarterback play, just having him play through this contract that still has 2 years on it, by the way, till 2 years on this current deal. To pay him now rather than getting that whole extra year out they could have gotten definitely is going to inhibit them and begin that inhibiting of them bringing on players now versus prolonging it out a year from now. We'll see how that impacts the Broncos in their ability to build that offensive line. It's the thing that even though I'm not, I may sound at times a little bit Russell hatery, which I'm not. I'm actually a guy at times that's frustrated for him. He's gone to this Broncos team now and they're putting him in the same position that we put him in as far as those complaints that he's had in prior 10 years, which is, how about you give me a pass protecting offensive line? They're not. They're giving him a run blocking offensive line that's going to probably struggle in pass protection. And that's unfortunate for us because I think that does hinder a little bit of his upside that he could provide the Denver Broncos. But this was a factor. Make no mistake about it. This was the closing of the gate between the relationship of Russell Wilson and the front office. The closing of that gate was as follows. You know, Russell's people reaching out to Seattle and letting them know they're going to expect a new contract a year from now, and they're going to expect it to be $55 to $60 million. Again, Denver's getting this a little bit cheaper now, and Denver's getting it at $49 million on average per year, which is a little bit irrelevant at the end of the day. It's really about the first 3 years of the contract that we got to be talking here, as evidenced by the fact, again, he's going to come back to the well after year 3. So counting in that year 4 of the deal and letting all of the numbers massage out in that way is kind of irrelevant. The first 3 years of the deal, he makes $120 million plus. That's a lot of new money. That's the part to really concentrate on here. But again, this was the final straw as far as once Seattle heard that was going to be the cost for Russell moving into the future. I think at that point they told Russ, we're not going to be willing to do that. And then Russ said, okay, then I'm going to want to be traded at that point. You can say it's just simply philosophy difference. But if Seattle was saying that they were willing to make the payment of $60 million, $55 million next year after this season, Russell very likely probably just remains as a Seattle Seahawk. They weren't willing to go there. And again, this is a little bit of what I led at the head of this show. I said this is one of the biggest games of chicken you have seen in football history, in recent football history. And it would be talked about a whole lot more if you didn't see the very same thing just play out in New England between Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. So the media is a little bit sort of, we've already seen this kind of narrative. We're not going to go back to that. That story's already been kind of told recently. But it's still a very intriguing one because it is about philosophies and ideologies and the way to win football games and the way to win football games in the modern age and what is for the best and what is wisdom and years of being in a game versus being a player playing right now and you've got your ear to the ground and you're in it right now, so you really have the pulse of what's happening right now. It's a little bit of that, to me, intrigue in trying to determine what is the right way and what is the good path. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. I really do appreciate it. It says, I might be a little late, but I'm always on time. Yes, you are, Randall. That is 100%. What are we talking about tonight? How about the memes? We're just looking, I was talking a little bit about tale of this 2 seasons coming up, Randall, and the 2 possible outcomes for this given season for our Seahawks. A lot, I think, is going to be kind of shown and determined based on that first game at home in Denver about what direction this team's going to take. It's not going to be that the season's built on the back of that first game. It's just that first game is going to inform you a lot of the direction that this team is going to attempt to move in this season. Are we going to try the old ways wholly still, or are we going to adopt the new? Nick Fritz, thank you for subscribing, Nick. I really do appreciate it. Greg says, I feel like Will Levis will be the Justin Herbert or Josh Allen of the class. He'll be picked between 5th and 7th overall, but will be viewed as a bust, but will end up being the best quarterback of this class. There's just something about the guy I really like, Greg, and it's that sometimes indeterminable thing, that inarticulate thing that I can bring to reference exactly what it is. I like what I get off of the vibe of the kid. I like how he plays the position. He's wild at the stick. He is the Maverick of quarterbacks in this draft class. He is not the Iceman. He is the Maverick. He's going to buzz some towers, okay? He's going to sleep with some generals' daughters, all right? But he's also going to be one hell of a pilot, okay? Alexander Bill has been caught cheating before, so I imagine they've been cheating for a very long time. Yeah, I think Bill Belichick's a great coach and has the cheating elements to him as well. I think it's one of those things where it's like he can be both things. Herbicide, I agree. I don't think the Colts are going to let go of Quinn. I just think he'll probably get a deal even this year at some point. Jordan Kraft says Matty Ice is better than Josh Allen. That's true. Josh Allen's definitely better. Ed says cover 4 has always given Russ trouble. It has. It's a coverage set to just taking away the deep shots and having a line of coverage across the board to take that stuff away. At the end of the day, in simple terms, it just comes to a commitment of zone coverage deep on Russ, forcing him to go to checkdowns and short, forcing him to commit to do that consistently. And that's something that he's not done over the course of his game. He's got a great deep ball and he's completed a lot of deep passes despite not having that as an aspect of his game necessarily, but that's why that has given him some problems. Daddy Dennis says the Bills running game is suspect. Not the best O-line either, but Bills D upgraded and very strong. Yeah, I like the Bills across the board. They get Tre'Davious White back this year, Daddy Dennis too. I mean, he was out through most of their years last year in their run there. I've liked their drafts recently. I think they're going to continue to get some returns off of those drafts. They ran the ball phenomenally in the preseason. Both us and them were really, really good in how we ran the ball. So we'll see. I think it's just kind of coming together for them. Grug says, if not Quentin, I'd love to sign Elgin Jenkins. I'd be on board with potentially that. Can't that guy play pretty much all 5 positions on the offensive line? Bacon, what's up, man? Good to see you. Hawks, 1st and 12. I was kind of disappointed the Hawks did not try to pick up Carson Strong. He looked really good for the Eagles in camp. That's interesting. Interesting they wouldn't kick the tires on him. I'm guessing that their medicals are not clean on him. Their doctors looked at him prior to the draft and they didn't like what they saw in that knee. Because he has got a lot of great arm talent. Megan says, okay, B and 12s. I'm heading to the beach early tomorrow and need some sleep. We'll send through my notes on Caleb Williams when I get some time to rewatch a couple of things and rewrite my notes. Well, hell yeah, Megan. Hell yeah. We'll have a great night and we're almost a month away. You have a good one. Daddy Dennis says, I root against all stolen teams. As you should. I don't like the cheating thing either. It really bugs me. I don't think it's gamesmanship like some people say, Daddy Dennis. I think it's cheating. A big rain in the cut. Russ did change the game. Players like Lamar and Kyler wouldn't have been looked at if it wasn't for him. 100%. I'd throw rain in the cut. I'd throw Baker Mayfield in there. I mean, a variety of different guys over the last couple of Jalen Hurts being taken in the 2nd round. Jalen Hurts would have historically been a 4th, 5th round guy, but got taken up all the way in the 2nd round. That's on the back of a Russell Wilson type. And he really did change in that direction. Teams went, wow, we've been just throwing these guys away in the trash for years. Maybe we need to pull them out of the trash and straighten the paper back out and relook at this a little bit. But unfortunately, again, that just shows their limited imagination and not understanding that Russ was very unique. He was a unicorn from being at that size with the other skills and attributes that he brought to play. I think Trent Dilfer, who absolutely is a guy that I don't often love the way he views the quarterback position, which is weird because he's a former quarterback. But, this guy said Tua Tagovailoa had the best arm that he's ever seen. He said stuff like that. It's like, really, Trent? Really? But what he said about Russ and how he missed his evaluation on Russ that I always thought was a very key point about him was that I'd been knocking him on the size stuff and in my mind thinking that he's going to have to be great in all these other areas, in awareness in the pocket, scrambling ability, and throwing on the run. He's going to have to be great, not merely good, but great to overcome this stuff with the size limitation stuff. And I didn't anticipate, this is being what Dilfer said, I didn't anticipate that he would be able to be that great in those other categories to overcome those things that I was really dinging him on. But indeed, Russ was able to do that. That does not mean every other quarterback that comes falling off the back of the cart is going to be able to do the same exact thing that happens to be in his similar size dimensions. This is a little bit like, for instance, why I have a little bit of hesitancy with a guy like Bryce Young. It's like Bryce Young is going to draw a lot of comparisons to Russell Wilson to certain degrees. He's different players completely, but again, it gets really limited in the imagination here where it's like, well, he's about 6'5", 10-ish, and Russ was like right in there, and they're about, 10, 15 pounds off, and it's about the same. It's like, no, it's much different. It's actually much different. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, Brando, I was listening to a Bronco cast earlier this afternoon, and the two fellows on there were really disappointed they didn't get Abe Lucas. As they should. I mean, I don't think the Broncos, I guess, were they picking before us? Were they just picking before us in that? Let me see this, Garth Knight. Hold on. Fell draft, 2022, third round. Did they have a chance at Lucas in front of us and they passed? Those wily SOBs. No, not fourth round, third round. Oh, wait. Maybe I thought they picked after us in that round. I want to check on this. That's doing Russ so dirty. All right, round 3. I mean, oh, there you go. Because that's the one that bothered me watching the draft if I was Russell Wilson. This was the exact situation. So you're Russell Wilson, you go to this new team. Let's for a second just walk into his head here for a second. You go to the new team. They spend the offseason with the main 2 free agent signings for them are going to be Randy Gregory and DJ Jones, a useful inside guy for the 49ers, not a star type. And Gregory's a guy who's been off and on with the field over the last few years, definitely played pretty good overall, but not a game changer. And then you go into the draft. You have to wait the 2 rounds to be able to pick because those picks are ours. So now they finally get to select, I think they moved up at the back end of the second round, and they select Nick Bonito, another pass rusher, when Abe Lucas is still on the board. And Abe Lucas, a guy that I had as a late first round grade on at the draft as we were going into it, who was at the very least between him and Daniel Fa'alele. Those were the 2 far and away best right tackles. And after that, it was a drop off. But the Broncos just kind of blinked and went, well, no, let's not. A great pass blocker out of Washington State. Like, again, you make the trade for Russ. Why don't you just bring in the guy with it? What's the need on the pass rushers? Again, with the Bonito, he'll be fine, but Bonito's going to fit into the same role of a Mafe. That's a rotational pass rusher this year versus potentially getting a starting right tackle who can pass protect. Teams do odd things sometimes. They do odd things where they'll go one step in a direction to make you think this is what they're trying to do, and then they sort of step it back and pull it back a little bit and then go back over here. And the Bonito thing, I don't know, maybe they're not on board with Bradley Chubb long-term or what it is, but that was an odd selection. But an odd offseason as far as Denver outside of that Russell Wilson trade and what they've done around that trade has just been to me very, very, very strange. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. Man, you are always awesome. I appreciate Garth Knight. You two guys are always amazing. Appreciate you, brothers. So Randall says, Gino had a very high PFF grade in the preseason, although we didn't necessarily see it translate on the field, at least to the blind eye. You take it as a positive once the starters around him. How much does he need the run game? I give him a lot of rope back in this case, and much more Randall as I've thought about it in retrospect and looking back at this preseason with Gino. If you've got that many drops over a preseason from your receivers, you can't put that on the quarterback. When he puts the ball in a receiver's 2 hands and the receiver like that Swain play, I mean, I swear that Swain play was what got his ass cut. Because that ball's right there in his hands. The safety's still four yards away. Gino's put the ball in a place where Freddie basically catches it and falls to the ground. The safety does the move where he torpedoes over the top of him, and it's a first down. But Swain thinks he's getting hit, and so those arms get alligatory. They get a little T-Rexy. You get a little bit in that spot of things, and it's a drop. And look, the one drive he ran, Randall, in the last game against the Cowboys, 3 drops in one drive alone in the one drive he had. And yeah, I don't think he's going to have that problem in the regular season, Randall. You saw the difference of Tyler Lockett out there for like 2 plays. Tyler's out there, runs 2 clean routes, makes 2 catches. They're up the football field, and the Cowboys sided the football field like that. And it's like, wow, what a difference it makes having actual, pro wide receiver out there as opposed to these back end wide receivers that are still trying to kind of figure out how to catch. And I do think it's going to look differently when you get to the regular season, Randall, once you especially have DK and Tyler out there and how it goes. Not to mention, I don't think, I think Disley and Fant are going to be pretty sure-handed for him as well. He needs the running game. To answer your second question, Geno's not going to work with him having to be a high-volume passer, which if the running game's not working, Randall, your quarterback's quickly going to end up in that 35, 37, 38, 40 attempts in a football game. And if Geno's throwing the ball 40 times, there's probably going to be a couple of interceptions in there, or an interception and a fumble. I don't think he's going to be wild with it, but I think there'll be a couple of bad choices made with that where you have to ask him to throw that often. He needs the running game to be vibrant and really good. Now, the good part about this, Randall, the encouraging part about this is the running game was really good in the opening game here. It was showing out. It was awesome in the preseason. And as I've said, if he's got a running game that's going 5 yards a carry, then that's going to do the trick as far as lightening the load for him and making it a little bit easier for him to then be able to flourish. And I think if he's got all those parts, the guys on the outside, the running game working, if it's all kind of operating in conjunction with each other, Geno's got a very good chance for success at that point, Randall. I mean, he's got as good a point of success as any quarterback can ask for in the league as far as what he has to work around him, what kind of schematics he's working with as far as that giving him some built-in advantages as well, not being asked to have to throw with a lot of attempts. So, he's really going to be down to 25 to 30 attempts a game. And then, as I've said often, half of those attempts are going to be on kind of scripted stuff. Rollouts to the side where there's a Tyler Lockett running across on a drag route wide open for 6 or 7 yards. Disley going out and setting down in the middle of a zone for 7 yards. Easy little quick completion that's pre-diagrammed to be open with the way you've got it set. So that's going to also be there. He's really going to be down to 10 throws a game with any kind of really true, in my opinion, high leverage standpoint of things. Again, why I say he can be successful within that. You're limiting down the scope of him to cause harm and putting him in a position to succeed. And that's part of why I do have some optimism this upcoming year for Randall Geno, and why, again, I said he played very good in this preseason. It's not his fault guys don't catch passes. And if they're going to have at the drop rate they had this, I think it's been said, they had more drops in the preseason than they had all of drops last year, your Seahawks. It's a telling stat, and it's something you've got to pay attention to and not just throw away. It's like, oh no, if he's got 13, 14 drops and the guy's barely played a cumulatively total whole full game and all of his quarters combined for preseason, well, that's not going to happen come game day. That's not going to be the case with DK and Tyler. Tom White, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. A scholar and a gentleman, sir. I appreciate it. Chuck Seeger, FSU. Wow, what a good game. Did I see the FSU game? I don't think I saw the FSU game. Go Hawks says college football is the most fun to watch, but NFL is more fun to follow, so I'm happy they're both back. And me too. I'll be watching more college football this year than I have in years. Corona says, honestly, if we can avoid the Astros, I could actually see a path to the World Series with the Mariners. This team's possible, man, with the magic they're playing with as well as they're playing with especially at the starting pitcher, you're starting to really come together where you're seeing Robbie Ray seemingly at his strongest right now. Castillo being everything you thought he was going to be when you traded for him. And even Logan Gilbert starting to kind of get out of that funk maybe a little bit that he caught himself into for a good about month period there. That happens, man. Look out. Look out. Kemper Report says, sorry, what did I miss? The Seahawks have a competent coach in the rebuild. Hopefully they have a competent coach. We'll see. We think we do. Camper, how are the offensive linemen that you guys drafted in the first round looking? Both are looking great, Camper. Both were awesome in pass protection. I think between the two of them, they gave up like 2 pressures throughout the whole preseason, maybe 1 sack, and that was playing a lot of snaps. They also showed a lot of acumen in being able to do run blocking as well, and that was the question everybody had with those two guys. Everyone was pretty sure that they could pass block, but can they run block as well? And they showed at least an ability for it in the preseason. Bobby Savage Hill, you've got me paying attention to Levis, Brandon. 6'3", powerful arm, seemed to really take charge playing against Miami yesterday. I imagine Stroud and Young are going first. Do you think he'll fall to us? It's going to be a tough evaluation, Bobby. The thing that I saw yesterday that Levis is going to be impacted by, I just talked about this with Geno Smith. Levis dealt with the same thing in the game that he played against Miami of Ohio, which is that he had a lot of drops and he had to take a lot of very quick hits, a lot of fast pressure, not because Miami of Ohio was blitzing. They were throwing 4-man fronts at Kentucky. It's just that his offensive line sucks at pass protection. Or not sucks, but you know, sneeze. Excuse me. Not that they suck in pass protection, but they're porous, let's say. And so this is going to impact in how you evaluate Will Levis because he's under so much duress. His guys are dropping so many passes that are hitting him right in the hands, well-thrown balls. And I don't know that Stroud and Young are going to get that as much. Both of them are playing at a bigger programs that have more established players across and in front of them. And that's going to allow them to play from cleaner situations. And so that's where the tough part of this evaluation comes into play on this, Bobby. I give Levis a lot more credit for some of those things that he has to overcome versus just how clean and wonderful Stroud and Young are going to look with what they have to work with around them, if that makes sense. I am doing a little bit of I don't know, call it a logical leap, but I'm doing a little bit of building on that, thinking, okay, what happens if you take Will Levis and put him on Alabama? You know, does he put up the same stats as Young? Does he supersede what Young's done? And that's where, to me, I would say he would supersede both what Stroud and Young are doing at their current, based on the film I've seen so far, if he was going to those programs instead of playing at Kentucky. Deatel, how well do you think Shelby Harris will be in our defense? Deatel, he's been playing in this defense, the cover 2 shell, the Fangio defense the last couple of years, so he's not changing schemes, first off. He's been a very competent pass rusher and plays very well against the run as part of the secondary aspect of that recently, so he's not been a flash-in-the-pan pass rusher. I think he had 9 sacks last year. He's been in that mold. He's been in that player. Bronco fans were telling me after the trade that this guy's legitimate. He's really good. May not be a star-level player, but he's a guy that we probably haven't talked enough about this particular preseason period. The thing that will jump out to you with Shelby Harris is he's going to walk offensive linemen back with that pure strength and leverage, and then he's got these long arms. He finds a way to get just one arm on a quarterback and do a lot of dragging down on sacks by just a play where you think he's not really there to sack the quarterback or be close to sack the quarterback, but you see this long arm suddenly reach out of the darkness and grab onto the quarterback and drag him down to the turf. And it's very impressive. It's sort of his signature move that he brings from the defensive line position, but he's going to be very good. He's going to be, again, this is going to be a strength and numbers game from your front seven, both from the starters to the depth standpoint, having guys like Aboye Mafe coming off the bench. And he's a guy within that where it's, he's going to be quality. He's going to be good. He's going to give you some production. Don't need the star power, but if he gives you another 8 or 9 sacks, along with what you're going to get from the rest of this defensive line, that's going to make you fairly potent, I think, with this front seven. Herbicide says Sherman needs to teach Willett how to tackle. Well, that's the part with, certainly Sherman can help him with that, I think, a little bit. That's the part that probably will develop over time, as it did with Sherman. Sherman wasn't the same tackler when he walked in that he was 4 or 5 years into the process. Some of this is why I say we got the growing pains of how we got to kind of wait for these guys to grow through those pains and learn along the way. Weston Corbett, just glad we got beast mode in blue and green one more time. Me too, man. That was so awesome to see. Seahawks 1st and 12, no Pac A players, SEC only. Kemper reports that the Seahawks are a dark horse for Lamar. That would be a good fit for him, I think. Seattle would. I think we are. You're right. I think we are a dark horse team. It would be meaning that you would be looking to change your offense a bunch, though, if you're looking to bring him in. I mean, you're probably firing Waldron at that point. You're not going to ask Lamar to try to run a West Coast offense. But it's possible. It's not that. It's possible they bring him in. The Snail with a $5 donation. Thank you, Snail. It says, after week 1, so far I've got number 1, AR, Anthony Richardson. Number 2, AR-15, sorry. Number 2, Levis. Number 3, Van Dyke. That's fair. I think that's fair. I mean, KJ Jefferson definitely played really well as well, but I mean, you can't take away anything from those 3 guys and how they played. And again, the thing you got to consider with AR is that he's not only playing against a Utah Utes team that's coming to that game ranked 6th in the nation, that's also a team that has a very, very good defense. They are legitimate on that defense. It's been legitimate for a while. Maybe the best defense on the West over the last probably 7 or 8 years, you could make an argument. So him beating them in the way that he did was very impressive. Garth Knight says, M's have been white hot, but the freaking Stros are still 10 games ahead. Just our luck. I know, we can't seem to make any room. I was kind of thinking about that, Garth, of historically speaking, any of the teams that have made up the 10 games. There's been a couple of teams at this time of year that have actually made up that kind of ground, but Stros have remained really good throughout the course of this year, and they are still legitimately the big bully that we've got to slay. The big bully we got to slay. I think one way or another, we're going to probably end up playing them in the playoffs. It's going to come down to that. Seahawks 1st and 12 says Lamar would cripple our cap space. He would. And I don't think that I wouldn't say this is a priority point for us, Seahawks 1st and 12s, but it would be a splashy move to go make. And, I could see them doing that kind of move. I don't think it's likely, but I could see it as a possibility. But he would cost a lot of money because after the 5th year, right, he hasn't been paid yet. So now he's been asked to go 5 years before he gets his first grand big contract in the NFL. He's not taking any discount on that deal. He's going to want all the money. Keldon says Bobby Wagner was a 49er killer too. He's gone too. That's another factor. That's true. He did give you guys a lot of trouble as well, especially his blitzing as of recent. But that will impact it as well. That'll impact it. I don't think it's necessarily just because we have a commitment to stop the run. I don't think that alone gives us the advantage over the Niners. And the Niners have a much more talented roster this year, a team that's in an elite status that's at that point that we're trying to ascend back to now. So, they definitely are going to have that advantage against us this year. There's no denying it. Sean Hines, since Russ said he's now on a team that he doesn't have to carry, Seahawks should play that on the big screen, all the 3s and outs. Russ is done since the Super Bowl. Yes. Poor Russ having to carry the team. It's so heavy, his back hurts. Matt Schleipers, as Russell leaves, Mariners make the World Series. I'll take that swap any day. Oh, Matt, especially if we win the World Series, I might do that dark magic at that point if I have to. Justin Goins, can you believe Denver gave Wilson nearly $50 million a year? What the F? Well, Denver's caught in a little bit of a point here, Justin, which I don't think was at the forefront of their mind when they were making the deal for Wilson, which was the money, the cost, how soon he was going to come and want to be paid, and then what he was going to want to be paid. Once they made the deal, it was about bringing him in. And then at that point, it's a little bit like what happens with us and Jamal Adams, that you have to then sign him to the new deal. I am a little bit like with you, a little bit kind of scratching my head at the fact that Denver chose to do this now versus waiting a year and starting this process this early with it. And I can't help but think that this was Russell Wilson pushing for this to happen. First, Denver saying, we'd like to wait a year and look at this and see how this goes to determine. And Russ like, yeah, you ain't determining jack. You're paying me now. And so they did, like with us with Adams, we waited a year at least. They just gave him the money right out the gate. So I was definitely like, okay, they must just be really concerned that he might ask for 65 million next year, where he goes, look, Denver, you can get the discount at 49 this year, or I'm going to charge you 60 next year. And that's why I said Seattle was in the same place where Seattle was going to have to pay him 60 next year, but Seattle was also going to be under the understanding with Russ that he would play out this year and not get his extension, and he'd be waiting that extra year to get the extension. I call it extra year, waiting till the final year of his deal to get the extension. So I found it strange too, Justin. I found it strange too. Daddy Dennis says, well, Russell Wilson is the highest paid Walmart employee. Megan, October 16th, isn't it, B? Either way, I'm starting tailgating the night before as I had my first taste of tailgating yesterday. Well, I'll have to check my calendar, Megan, because we are getting close here, but I thought it was the 6th. Could be wrong. I'll double check my calendar. Cool Breeze says, Brando, how do you see our secondary faring this opening weekend against Denver? Pretty good, because I'm anticipating, Cool Breeze, that you're going to institute a pretty aggressive attack, that you're going to go and show Russell Wilson a lot of stack fronts, that he's going to see a lot of cover 2 shell looks pre-snap. You're going to force Russell Wilson into a position of processing and making determinations pre-snap about things, kind of forcing him into a corner a bit in his decision-making, hopefully. I'm anticipating that over them throwing out a conservative approach and throwing a lot of like cover 3 at him, for instance. So I think that that's going to give Russell problems, because it has historically recently given Russell problems. The last year and a half, what has caused Russell to take that step back in his game from that amazing start that he had in 2020? What pulled the e-brake as he was doing 90 down the middle of the freeway, right? And then suddenly just somebody grabbed the e-brake and they yanked it up, ripped the engine apart. What happened there was teams just went into that cover 2 look, and then they stayed cover 2 post-snap. So it was cover 2 shell pre-snap and then a lot of cover 2 shell post-snap. And then you got teams like the Cardinals and the Rams that would run a lot of blitz-heavy stuff, stack fronts around that. That would be based around that aspect. So that's what's giving him problems. That is the way, that is the pathway to going at Russ right now at this point in time of his career. We'll see if they actually instituted it, Cool Breeze. I'm anticipating it, but as well, I didn't see a whole lot of it in this particular preseason. Sean says, I'm still all in on Bryce Young, but we'll say that Anthony Richardson jumped off the screen yesterday. He's one to watch. He is. He had that Russell Wilson movie did too, where he's rolling to his left and a defender's bearing down on him. And he does the pump fake pirouette spin move at the same time, causing the defender to fly right by him. And then he throws after he comes out of the pirouette. That was straight out of a Russell Wilson move right there. NFL edit takes. We both know that Alexander and Lynch can make the Hall of Fame, but won't due to some weird reason. If you can choose one to make it, who would you pick? Marshawn Lynch would be the guy that I would select. I think that Marshawn Lynch, to me, I think Earl Campbell deserves to be in the Hall of Fame, despite the fact that he doesn't have that statistical milestone point that people look for. But his impact on the NFL and the game was so much that you just can't deny that. You can't deny what he brought to the position, which should be what allows guys to be put into the Hall of Fame. So to me, he's a guy that should make it, because he stood out amongst his peers in what he did for a good enough period of time from my standpoint to get him in there. Whereas with Sean, as much as I really do like his running style at the end of the day, I can't deny the fact that he did have a lot of help. And when you have multiple Hall of Famers blocking for you, and you've got a guy in Max Strong who's Hall of Very Good, Robbie Tobeck in the Hall of Very Good, you probably have got to build that in a little bit as well into the Alexander evaluation there on that. So for me, it's Lynch. I will say the thing that does bother me a little bit is I do lean to what Deion Sanders has said recently about the Hall of Fame, where it is becoming a little bit of the Hall of Very Good rather than the Hall of Great. And I think that it should still be, at the end of the day, a truly special place for the best of the best, as opposed to just being for those that were, merely good, and merely good for a short period of time. Justin Goins, did they keep Carroll because they didn't want to give Wilson all the money? Carroll has passed as well. Did they just keep the cheaper asset? It's kind of not, you're not kind of wrong on that, Justin. If you let Coach Carroll go, Justin, you were going to have to pay him all of his contract, because coaches' contracts are guaranteed. So that's $40 million you're paying Carroll, and maybe a lot more you're having to also pay on top of that if you let Schneider go at the same time, which is also guaranteed. Then you would have had to pay Russell Wilson a new contract as well a year from now. So yeah, we're talking about, $300 million deal on top of 50 and 60 million you're giving to John Schneider and Coach Carroll. And this is at the same time, Justin, that the Paul Allen Trust is trying to liquidate assets and get everything into a position where it can be fed over into the pet projects of Paul Allen. And so that's not led well to you coming out of pocket $300 million for the football operations. So it certainly could have been an impactful point of this. I'm sure it carried some of the weight. I don't think it carried all the weight, Justin. Some of this comes down to the evaluation of where the team saw Russell Wilson and his future. Some of it came down to the evaluation of what Carroll could still do if he was allowed to go back to his original designs when he first walked in the door. Megan says, I am all in on Caleb Williams after what I saw yesterday. He looked good, Megan. He did. We would have to wait a year out on that now, Megan, because he's not coming out in this draft. So you have a year out that you got to wait if we are considering him as our future quarterback. That means one more year of kind of being in between just a little bit. Justin Goins, Wilson's game is pretty reliant on his ability to scramble, but last year he lost a step and suffered. He's only going to get slower as he gets older. He won't be able to ask for a new contract in a few years. If he continues to go in this direction you talk about, that's going to be the case, Justin. Russell's got a situation where there's two things that really for Russell Wilson going forward to get more out of his game that have to be a part of what happens. Number one, he needs an organization to embrace the fact that he needs some pass protectors up front rather than just all run blockers across the board. He's never quite been given that. The second part goes more to his personal responsibility in this aspect of things. I've made this equivalency very often. I still stand by it. In that when you look at Hall of Fame quarterbacks that start to get in that career where they're 10 years in and they're going to play 15, 16, 17, 18 years at the end of the day, that's the type of career that they're rounding out. When you look at the guys from Drew Brees to Tom Brady to Peyton Manning to Phillip Rivers to Tony Romo to Kurt Warner, go down the list on these guys. And by the time they got to that point in their career, there were certain attributes that they had built into their game. Weren't necessarily attributes that they had walking onto the field from day one. They were items that they had built along their game. That is, becoming masters pre-snap at controlling the line of scrimmage. This includes protection. This includes route adjustments. But having ultimate control at the line of scrimmage every time you walk up underneath under center. Being able to absolutely decimate the blitz. You've seen, after 10 years, you've seen every type of blitz there is. You've seen every little wrinkle there is. This guy this way, stack box this way. Oh, we're going to overload this side. You've seen it all. You're not going to fool a quarterback who's been in the sport for 10 years. Then being able to then slay, after not only recognizing that blitz, then being able to then slay the blitz, hitting that hot route, knowing where the hot route is. And then the last portion of this is throwing with ultimate anticipation. Quarterbacks, the longer they get in this league, usually the little bit better they can get in throwing with anticipation. All of these elements I just mentioned are not really parts of Russell Wilson's game on a consistent basis at this point. They are parts, though, that can become a part of his game. They are controllable. They are not merely flaws that are just a part of his physical failings or limitations. They are more a matter of he's got to commit to getting good at that. It's got to be less about the Instagram shots where I look pretty throwing at cones 30 yards down the field and more of I'm in the film study understanding everything backwards to front, which we get a little bit of that's what they tell us he's doing. And we get a lot of them telling us he's just out there grinding on the tape, but These attributes tend to build on the back of being that guy that has seen all, done it all, and just is so well prepared, you can't fool him in that realm of things. So the problem you mentioned, Justin, is he's lost that step while not building those attributes onto his game as he gets 10 years in. As you lose some of that physical ability, you're gaining on the other end of it. He needs to gain on the other end of that right now. And we'll see if he does. He very well could. Sam the Great says, read a lot of articles this morning saying Seahawks would pick in the top 3 next draft and get Bryce Young. Not buying it. Nor am I, Sam. I've not been in that realm for a while. I don't think we're that bad of a roster. I think it sort of shows a blindness to the rest of the NFL and the rest of the teams that are out there in their roster construction and the coaching that they have. We're not there in that. We're better than that. Why do I says just getting here, so I'm sure you've talked about already. Anthony Richardson was lit. He has improved the delivery so much. He just cocks and fires now. No loopy and late throw. He might be special. He looked really good. He did look really good out the gate. I mean, stuff was very well scripted in there for him. It was very well put within a very controlled place for him and how he was operating. Versus like a guy when I watch Will Levis, which is asked to do a little bit more, and especially going through reads and whatnot. But he was very, very impressive. Right in the cut, Broncos roster will be going downhill because of the Russ's contract. They think differently, but we've seen it for years. Well, and the fact that they sped this process up early means it's going to impact them that much earlier. And as I've said for years, you can deny the contract doesn't impact anything and that you can work around it, but you really can't. It really does hurt things and harm things. It makes it harder on organizations when the player wants to be paid top dollar from this position and how much money these guys are making. We'll see if it continues to play out this way. Maybe it starts to turn. Maybe these high-paid quarterbacks start to bring about the returns that are equivalent to what they're being paid. But up until this point, the last 10 years at least in football as we look at it, it really doesn't really show that for the most part. Daddy Dennis says Jamal Adams about to shut some fools up. He's home and knows it. Unquestioned leader. I hope you're right. That'd be great if he could ball out. That would be absolutely fantastic. Why do I? CJ Stroud looking NFL quarterback after a rough first half. He's a playmaker. Tyler Van Dyke did what he was supposed to do. Dice up accounts. Hand off and dice up accounts. Yeah, I mean, he can only do something. They're playing Bethune was the Miami Hurricanes. You're playing this just bottom of the barrel type college football program. So he definitely, they could just kind of run the ball down their throats all day. And CJ, Tyler Van Dyke didn't have to do a whole lot. Stroud looked okay. He looked okay. You look at him with the final line on things, and especially with the running game going as good as it was in that game. I would have liked to have maybe seen a little more production out of him, but they pulled the game off, and Notre Dame was a tough opening game for them too. Can't deny that. NFL edits, do you think it's bad money cap space managing by the Seahawks that led to they couldn't pay Russ? Some say it's because the Broncos did it. I'm not sure, but that roster is still young. No, I don't think it's bad cap management in NFL edits. In fact, the cap management was in pretty good place overall when you look at it year in year. We're not one of those teams that you look at mentioned like you hear about New Orleans every year, or the Eagles have been recently, or a couple of other teams that put themselves always $30, $40 million over the cap to begin off seasons. We're never at that point. In fact, last year we had $11 million on the books that we left unspent that we got to roll over into this year's cap. So that's not the case. I think the key here is more that they didn't want to spend the $60 million it was going to cost next year for a Russell Wilson that was then going to be 34 going on 35 years old with where they see Russell Wilson in his career. They could have been wrong in their assessment of that. And like I said, Russell has this top end still existing. He's going to get those skill refinement points in there that I talked about. Denver's going to eventually give him a pass blocking offensive line, and he will soar, or he'll ride, I guess, is the proper terminology there. But Seattle looked at it and said, he's not going to gain those skills. His top end has already happened. His prime has already occurred. And all we're doing at that point, paying him $60 million next year, is paying for past performance, past prestige. And they made that determination, right or wrong. We'll see which side was right, which side was wrong. As I said at the top of the show, NFL edits, this is one of the great games of chicken that we've seen in the NFL in recent history. Justin Goins says, my wife said I came too early. I told her when I come right on time. Why do I? Levis was concerning at times, still makes bad turnovers and turnovers and throws with no touch. So many passes 5 yards and shorter, easy throws. He makes amazing throws too. What an arm, but needs work still. Yeah, a little bit wild at the stick. There was a lot of drops in that game too. Why do I? To my eyes, and take into account again too. Watch how many snaps he's absolutely getting throttled after the throw. Like the ball comes out of his hands and he's getting whacked. And watching that performance with Levis, those things you said are right. But a lot of the reasons why those things were showing up, why is even on those short throws, there was way too quick a pressure being allowed by that Kentucky offensive line. Megan says, Caleb Williams from USC is someone I'm going to keep an eye on for potential Hawks quarterback in 2024 draft. He was very, very impressive, and I feel a superstar quarterback for the future. Ooh, give me a shot, Megan. Wish he was coming out this year. We'll write up my notes and send to you in the next few days, B. Sounds good, Megan. Please do. Please do. I got to check out that game. Daddy Dennis's Bills got shut out last preseason game. Saw some holes. I don't know, man. I mean, it's the last preseason game, and most of the NFL teams throughout the league were treating that last preseason game like the fourth preseason game from prior years, where it was a lot of third stringers most of the game. Monty Watts, it's Hawks fans' turn to get all excited about an upcoming crop of quarterbacks, but remember, it's a crapshoot as NFL is still such a different level. We just don't know until a guy plays in regular season games. Very true, Monty. It's worth getting excited for, but you do have to know that it's not necessarily a certainty just by you drafting a guy that now you got your guy. It isn't. Why do I? Oh my God, that UK O-line Levis has to play behind is horrible. Levis will be hard to grade with him constantly getting pressured. That's what impacted me in watching the game, Wide to Wide. Everything you said was on point. Wild at the stick, throws kind of a little bit all over the place at times, but I saw so many times where he's just getting battered. By the end of the game, he had bruises up and down his arms. He had blood on his elbow. And you're going, he's got to do 11 games of this? That was Miami of Ohio. The Kentucky offensive line just made Miami of Ohio look like the steel effing curtain. And Miami of Ohio wasn't even blitzing. It was just front four pressure constantly. Justin Goins, what's a month away? I'm going to be going to the Seahawks game with Megan in a month from now. Sean, Levis is just too inconsistent for me to rank him above guys like Young and Stroud. His offensive line is poor. Well, how much, I guess, Sean, my question for you would be, how much are you grading or giving him that benefit of the doubt by putting Young and Stroud ahead of him? Because with Young and Stroud, they, of course, don't have those same limitations up ahead of them. They have 5-star offensive line prospects all across the board in front of them. So how do you, and I don't have a good answer for this, Sean, by the way. I think it's a key question when we make these assessments between these guys is how much do you give a bit of a bump back to Levis for having to deal with that versus saying, well, yeah, he deals with it, but he still has these things to his game I'm worried about and concerns me. And again, I don't have a great answer on this. That's just I think the question at hand. Why do I says KJ Jefferson looked nice too, but that system is pure college bred. Looks like Tebow with a better arm. It is tough. It is tough because he does play in that very, like I call it the Cam Newton offense. It is what it is. It's the read option out of shotgun. It's a one read look, and then that's basically it. But he was throwing some nice balls, and he's got good arm strength. And he legitimately, they were saying on the telecast, he was like 10 pounds lighter this year, and he looked a little, maybe more even quicker than he was last year, which is saying something. So, that guy goes to the combine and puts up the year that he might put up this year, goes out and runs a 4.4 or, somewhere in that neighborhood. He's going to be up there in that draft. Justin Goins, Fran Tarkenton was the original scrambler, and he played 50 years ago. Very true. Sam the Great, if we actually do end up with a top 3 pick, then I'd go for the Stroud route. He's my number 2 on my draft board, so I like him a lot too, Sam the Great. I do. What's up, Snail? Sean, Denver took Benito. Yeah, Benito over Lucas. That one might be one Denver looks back as one that kind of haunts him as a decision. TP1, is Brandon Shell still a free agent? Last I heard, he was. Dayhetel, I know. I like how Russ is mad the Seahawks wouldn't get an offensive line, and now the Broncos are going to turn around and do the same thing. It's legitimately hilarious, and I feel legit bad for Russ because he's just asking for this one thing to be supplied to him, and even the new team he goes to can't do it. And now even worse, with him getting the new contract, there's not really a clear pathway to the Broncos putting together a future good offensive line for Russell Wilson. Because let's remember, they were down 2 picks this year. They didn't make an offensive line selection in the first 3 selections. They're down 2 more picks next year as well. It's a bit dicey. It's a bit dicey. 23, the Broncos O-line is probably worse than the O-lines Russ has been complaining about in Seattle. I think certainly from a pass protection standpoint, I think that they're pretty strong in their run game element. Those guys, I think, can run block. I do. But I do think if they get into situations where they have to pass block a lot, if Russell is kind of insisting on 35, 40 attempts a game, that's not going to be what that offensive line does good. If Russell kind of just swallows his pride with it and goes to hell with it, we'll just run the ball a lot, we'll win, and I'll lean on the defense and we'll call it a day. Well, again, that he can find success within that too, but that's also calling upon Russ to swallow the pride a little bit, which does not always go without saying. Wide, looks like Woolen will start. Correct. That's what we are hearing. Man, oh man, this will be fun. Woolen, week 1, Cortland Sutton. Mano. Tell you what, I don't like the thought of Tariq up against a guy like a route runner like Jerry Jeudy too, with his stop and start and all that. They'll try to match that up at times too, I bet. I almost want him to just follow Cortland Sutton the whole game. Daddy Dennis, Denver's D lost its heart twice over. Great secondary, but first Von Miller, then Shelby Harris. They have lost some pieces. Good point on that, Daddy Dennis. That's a good point. TB1 Filler says Denver's O-line is not good. No. They can run block. Just pass blocked has been 28th. I think they were 28th last year in pass block efficiency, and then they were 26th the year before. And this is exactly the same offensive line you're now continuing to trot out. And we've learned that here in Seattle. You keep trying the very same thing over and over again that continues to fail in that respect of things. To expect it to suddenly turn around in a heartbeat is not the way it works, or the definition of insanity, as Einstein said. Daddy Dennis says Russell Wilson's on pace to shatter the most sacked quarterback record ever. Oh, he will get there. He'll get there, no doubt about it. Why do I? Next week is UK versus Florida. Richardson versus Levis. Oh, doggy. We'll watch every snap. I had 3 games on at once watching the Saturday. So much fun. Yeah, I had the Kentucky-Miami game on and then the Florida-Utah game on. Those were my duels. But I'm going to be streaming it on my Seahawks scouting channel. Why do I? So I'm going to be doing some live breakdown on both those guys. Definitely a must-watch game. Garth Knott says the best troll the Hawks did was not allowing Disley to head over to Denver with them. There you go. Justin Goins, Trey Flowers gave up football to pursue a true passion in life, botany. Hey, go Trey. TP1 filler, Pete says K9 will be ready week 1, so he'll come to play around week 15. Pete does tend to be a little optimistic, doesn't he, filler? DK has Butterfingers 25% of the time. I don't know, man. He wasn't in the top 25 as far as most drops in the NFL last year. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, just me, or is Denver more of an unknown than our Hawks? The new coach can't be overstated. Like I said, this ain't Instagram. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Randall, and thank you for the $5 donation. I think there was some question with Denver a little bit this year. New coach, definitely questionable there to a degree. Again, they're sort of hoping that Russell Wilson just comes in there and serves as this big Band-Aid to cover up any of the issues that have been there offensively speaking, and that the defense will continue to maintain its level of play as where it's been. We will see. We will very, very well see with this Denver team if they're that. They were the team that was last in the division last year. I'm sure Bronco fans would have us saying that this was all the quarterback's fault that they were in last place, but indeed, you were at the end of the day in last place. And to say that team just on the back of Russell Wilson's addition is going to be suddenly a playoff contender 100% for sure, I don't know as much on that. I'm not as certain on that. Could be. We'll see. But I think there are definitely, if not as many questions, Randall, there are a good share of questions for a team some people think is, I think, a little bit closer in the contention point or being one of those elite teams in the AFC than I think they quite are. They're more in the same realm as us as being probably more of a fringe playoff team this year. And they're going to have to do some learning of Russ. There's some learning process there with Russ too. Garth Knight with the $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I get what Dion's saying with this light of the new Hall of Fame inductees and such, but are these new rules or something? Who is the most glaring induction? I could kind of, I could probably find in certain ways, and thank you for the donation. Inductees, NFL 2000. So let's just go 2021, for instance. You got Alan Faneca, Flores. So Tom Flores, I don't think should have been in the Hall of Fame. None. I don't know if none should have been in there. I don't know if Drew Pearson should be in there. Woodson's legit. John Lynch is probably legit. John Lynch is legit. Calvin Johnson's legit, but there's a couple in that class of 2021, I'd say, Garth. Then you've got, let's go 2020, which you only had 3, I guess. Oh, no. So 2020. 2020 was pretty good. Atwater, I always thought deserved to be in there. I guess Isaac Bruce probably does. I mean, 1,000 receptions, 15,000 yards. Yeah, you got to put him in there. Hutch deserves to be in there. Edrin James, probably with 12,000 yards rushing, deserves to be in there. I don't think Bill Cowher deserves to be in there. I'm not as certain as that. They did senior inductees. Harold Carmichael getting in there, I don't agree with. A lot of those senior inductees, I think, is where I might point to, Garth, where there's some of those senior guys getting in where you're going, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Like, I like Kevin Mawai, but I don't know if Kevin Mawai should have got in there. That's a former Hawk. I'm a homer in this respect, but I don't know if he was earning his way in there. These are just guys I'm going over in recent memory. So you just kind of can find some of the guys on the fringe edges of this that you sort of go, yeah, I don't know on that. I don't know about that guy. I mean, Terrell Owens getting in a couple years ago is definitely one we could talk about. Some of these I agree with, okay with, but like Bobby Beathard, I don't know. They're not all bad. Most of them are pretty good, Garth, in recent years. Some of this is, I think, Garth, too, just the nature of it's going to expand the more years there is football, and there's going to be more guys in there, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger. Maybe that's part of where Deion's going to the yearly festival, and it's like, when I first went in here, there's so many guys. Now there's all these guys in here. It probably seems like more. It seems like they're letting more in the senior committee, but I'm just pulling that from my butt. Thank you for the donation, though, Garth. Snail with a $5 donation. Let me check. I want to see one more year here. I feel like there was one year where I was like, really? Like Jason Taylor, Kurt Warner getting in, Garth. You know, I mean, Kurt Warner throws for, he basically has a 10-year career. He throws for 32,000 yards, 208 touchdowns, and 128 interceptions, and he gets in? Like, that was one year that I looked at that I was like, yeah, no. Jerry Jones getting in? What, just because you've been an owner a long time? Like, Jimmy Johnson did that work. So I bet if we went through this, Garb, we could find some names. Snail with a $5 donation. Thank you, Snail. Says, watched a little Jefferson. I'd put him 3 between Levis and Van Dyke. Van Dyke was, wide receivers do so much after the catch. It's hard for me to trust the numbers. Well, Snail, I still remain, there's nothing after week 1 from my standpoint that's changing my rankings from where I had going into this year. So I've got Levis 1. I've got Stroud 2. I've got Jefferson as 3. So we both have Jefferson in the same place in that respect. Then I have Bryce Young, and then I have Van Dyke as number 5. So that's my current list as it's assembled. But I agree. Jefferson to me does look like a really good talent. He's running a little bit of a simplified offense, but you cannot deny the physical ability that he brings to bear. And Van Dyke does play a little bit more within that scripted stuff. The other thing that makes it hard with Van Dyke, of course, is they're going to be running the ball so much. It's going to be a very, very conservative attack there with that Miami team. And that means that's limited number of throws that he's going to have. I mean, 16 attempts to go off of this past week. 13 completions from Van Dyke. That's going to make it hard to make an assessment, on top of the fact, as you said, many of those completions are essentially getting the ball into his receivers' hands to let them work with Yak in space. Daya tells us, how was Stroud in the first game? And again, Garth and Snail, thank you for your donations. I really do appreciate it. Stroud was okay. Of my top 5 list, he was the guy that came closest to what I would say struggle. He just kind of had a little bit of a middling game. I would have liked to have seen him put a little bit more up as far as statistically goes with how well the running game was going for the Ohio State team. And their backup running back, not their starter, but the second guy, boy, he is very impressive. So it was a little bit of a sputtering. Tougher opponent there with Notre Dame than some of the other teams got to play. So that factors in too. TP1 filler, I like this backdrop so much more than the Uday bunker. Good looking out. Well, he was only paying me for a week, TP. So, he got his week, and now I'm back home. Brando2345, did you see the Arkansas game? I'm just not that impressed with KJ Jefferson. I know it's only week 1, but I'm not sure he's even a top 5 quarterback in the upcoming draft. I mean, he didn't play that bad to my eyes on it. Was he super impressive? Maybe not. He was also playing against a ranked team, Brando. So I think you got to factor that in versus Will Levis playing Miami of Ohio, for instance, or Van Dyke playing Bethune. We got to probably build that in just a little bit. I have still the same issues. As weird as I didn't see really anybody progress a ton from what they were last year. Jefferson looks to me a little bit fleeter of foot. Will Levis's arm strength looks a little bit improved over an off season, but nobody to me jumped forward and doing anything different than what I saw off the tape last year in the opening week. And KJ within that, I still see the issues there mechanically with him, where I can't deny that the end results are he gets the pass in the right place and gets it there accurately. But mechanically speaking, it's very off in a lot of respects. Especially with his flat-footed nature. He just does not he loves to get flat-footed on his throws. And it's so maddening to watch sometimes with KJ in that respect of things. But look, against Cincinnati, he played a pretty good game. And I'm not saying that I wasn't blown away, but he kept to the same assessment I had for where he stood with it. Arkansas played a nobody week 1. They played Cincinnati. Cincinnati's a ranked team. That's not a nobody. Like a Miami of Ohio is a nobody, right? So like they're playing, if you're playing a ranked team, that's a legit team. The Miami Hurricanes played a nobody. Bethune, that's right, Snail. Snail with a $2 donation says, I wish I liked Cam Ward more. Go Cougs. Go Cougs. And thank you for the $2 donation. Yeah. Another guy with some mechanical things that sometimes annoy me a little. You couldn't deny the fact that he might be the guy with as much arm strength from the quarterback position as the Cougars have had since going back all the way to Ryan Leaf. You definitely saw him at times really unwind some hot pepper fastballs out there to his wide receivers. The accuracy's a bit off. I would argue the accuracy at times is off and widely off at times because his mechanics are all over the place. It's got a little bit of a pull-off thing that he does where he's throwing and it's almost like where you'd expect a quarterback to fully go in their step and fully release into their throw. He sort of partially goes into the step and sort of does that Brett Favre, I throw it while kind of going backwards thing, like a body language thing after the throw when he makes it. And it bothers me with him a little bit. I wish he was a little more clean mechanically, but he's got a great arm. And there was one throw he made that was the receiver's out of the back of the end zone, Snail, and they called it an incomplete pass. But it was such a nice pass. It's such a beautiful trajectory, and the ball placement was only where the receiver could make it, and the receiver just put the toe tap down right. It would be just a fantastic throw and catch. It wasn't that hard of a catch. The receiver just wasn't as aware of his toes getting him down, but there were some sparkles in there with Cam's performance. But I will be with you on that, and then I was hoping maybe a little bit more on the mechanics to be a little more cleaned up again, showing a lot of what I saw mechanically from him last year when evaluating him. Garth Knight with a $5 donation, and thank you again, Snail, for all your donations to the channel. Garth Knight with a $5, thank you, Garth, says, Brando. Yeah, Randall McDaniel brought up some good examples like Tony Baselli and Terrell Davis in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, Tony Baselli is another one that cannot go into the Hall of Fame. Like I know he was not around long enough to deserve to be there. It's ridiculous that they put him in. And frankly, I'm sorry, but I kind of feel like the same way about Terrell Davis. And as much as Terrell Davis was really good before his knee injury, a lot of the things that you could say about Sean Alexander, you would kind of also apply a little bit to Terrell Davis in the respect of he didn't have necessarily pure blood Hall of Famers out there blocking for him across the row, but he had Joe Gibbs's the offensive line coach trend-setting zone blocking scheme that was all new, and Terrell was being able to benefit from that scheme really just beginning to sweep the NFL nation as a very common scheme to be utilized. The mobile offensive lineman blocking in space, and then let's not say anything for the fact that you had John Elway and Rod Smith on the outside, and then you've got Shannon Sharp. Now a lot of other players to sort of take the attention off of you. Terrell had a good couple of years there. Let's not mistake it. But for him to be in the Hall of Fame, Garth, I'm with Randall on that. Both of those two examples that he gives are fine examples in the respect of those guys don't deserve to be in. It should not be the Hall very good. And it should be that you're more closer to a decade of dominance than you are to a 4 or 5 year period. That's not enough. And I think when you start expanding and widening that definition of what makes a Hall of Famer, again, you start to then muddle and then lower down what the Hall of Fame means and what it means to be a Hall of Famer. Randy McDaniel says it's going to be really fun to see how Anthony Richardson keeps developing. He has a lot of right traits. Can he keep getting better as a passer? A little Josh Allen. I can see a little bit with them. I've been struggling to find the comp for him. And as I was watching it on Saturday, Randall, we were trying to figure it out in the live stream, and we didn't quite come to a good assessment point of him. But I have to agree with the assessment somebody made earlier that the mechanics are a little cleaner this year. The delivery is a little more crispier. Not as elongated. So that was good to see from his standpoint. And now it's just about continuing to monitor that development. See where he goes. Justin Goins, don't worry. The Pac-12 days are numbered. It won't exist in a few years. No, I don't think it will either. I don't think it will either. Why do I? The 4 reasons I hear for why Seattle will be bad, like 3 to 4 wins: quarterback, offensive line, defensive line, cornerback. I think those groups are far better than outsiders think. Well, I'll give you credit. Why do I? I've heard monthly just the quarterback position is what people go do from what I've heard. So, the quarterback, where it's just been that simplistic at every single turn. But I think mostly people that made those assessments on the Seahawks being 3 to 4 wins have done very little time to actually assess the roster. And it's all really based on the fact that you've lost Russell and you've lost Bobby. So therefore you must have to suck now vis-a-vis. And I think that's a little bit of a logical leap. Ray in the cut doesn't want Lamar Jackson. He says the choke artist Lamar. I'll pass. Snail, as a Cougar fan, I wish I liked Cam. Yeah, Cam Ward. TB1 Filler says this channel will only be legit if Brando paints General Orange, Uday Blue, and Green. I'm done with Uday. He stiffed me, Filler. Justin going Seahawks in the playoffs? Playoffs. Dayatel, why do most analysts say we have the worst offensive line in the league? I can understand it's not great, but Cross is a top 10 pick. Lewis is average. Blythe is average. Jackson is just slow, but not terrible. Well, as I said sort of above on this day, I don't think the analysts have spent a lot of time assessing this team. I think that Seattle in general is a team that, especially from those guys that are on the East Coast as these type of analysts, will just tend to sort of forget about it a little bit, or they give a cursory glance to the roster and not much else. But they're counting on the fact that rookies can't play well out the gate. They're looking at, Cross is a top 10 pick and Lucas is a 3rd round pick, but the usually offensive linemen that are rookies aren't going to play well. That's just their simplistic approach to what they're applying there. And I think that that's driving that assessment. As I say, I think it's a cursory glance, but in the cursory glance, that's what's at the head of that assessment is that you have rookies on the edges at maybe 2 of the most important offensive line positions. So therefore you have to be bad. I come back today. This is why I don't put much stock in what they say on this, because the more you pick on the edges of their opinions, the more you can see how much it's just a surface level view of things. And there's not any real depth to it. Why do I? If Anthony Richardson plays most of the season like he did, he will be a number 1 pick to be 6'4", 230, move like he does with that arm. I hope he stays healthy. What a freak. What a freak. Why do I? And as I say, I'll say it once, I'll say it a million times. It is in the best interest of our Seahawks team that the more quarterbacks that can play, the better, the merrier. The more these guys that show themselves to be legitimate and great, the more it works in our favor, because everything settles right for us in the upcoming draft. So I hope he does. And he showed the signs of taking the steps towards that place. Why do I with this past performance this last week? If he can build on that and do more of the same throughout the course of this year, he absolutely will elevate himself into being a 1st round pick. Snail, I'm with you. I'm overall kind of no on Bryce. I do think he's a 1st round talent, but I would like to avoid it. W, I feel bad for Shane Waldron, but he just stayed on the Rams. He would have got a head coaching gig already. All the other Rams assistants have. Potentially. Especially if they're coming off a Super Bowl win. It's possible. That's usually what gets those assistants, those head coaching gigs. Filler, even if we end up the 3rd or 4th worst team, the Jets, Jags, Bears won't be drafting a quarterback, so we could get the 1st quarterback choice, even with the 4th, 5th worst record. Maybe is my answer on that one, Filler. I think you could definitely apply that to probably the Jets and the Jaguars. Bears, I'm not as certain on because they have a new regime there, and new regimes can sometimes look for different guys if they want to. And if Fields doesn't step forward, maybe they do want to go get their guy, so to speak. I think the few teams you left off that list that are also in contention for being in that top of the range, Houston Texans. They're going to be looking for a quarterback, and he could easily be the worst team in the league this year. I know a lot of people are high on the Lions, but let's face it, it's no given that the Lions are going to be good going forward. They've been pretty bad the last few years, so if they continue to fit the type, they are another team that is going to be in that contention for one of those one of those worst teams out there to push in that range of things. I'm not so certain that the Giants aren't in that realm as well, Filler. Giants will be another team probably ready to move on from Daniel Jones after this year, and they will probably be worse than us record-wise as well. Seahawks 1st and 12. Anthony Richardson reminds me of a little bit of Dak Prescott. Air moves better though. Yeah, he's a way better mover than Dak. I can kind of see that a little bit. A little bit. Daddy Dennis is feeling bad for Waldron. Interesting take. He did miss a ring. Well, he did. I mean, can't deny that. He would have had one more there. One more than he's got right now. TB1 Filler says, some in Rams land thought Waldron wasn't so great. Well, there's still a lot for him to prove here on his end of things here too. So we'll come to find that out very soon. Dayatel, teams can trade up in the draft though, especially for a quarterback they want. You can indeed. You can indeed. And especially when you got multiple picks like we do, that gives you the ammunition to do so. Roland Hudson. What's up, Roland? He says, hey, love your channel. Thank you so much. I'm a Seahawks fan living in New York. So many people ask me, so are you a Denver fan now? Really? I'm a Hawks fan since 76. Looking forward to the rebuild. Well, Roland, I'm right there with you on that. And I've pushed back against quite a few people. Not quite a few people. There's like some people that come in the chat that I've been a little bit more, I'm Russell Wilson fan. And a little bit of it's understandable, Roland, in the respect of these guys came into their fandom and the realization of being a Seahawks fan. A lot of them younger fans right at the time that Russell Wilson was coming aboard. So I do have some measure of not patience, but understanding of where those folks are coming from. At the same point in time, you are a Seahawks fan. If you're from Seattle, you can have come into the understanding that, that Russell Wilson was what really helped you fall in love with the sport potentially maybe. But at the end of the day, you are a Seahawks fan. And I've seen some of that same stuff. I've had those same questions posed to me, Roland. Don't quite understand it. I, like you, go back very far. I'm not quite back to 76, but definitely the early 80s. And I'm a fan of this team above all else, above any individual player, and it will always be that way. But I appreciate you watching from New York, out there in enemy lands, hanging on. And thank you so much. Madden Bro, thank you for subscribing, Madden Bro. You're awesome. Big Country, we'll find out how good Waldron is this year. We will indeed. And if he fails out this year, he's failed out. He's gotten his chance over a couple of years at that point. There's none of this, you get 5 years to find your way kind of thing. Randall says, hope the Hawks are on D to start the game. Yeah, let's get this right into Russell's hands right from the gate. Let's see how nervous he is. Let's see how maybe jumpy we got him a bit here. Justin Goins mentions the Lions. Yeah, I think they will be a deal there. Why do I says, how much did that stupid Watson contract help Russ? It made his second highest contract in NFL history seem like somehow he is giving a discount. What a joke. Too funny. Yeah, it was funny how people were trying to twist hard to make that into a discounted deal at $49 million per year. Like, really? 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 Yeah, I think the Watson thing definitely did impact it. I think it's impacted a lot of the contracts given out this offseason, including a Kyler Murray. I think teams are very worried about the specter of this becoming more of a commonplace as far as the full contract being guaranteed, starting to become that's all it takes is for one team to decide to do it. And then it becomes the mandate. It becomes the commonality. It becomes the thing that all the quarterbacks look to try to strive for now going forward. And so there's no denying that was going to impact things in some way or another. I think as well, Russ's people will let you know of where this is going to go long term if you don't want to do the deal now. And telling Denver this is a deal that's going to start at next year probably $60 million and might be even higher than that where we begin negotiations. And Denver went, well, 60? You said 60? Is that what we heard? Yeah. Mark Rogers said, yeah. You heard me right. Don't make me repeat it again. And so they went, oh, okay, well, maybe we get a deal done this year for a little less. And Mark went, yeah. That's exactly what we're going to do. And Rodgers gets to come back to Russ and say, see, I got you another deal with 2 years remaining left on your deal. But it is not a discount. And it is going to hinder the Broncos' ability to build that roster, especially to bring in the pass blocking offensive lineman that I'm talking about. Daya tells us, watch Russ get hurt when we get the first pick. Laugh my ass off. I mean, I'm not looking and voting for Russ to get hurt, but getting the first pick would be amazing. Sal Zero finally off work, Brandon. How do you feel about Tariq Woolen getting the starting job for the Broncos game? I am beyond stoked. I like it because it seems like an indicator to me, an indicator that certainly maybe competition is becoming back to being king once again, and that nobody is being just given their spot, be it in the starting role or being it even on the rosters we saw with Marcus Blair, just based on where you were drafted. And I think with Tariq Woolen, he came in as this guy rough, but he's earned his way through camp. We've heard the numerous stories of days of him showing out in camp, of playing well. He was almost made that interception in the scrimmage game. He's played very good in the preseason games. He's earned this opportunity. And that's what I've asked about this competition coming back and ruling the day, is that it comes back and truly becomes a baseline part of this team as we go forward, not simply something that they say as sort of like, politicians speak, where it sounds good, but then when the rubber meets the road, it's actually guys are just given their jobs. And so I'm very encouraged by that. This kid's got more talent at the corner position than Coach Carroll has had here in 10 years or 13 years, 12 years, whatever it is, by far. There's nobody who even comes in the realm. You could make even an argument that this might be one of the most purely talented cornerbacks from a physical attribute standpoint that we've ever seen come into football just about. Now, there's all more into this. He's a receiver convert. He's got a lot to learn. He's got a lot to make you get cleaned up in his game. But they just don't come right down the lane like this very often. And to have a cornerback whisperer and Coach Carroll to be able to work with this kid, as I said from day one when he was drafted, that's the thing that gets me most encouraged here is you have a Coach Carroll who's worked with all of these cornerbacks over the last few years here in Seattle that have all been mainly later round picks, not guys that are first or second round type talents in their ability. He's getting a lot out of a little from the talent standpoint. When now he gets all the talent in the world, what can you get from that now? What can you get from that on the other side of things? And I am very, very interested to watch this continue to develop. And I've got a lot of faith that Carroll's going to get a lot out of this kid, if not this year, into the future. D-Boy, what's up, man? Good to see you, D-Boy. Garth Knight with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I really appreciate it, brother. You're awesome. Says, Pete is letting the inmates run the asylum. Richard Sherman, who was threatening his in-laws 6 months ago, is now a mentor to defensive backs. USC, round 2. We'll see, man. I want him in Tariq Woolen's ear. I don't think he's going to give him the bad advice when he's in Tariq Woolen's ear. I think he's going to help him show him the way. And I like those guys coming back, man. I like them coming back into the fold of things. But we'll see. I don't think he's going to have that much of an impact on him, Garth. Richard's going to be busy with some of the other things he's doing in his life right now. But we'll see. We shall see. Appreciate the dono. Big Country, Alexander won't get in because short prime and the elite offensive line. I agree. I don't think so either. Brett Waldron, especially because there's a lot of running backs that are sort of backing up right around Alexander in the same area he is that also aren't going to make it. Brett Waldron, Brandon, who's going to have a better year, Diggs or Adams? I'm going to say Adams, Brett, because Diggs is not going to be put in as much position to get those interceptions as he was prior. Diggs might still play as well as he's played the last couple of seasons, but he's going to be doing more kind of strong safety type of things at times. And I think that that's going to lower down his opportunities to get those free safety center field type interceptions that he's gotten at such a high rate over the last few years. Whereas Adams, I think, is going to be played in a lot more of an aggressive role, which is going to put him in more of a position to have impact type of plays, flashier type of plays, and raise his overall level of production with it. So I'll go in that direction with it. Randall says, Gale Sayers is an example of a talent over production getting on the Hall of Fame. Agreed. That's another guy that I think, I understand that he was special in this little short period of time, but that's not what the Hall of Fame is about, is being special in a short period of time. The longevity aspect of it is just as much an important piece as having a tremendous amount of talent or a short period of high amount of production. And I think we're probably in agreements on that, Randall. I want it to be the Hall of Great, not good. Why do even that lad from the BYU look good? He's another small quarterback, though. No small quarterbacks, man. We got to say no to him. Just no. But yeah, he looked okay. D-Boy says, Adams, you like my Miles Adams video, D-Boy? I'm hyped on this guy. I'm telling you. I'm hyped. That tape blew me away. That Miles Adams preseason tape, watching the coach's tape on that, I was like, my God, every snap, he's doing something. Snail says, no way. Alexander is Hall of Fame. Yes, the O-line, I get it, but MVP at running back is still Hall of Fame worthy. Well, see, that's where, again, I come down to Snail. The Hall of Fame to me with the longevity aspect is an important piece to it. And yes, being an MVP in one given year is very impressive. And he put up a lot of years of really, really good production. But just being an MVP once at the running back position does not in itself earn your way for me to putting you in the Hall of Fame on that merely alone. And I think that the O-line is not just a good O-line that you're talking about in front of him. You had multiple Hall of Famers blocking in front of him. And that's maybe it's unfair, but it is going to impact the way people view Alexander historically. And especially with some of the secondary elements, which was the rest of the line was pretty good. And again, he had Max Strong and a pretty good quarterback and okay receivers on the outside and tight end. Daya says these cats retiring at 30 now makes the Hall of Fame thing harder. It should. Hopefully it does. Daniel Bailey says, win or lose, game 1, I just want our pass rushers to eat. 5+ sacks against Wilson. Go Hawks. Let's fly. Seahawks Nation. Let's fly. Let's fly. Garth Knight. Sorry, I read that one on Garth. Gregory Vendeland. Thank you for the $20 donation. Gregory Vendeland. I appreciate you, man. No comment that I can see in the donation, but just putting in 20 for the channel. You are very kind, brother, for doing so. I really do appreciate it. So very nice, all of you guys on the donos in the channel, man. So thank you so much, Gregory. Hope you're having a great night. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, Sherman's going to end up like Dennis Rodman in a truck outside a Lumen Field with a pistol in his mouth. Then he'll be a pastor. Well, as long as he eventually ends up leading people towards the light, Randall, or Garth, that's all you can ask, you know? As long as eventually he's just bringing people back around. We all got to go through our process there, you know? We got to go through our rough roads. And I think Sherman will eventually settle down post-career, and he'll become, I think he'll go do the work for Amazon, make a gajillion money, and he'll calm down eventually. That's what happens to all of us guys as we age, man. We all calm down. We're all young and full of vinegar, right? Piss and vinegar when we're young, and then we just start to just ease it down a little bit. Ease it down as you get older just a little bit. Thank you for the donations, though, you guys. Appreciate you. Herbside says, I could see Woolen getting a pick off Wilson on one of his moon balls. That would be awesome. That would be awesome to see. Stale and put Mike Holmgren in the Hall of Fame already. That is crazy he's not there. Well, if Bill Cowher's in the Hall of Fame, then Mike Holmgren has to be in the Hall of Fame. And probably you make the argument Hall should have been in the Hall of Fame before Cowher, in my opinion. But for him to take two different organizations to Hall of Fame, all the work that he did also, you got to take into account Mike Holmgren when you're putting him in the Hall of Fame. It's not just what he did as a head coach of the Packers. It's not just what he did as a head coach of the Seahawks. It's also what he did as a quarterback's coach, / offensive coordinator guy, I guess, for the Niners, and what he brought about there too. So a lot of Super Bowl rings on that hand with Mike Holmgren, and definitely probably deserves to be in there. Brian Young, Randall. That's another one that shouldn't be in there. I saw when Brian Young was going in, and I was like, no. I watched Brian Young play. Brian Young was not a Hall of Fame football player. Nagasa says Russ needs 5'8" offensive linemen to be able to see over the field. That would help him. Certainly wouldn't hurt. Daddy Dennis says, I never say go Hawks because I'm a Sox fan and Atlanta Hawks suck. Daryl Chapman says, if Kent Walker plays, I think we can rush for 200 yards week 1. I think we could do, Daryl. This Denver defense is more built to stop the pass than it is to stop the run. So that's a place you can attack. And last we heard, Ken Walker is supposed to play that week 1 affair. Randall B. Daniel says, to me, Phillip Rivers isn't a Hall of Famer. It's going to be hard with his statistical production to keep him out, Randall. Like it'd be the equivalent of a running back. He's kind of like the equivalent of a running back like Edgerrin James getting in. Where it's like on the surface of it, you go, well, he shouldn't get in, really. But then you go, well, he ran for 12,500 yards. He probably caught another 4,000 yards receiving. Same thing's going to be true with Phillip Rivers, where you go, well, there's this and this and this. And you can't fault Phillip in the respect of he had bad ownership throughout his time in San Diego. That was an ownership group that really wasn't fully committed with their pocketbook to winning there in San Diego. And that wasn't his fault necessarily. But I see where you're at on that, on where you'd put him in that category, and you could talk me into it, and that he's not. a Hall of Famer. Zal Zero, listen, I like CJ, but I'm never letting go of the Ohio State quarterback NFL curse. Most of them will never make it in the NFL. Hey, it's a real thing, right? It's a real thing. And if you do like what you're listening to, do me a favor, please. Even if you're listening to this on replay, live or replay, just do this one thing for me. Go up there, take your mouse, and smack the hell out of that like button. Helps me out a ton by you doing that. So I really appreciate it if you could. Justin Goins says, haha, you read that out loud. This dude will read anything. I will indeed. I will indeed. Randall says, don't sleep on Will Rogers. I won't sleep on him. Ethan Mangihi. I'm just going to say Ethan. Ethan was watching a Broncos stream earlier, and these guys knew none of our guys, not even Uchenna, who was in their division. Makes me appreciate the film work you and Brendan do. Oh, well, thank you, Ethan. I really do appreciate that. I want to know what I'm talking about when I speak, for the most part. That doesn't stop me from still speaking if I don't, but I try to still look to get to that point. And I'd like to think as much as I can too, that I've got a good, decent view on other teams and where they stand and how they're put together. But I'm not surprised. Not a lot of people understand how this team is built or how it's put together or the talent that's on there, the considerable talent that's on this team. They just are going to kind of simply, Ethan, go back and look at the quarterback position and let that rule the day. And frankly, you've seen this in the Bronco fans in their viewpoint of this upcoming season. You're coming off being in the cellar, and you've determined as a fan base that simply bringing in a Russell Wilson is going to turn everything around wholly for you at that point. And that's the part that I don't quite understand. You look at the Rams last year, they were bringing Stafford into a team that was already a playoff contending team, a team that was already an elite team. And then he was giving him that extra push up over the top. This is them expecting this one player to go from the bottom, pushing them all the way up to the top, all just on the own and his presence alone. And that's the part where I think it's a little simplified view of it. And maybe Russ is enough to do that. Maybe he is good enough to pull him that far just all on his own. But I'm a little skeptical myself. Appreciate it though, Ethan. Thank you. Randall says there are 6 to 7 intriguing quarterbacks in the SEC alone. Yeah, there are. The more the merrier, Randall. The more the merrier, man. Brett Waldron, Dwayne Brown, and Brandon Shell are still free agents. Do you think we get one or both back? Or do you think the Broncos get one or both? Not sure on the Broncos. Certainly Shell is probably in play for them. I thought Dwayne Brown, Brett, signed with the New York Jets after Micah Becton went down with a torn ACL or some sort of lower leg thing. So I think Dwayne's with the Jets at this point. Bobby Savage Hill says 2022 looks likely to not be spectacular, but hopefully will establish excitement for the future. However, Tyler, DK, Jamal, Quandre are under contract for 3 or 4 more years. Turnaround needs to come 23 and 24. I agree. The quicker and the sooner the better, Bobby. Being patient with some sense of aggression and a sense of urgency also is helpful here, as opposed to looking at this through a 2-3 year standpoint. It's one of the reasons why, Bobby, I think with the talent you already have, it doesn't mean the requirement of this rebuild has to take as long. It can be a little bit faster in its approach, especially when you knock as many drafts out of the park as if they knock multiple drafts out of the park like you did this past draft. Big Country says Tom Flores, definitely not. Yeah, no Tom Flores. Give me a break. Give me a break. Tom Flores came riding in after Madden had already established things. No. Should not be in the hall. Sorry. Nope. Deleted says, hey, Brandon Nelson made a video about Tariq Woolen and Richard Sherman mentoring him. He said he has the potential to be the next Richard Sherman 2.0. What are your thoughts? I think that they're very different players in their makeup. Both players are tall, bigger cornerbacks, that's for sure. So there's an initial point on this deleted where you look at him and you go, okay, I can see he's the new version of him. But Richard Sherman was not really a guy that was necessarily super quick from a short area standpoint, burst necessarily. He was not a 40 guy. He wasn't I didn't think he had a great vertical, an okay vertical. Where the reason I mention this is because Tariq Woolen is the freakish type of athlete. 4.26, 40-inch vertical leap, long arms, just everything you could kind of want as far as Coach Carroll could draw up as far as a design on a piece of paper of what he would want for the corner position. Richard also had the intelligence aspect, and he had the wherewithal to understand what was going on and read route concepts and be able to be always a step ahead in what was going on the football field. To say that I can prescribe to be able to get to that point of things, I don't know that I can. Richard didn't necessarily, in his ability of doing that, have that rub off on Shaquille Griffin. That was one of the biggest things with Shaquille Griffin, and remains so, that Shaquille doesn't have, which is just that natural feel for the game, the ability to read the route concepts, know when he can make a jump on a route. And right, so Richard wasn't able to kind of instill that to him. I don't think that necessarily just him schooling Tariq up will allow one to happen to the other through sort of an osmosis process. Tariq does have potentially more upper end ability and talent than Sherman does. I don't know if he's ever going to be able to match where Sherman was with the brain standpoint and how he saw the game and how that part played out. I can't quite give him that. So in one respect, deleted, he's got more potential than Richard. But in another respect, he's not going to hit the same place Richard's hit, which is what made Richard so good and what made Richard deleted such a really, truly unique player. I will say, to Brendan's point on this, he's right in the respect of, you've got a guy like Richard Sherman who understands the scheme, understands what Coach Carroll wants out of the scheme, especially from the cornerback position. That is going to aid and help Tariq out quite a bit, to let him cut through a lot of noise, cut through a lot of bad mistakes, to just get down the bottom line on stuff and how he needs to play situationally, how he needs to play overall. It's going to help. It's going to be a benefit. It's going to aid in his process of continuing further along. And it can't help but, make it ramp up. How much that is ramped up by Sherman's presence is, like I said, a little bit unknown on how much he's going to push forward, but it is going to help. That's for sure. Justin Goines, the main Hall of Famer I got a problem with is Terrell Davis. Agreed. Although really good and former MVP, he did not play long enough. His career was too riddled with injuries to support a Hall of Fame career. There we go. That's to me, that's a part that you got to factor in with Terrell. Garth Noit says Terrell Owens had stats. And Garth, you're right. Like, I can't deny T.O.'s stats, and that he might just have enough stats that it overcomes the main problem and issue I have for him, which is that he destroyed multiple locker rooms single-handedly, and destroyed locker rooms that had teams that were good teams at the time that he did so. San Francisco with the whole gay assertions for the quarterback at the time, and then him and Donovan McNabb getting into their pissing match. There was a bit of that with Terrell, where it was just, that was in the age of the height of the diva wide receivers, and he was the most diva guys that was out there. But I can't deny you on your point of that. I mean, the stats are pretty, with him, they're such a difference-making point that it's almost, it overcomes whatever he maybe brought as far as locker room limitations, if I can make that a thing. Big Country Holmgren's more deserving than Cower. I agree. Why do Russ is slow to start new system? Russ is slow to start the season. Russ is slow to start the game. Seattle might have a chance to jump on Russ in the first half. I hope so. D-Boy, oh my God, if we don't win that week, I'm blaming you and Brandon, Megan. You're going to hear our voice in the crowd, D-Boy. We're going to be doing everything we can to get that win. Garth Knight says, Brandon, I'm with you on Kurt. Yeah, the Warner one to me, Garth. Like, come on. He has like a 10-year career. He had like 3 of those years he was in New York barely playing, I think. Megan says, largest is most deserving of my Hall of Fame in my eyes. Well, the largest is a key of why you should be special to earn it. Like, that should be a bit, and not that high watermark that he was. He's like almost the best at his position, but you should be a lot closer to that mark than you should be to being like decent for 5 or 6 years. That's not it to me. Chase Stern with a $10 donation. Thank you, Chase. I really appreciate it. He says, I see articles saying this season is the least anticipated season in a long time. I couldn't disagree more. Things grew stale in Seattle. I am ready for a fresh start. Well, thank you for the donation, Chase. All your donations to the channel, I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Look, I've heard the same thing. I think this is a little bit of a national, that lazy national perspective view on things. My channel here has had more growth in this year and this offseason than I've had in my channel's history. In fact, we're right now with like 5 months to spare before I reach the year mark for my February induction date. That's every year it goes to February is where I can make my measure as far as how we've done as far as gaining subs or not. And we've always been about 2,000 every year on the mark, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. And well, this year we're already well over 2,000 as far as new subscribers go. And if people were that checked out, if people were that uninterested in this upcoming season in this team, then you wouldn't be seeing this type of interest. I'd like to think I'm okay at what I do, but part of this also is the renewed birth of understanding it is a fresh start, is that the story is not determined prior to the season, that we don't know that we're going to be kind of in this role of somewhere between 8 to 10 wins, and that's about as far as it goes. Maybe 11 wins if everything kind of breaks in just the right direction. And I think people start to see that now at least we're turned anew. We're now back to building towards something, and that does get people excited. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I mean, I'm 3 hours in this chat. We got well over 130 people into this chat right now. There's absolutely a Seahawks fan base right now that is paying very close attention to this team, that does care. And I think that that's, again, part of that lazy view on this fan base, lazy view on this team. And keep letting them undersell us. Keep letting them sell us short. Keep letting them think that we ain't nothing. I love the fact that we're going to be able to sneak up on people this year. I love that that's going to occur. It's going to be fun to watch the look on their faces. It's going to be fun to watch them eating that crow. And I hope they get served it week after week after week. Garth Knight, so Russ is a Hall of Famer right now. See, I think Russell Wilson is a Hall of Famer right now, but then I think he's got the pedigree to do so. Super Bowl winner, he's been a 9-time Pro Bowler. It's kind of like, to me, 10 years of kind of dominance is what you're looking for. And you basically have that in Russell. Was the first couple of his years more game managery? Yeah, but did he still play really good? I mean, even in his first year, I think he set a record for touchdown passes thrown in his rookie year. So even in that game manager role, he was still doing some very outstanding things. You got to build into also Garth, his abilities as a runner. He's got as many wins in his first 10 years as any quarterback in the sport. I think not named Peyton Manning. So yeah, I think he fits that marker of 10 years of kind of dominance. Justin Goins, Kurt Warner won the MVP and went to 2 Super Bowls and won one. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. See, again, to me, Justin, it's more with the personal accolades. I go beyond personal accolades. I also think the longevity part's got to factor in a bit. And I think that Kurt's missing that. He only played 10 years. And again, a couple of those years was in New York backing up Eli Manning. It wasn't just him for 10 years consistently going at it and being good. His heights were high, up. But he also had really, really low lows too. Daddy Dennis says Paul Hornung got caught betting on games, bad stats. Yeah, he probably shouldn't be in. You bet you probably shouldn't be in. That's for sure. Brett Walden says, I think Russ is going to choke against us. It's going to be a bright light, isn't it, Brett? A lot of pressure with him on a new team, expected to carry the day, carry that team to the playoffs, coming back home for the first game of the year. Monday Night Football, lights are bright. Going to be very interested. Who's going to blink first? Yeah, it's hard to not put OJ in there. I mean, I know what he's done with the off the field stuff, but I mean, OJ as a player was definitely a Hall of Famer. Randall says Kurt Warner has a Hollywood story and an above average career. If he had been a first round pick, he's not in the Hall of Fame. Good point. I probably agree with you. Justin Goins, they're still looking for the real murderer. I heard a theory a few years back that was interesting on the OJ one. There was a theory out there that it was actually his son that was the one that did it. And that OJ, because in staying quiet in the way he did, was actually kind of covering up for his son with that. I don't know. It was an interesting theory when I was reading about it. If you get a chance, you look into it. TGC Nave, what's better about Levis than the other quarterbacks like Bryce Young, who had 6 touchdowns and over 100 yards rushing? Well, I think Bryce Young has a lot more TGC to work with. This is the part that makes the assessments a little bit tough. When you talk about Bryce Young or when you talk about Marcus Stroud, you're talking about guys that have 5-star wide receivers, 5-star running backs, 5-star tight ends, 5-star offensive linemen. They've got a lot up in front of them to work with. And when you look at a guy like Bryce Young, he's working with a little bit more of that kitschy college offense, which is a little bit more spread-based. So a spread-based offense, TGC is going to naturally put up more stats than if you have a guy running a pro-style system in college football. The pro-style system is probably going to run the ball more, be more balanced, not as many passing attempts. So this is where a little bit of the yardage stuff can be a little bit of a misnomer to me as far as when you look at these players and just make that assessment based on it statistically speaking goes. When I look at Will Levis, he's playing on a Kentucky team where he doesn't have pass protection a lot of the time. He had probably 5 or 6 drops in this past game against Miami of Ohio. Did Bryce Young have 5 or 6 drops? Were those 5-star receivers dropping balls in that game where he put up 6 touchdowns? I don't think so. I don't think that they were. And so it's not everything in my assessment here, TGC, but right now Will Levis is running a pro-style attack, and he's not just running a pro-style attack. He's running your Seattle Seahawks offense exactly. I was watching this game this last week, and I'm literally looking at our formations on the football field for Kentucky. So when I look at that, and then I combine that with the fact that a guy like Bryce Young, you mentioned TGC, is very undersized. Very undersized. He's not going to get the clean pockets at the NFL level that he's getting at Alabama. He's not going to see as cleanly through those passing lanes as he gets to see in Alabama. It's going to get a lot more tight, a lot more compacted, a lot harder for him to see. And I think that that's going to inhibit his gameplay at that point when that occurs. So while it's impressive what he did, TGC, and while I still do have a first-round grade on Bryce Young and do think fairly highly of him, it's just that I think much more highly from Will Levis in the respect of prototypical size, better scrambler, playing in a pro-style offense, like his mechanics better than I like Bryce Young's mechanics. I like his arm strength more than I like Bryce Young. He's got a stronger arm than Bryce Young does. So that's why I kind of have the assessment where it does currently. Though, TGC, it's not set. As I say, this year's tape's going to factor in the most to this. So my opinion can be swayed based on the tape that I get to see this year from these guys. Megan says, I can't wait for the Bronco fans to start bitching about the amount of money they paid Russ for little to no returns. Then all the Seahawks fans can laugh, point, and say, we told you so. Oh, it'll be fun, Megan. It would be awesome to be able to say, hey, you guys said we were just being sour grapes. Then not so much sour. Here, how about you take a bite of some of these sour grapes? How they tasting? Not so sour, is it? It's just grapes. Just grapes, not sour, just grapes. AOP Warrior, thank you for subscribing. You are a gentleman and a scholar. Nike 11, you should watch Anthony Richardson. I watched the Anthony Richardson game live, Nike. I was watching 2 games at the same time, the Levis game and the Anthony Richardson game against Utah. I was very impressed. And he's a guy that could start to creep up into my top 5. Indeed, I have him right now, kind of based on that performance, at 6 on my top list of quarterbacks for my college board. So I think very highly of him. I liked what I saw out of him. I'm very hopeful as he can continue through this year to continue to build on that. But very encouraged by what I saw. Justin Goins, what the F is Cam Ward? He's a Washington State quarterback. Why do I says I mentioned Jefferson, not Hamilton? That's funny I did that. I knew you were mentioning it. Garth Knight says, F the Cougs. You see this Penix kid at UW, he's exciting. I got to watch the UW stats or highlights. I haven't checked it out quite yet. May says, okay, B and 12s. I'm heading to bed as friends and heading to the beach to see a Queen tribute band for the holiday Monday. We'll send you notes when I get a chance to write them up and see you soon. Sounds good, Megan. You have yourself a great night. Peter Gohawk says, Penix was solid as hell. UW got themselves a boss. What are your thoughts on his performance? I'm so sorry, Peter Gohawks. I was kind of pressing through because I wanted to make sure I had a chance to see all of the top quarterbacks that performed yesterday that we had on the list on that. So I did not have a chance to get around to checking out the UW game. I just kind of have run out of time in the last day or so on that. So I have not had a chance to check it out. But I will. I'll have an opinion for you on the next live stream. I promise I'll take a little bit more of a closer look. Brett Walden crying about the Seahawks line to then go to the Broncos line, who's no better, laughing out loud. It's the part, Brett, I felt bad for Russ, man. He talks about getting hit too much and want a little more pass protection, and then goes to this line that's doing no more further steps to get him to that. And now that they paid him this big, massive contract, and now that they're not going to have 4 picks in the first 2 rounds over the last couple of years, they're not in any position to be able to add that pass protecting offensive line for Russ. You have a great night, Megan. D-Boy says, anybody going to the M's game tomorrow? Sorry. Gard and I, did Oregon win this weekend? Oregon got the brakes beat off of them this weekend. Pretentious Cameron, what if the Seahawks drafted Luck instead of Wilson? I wonder how differently things would have played out. I know we don't have the number 1 pick, but still fun to think about. It is fun to think about. And Andrew Luck is probably still playing in the NFL at this time, if that is indeed the case. So, yeah, we weren't in a position to do it, as you say, Cameron, but I do think Luck still is playing to this day if it happened. Brett Walden says, if we didn't give Jamal so much money, we could have gotten a line for Russ. You could have definitely, there's an argument to be made, Brett, to put more money towards the line versus spending that money on a safety position. You're right. You definitely could have put that in, if you got him a better offensive line, that might have been better assets put in a better position. Garth Knight, Georgia's Georgia, and who cares about minor league football outside of wagers? Bring in the XFL minor league football. Sean says Lions have a much better roster than us. Much better? Much better? I don't know about much better. I don't know about that. Randall says, it's interesting to look at other teams who could draft a quarterback. Hawks, Lions, Giants, perhaps Jets, lesser degree Bears, Titans, Dolphins. I think the Titans are out with Malik. Dolphins are a potential. And Saints, Carolina, about 25% of the league. There's a lot of potentials, Randall. There's a lot of guys that could be looking for quarterbacks, that's for sure. TGC Dave says the Bucs could also be looking for a quarterback. That's another one. Yeah, it's a good point, TGC. They very well could be in a position, too, where Brady moves on and then they just package a whole bunch of first-round picks together because they still feel like they're in their window. And they go get that quarterback with those picks. It could be a way that they go with it. D-Boy says, I had someone ask me the same. Are you a Bronco fan now? No, I'm a Seahawks fan, not a Russ fan. Let's go Hawks for life. I know, it's such a weird question, D-Boy. It's like I never would ask another team that if they let go of a quarterback. Like, it's just a weird question, but I've been asked it too. So I guess it's a thing. Sean says, Goff's better than Geno. Yeah, but Jordan Brooks is a better middle linebacker than they have. Our cornerback situation is better than their cornerback situation. Our safety situation is better than their safety situation. Outside of Aiden Hutchinson, who's their pass rusher that's dangerous? And Aiden is still a rookie. Offensive line, maybe offensive line, they're a little bit better. We've got better running backs. We got better wide receivers. So they've got the Lions have got us beat by quarterback and offensive line, and that means they have a vastly superior roster. I don't think so. MSR, Cam Ward played good. Anthony Richardson looked really good, as well as Jordan Travis, just based off week 1. Jay Travis is my number 1. Anthony Richardson is my number 2. The rest are equal so far. I got to look at Jay Travis. Haven't taken a look at him yet. Haven't had a chance to look at him. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Brando, what would Megan's notes look like from the scouting a Queen cover band? Have you ever scouted a cover band? Brando, scout Van Halen cover band. Well, I think with Megan's notes on that, it's got to be completely on how the lead singer hits Freddie Mercury's notes. I mean, that's the end all be all. And then beyond that, can the guitar player hit Brian Queen's solos? I mean, those are the notes on that. That's kind of where it begins and ends with the Queen, right? If those two parts are being done right, if those licks are being laid right on that guitar and that guy's getting close to Freddie, then you gotta give that a good scouting report there. Van Halen, it's all about the guitar playing, man. And if the lead singer's got a little bit of that, if you're going to do early Van Halen, you got to have the lead singer doing all that jumping and ninja stuff, and he's got to be good with swords. Brett says Richard Sherman was also the best corner in the game at one point, a great mentor for the defensive backs. I think he's excellent in that respect. I think he's a guy that could be able to communicate and get across what those guys need to do. Again, he knows what needs to be done in this scheme. He knows the way Carroll wants to run this, backwards to front. And he can get that across in a way, probably in a unique way than even Carroll can in his messaging. Randall says Atlanta's another team that probably goes quarterback if they're picking high, unless the rookie shows out. True. Some of that's based on Ritter and where they stand with him, but it's possible. Essentially, every team in the NFC South is unsettled at quarterback. Yeah. We could have a lot of teams looking, Randall. D-Boy says, Brandon, what part of Geno's game should he work on coming into the regular season now that he's quarterback 1? I think the main thing is just being decisive, not always trying to take that extra beat to wait for things to fully open up and for it to be absolutely crystal clear to him of where he needs to throw the pass. Sometimes getting back there and just letting it rip. You saw Drew Lock maybe operate with a little bit too much of this throughout the course of the preseason, but he needs a little bit of that Drew Lock to his game. Not a whole hog, just being wild with it, D-Boy, but not playing just completely safe. It goes back to that old axiom of playing not to lose. You can't play the quarterback position strictly to not make the mistake. It has to be also to make the right throw, to make the tough throw. And that's the part where I want to see a little more of that decisiveness from Geno as we go through the course of this season. He's earned this job at this point, D-Boy. He outplayed Drew. Now he needs to play like, this is my job. I'm not a backup in here kind of filling in anymore. This is my job. This is my team. I'm the leader. Take hold of it. Take hold of it with the confidence, and less than it being about reads on a football field or him beating a blitz with a beautiful throw. It's more of a command thing for me, D-Boy. It's more of just the way he goes about his business on the football field and how you're feeling his energy. And sometimes in this preseason, there was too much of that energy that felt a little bit too often tentative to me. As Randall says, being assertive and intentional with the ball. That's a great way of putting it. Great way of putting it. Ethan says, Mariners 7-1. How about the Mariners? 14 wins in a row, 7 wins in a row. I don't know. Are we going to lose another game this year? I don't know. I'm just not certain. Sam the Great, looking forward to the future of the Mariners. We might be the next Astros without the cheating scandal. Yeah, we'll legitimately do it, Sam. To your point, we'll legitimately do it. And the Mariners have set the stage for the next couple of years to be very good for a very long period of time. And getting that contract with Julio cemented as they do means they're not going to have to look at some horrible period coming up where we might look at the specter of Julio moving on out of Seattle right as he's about to go into his prime. They've got still a very good farm system. The young pitchers have come up and all seemingly have popped, from Kirby to Gilbert. The bullpen's still excellent. Everything is set. And I think that they're not going to look to take any shortcuts here. They haven't so far. And DePoto has really shown that he's got the makings of becoming, maybe the best general manager in Seattle Mariner history with some of these moves that he has made here recently. Yeah, Gregory coming in with appreciate you, Gregory. Sick cameraman, did you already talk about Tariq Woolen and Sherman already? A little bit, but I don't mind. Of course, Sherman talked in this recent podcast, Sick Cameraman, which I'm sure you're speaking of, he was on the podcast, The Volume, talking about his belief that Tariq Woolen would be starting game one, sort of letting that cat out of the bag. But I think that it's he's also had a lot of time to work with Tariq. No doubt he's picked up the fact Tariq's got this special skill set. And the combination of a Tariq special skill set with Richard Sherman's big brain as it concerns what he does on the football field could be a bit of a match made in heaven in certain respects. I already have a lot of belief that Woolen's going to be helped and aided along by what Carroll is able to bring. But between Carroll and Sean Desai and Carl Scott and Richard Sherman, that's a lot of help that Woolen has to start to get his game rounded up all that much faster. And again, the sky's a little bit of the limit with this kid, Sick. It literally is. Cornerbacks do not come out 6'3", running 4.26, jumping 40 inches with 35-inch long arms. You do not get guys like that at any point in time. He is in the 99.9 percentile as far as athletes go, his RAS score. So those are the type of things that are hard to find, are the physical attributes and ability and the size that you would like from the position. Now it's the teaching him up and it's getting the technique refined. And that's going to be the harder part to predict, because that's about how much the player cares and how much work he's going to put in. The early indicators are, though, the guy's willing to put in the work. The fact that he's ascended to a starter status already this early in his career, 2 years after switching from the wide receiver position, should get everyone out there very excited about this kid's upward potential. Ethan says, yo, Brandon, do you see Miles Adams starting week one? I don't see him starting week one, but I see the team putting him in a position of being what would be a very key fixture potentially as we go through the year in what would have been the old NASCAR package. When you get in positions and situations of passing situations and he gets to just go up the field and attack, that's what I want to be able to allow Miles Adams to do. He was good against the run in the preseason, but letting him just work into that pass rush rotation is where I would look initially to try to inject him, and then let him maybe build upon the back of that. Can't deny he was good as a run. He was good against the run as well. There's no denying there. But that would be the part that I would try to fit him into, Ethan. I'd essentially try to fit him into a similar role of what you were trying to do with Boye Mafe as your rotational backup to Uchenna Owusu and Darrell Taylor. Randall says, Randall going to sleep? Sounds good, Randall. You have yourself a great night, man. Appreciate all the donos on the chat. Randy Wagner, after all those years together, Pete Carroll has to know Russell Wilson's weaknesses. He just might expose it Monday. What do you think? Well, it goes in combination, Randall, with a little bit of what we talked about with the fact that you've held your cards close to the vest throughout this preseason and not unveiling any of the cover 2 shell stuff. You've not really unveiled very much of the pressure-based packages. It was a lot. You've not even unveiled, Randy Wagner, very much of the 3-4 defense, which we thought was going to become a little bit more of a mainstay here this season. And the thinking has been that they've done that to be able to hold those cards close to the vest so that like a avalanche, you can just drop it upon Denver's back game 1. Maybe it's going to catch Denver definitely unaware. They have no film to base on. They're going to be catching this first thing scratch, and they're going to have to adjust to it, however it comes at them in that respect. So there is some returns of that you could get. And Randy Wagner, here's the thing about that is that not only is it you bringing on this new defensive styling being the cover 2 shell, it's you bringing on this cover 2 shell defense, which is the exact defense that has given Russell Wilson so many problems over the last couple of years. So yeah, I think that there's going to be a measure of them knowing how to deal with Russell and what is his weaknesses, and they're going to try to force him to kind of play a little bit left-handed in this first game of the season, I would imagine. D-Boy says, hey, 12s, the first thing I do is hit that like button when I come into Brandon's stream. You can be like me. Hit that like button. It will make you a better person. Well, thank you, D-Boy, for mentioning that. And please do hit that like button if you do like what you're listening to. I really do appreciate it. D-Boy with a $2 donation as well. Thank you, D-Boy. You're awesome, brother. Says, B, I'm going to bed now. Just want to show some love. Well, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. I thank you for all your modding that you do on the channel here. One of my old mods here on the channel. So as I say, D-Boy, every time I see you pop in the channel, it always brings a smile on my face when I see you in here. So I appreciate you, my guy. We'll see you this week and also on the baseball streams. We'll be doing a lot of streaming this week. So thank you so much. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, Carroll runs back to front. Simple logic says front to back, but he's the guy who didn't draft Russ. Yeah, he's a back to front guy in the way that he's built it, especially with how they've spent their money. And I mean, how much draft capital you put in the safety position, how many corners you've drafted in recent years. I will say, Garth, this is the place where maybe his old school thinking is running up in parallel with the thinking of analytic folks, because the analytic folks are telling us that this transition has now undergone the NFL. No longer do you build defenses front to back. Instead, it is back to front. So this is a little bit of where maybe the old ways have come around full circle, Garth, to becoming in the new way. It's like how fashion trends happen, and then 20 years later, they come back around. So you just keep those clothes in your closet, just give it some time, and then you can pull those clothes right back out again, right? And you can call them vintage, something like that. Garth, another $5 donation says, does Richard Sherman think Pluto should still be a planet? You saying he's a genius, so his opinion is of note? I don't think he's a genius in life, but I think he's definitely a savant, Garth, when it comes to a football field. And a guy that I think doesn't necessarily have the natural great speed and a little bit of limitations in stop and start and flipping his hips, being as big and long as he is, and that you're always going to have to deal with that as a cornerback at that size to a degree, which puts you a little bit behind the 8 ball. I think he overcame that with his football intelligence. I don't know that intelligence, I'm not saying it does or doesn't. I'm not trying to make determinations on what he does off the field. I don't know that just because you're smart in the field means you're smart off the field as well. I know he went to Stanford. I'm probably a pretty smart guy off the field as well. But all I'm speaking to on this, Garth, is strictly what I see from Richard on the field, which is a guy that is very heady and aware out there and understands what's happening, is rarely caught surprised in the prime of his career when he was at his best. But he didn't think Pluto was a planet. Pluto's a planet. Peter Go Hawks, what are your top 5 college quarterbacks? And what do you think of Penix at UW? I'm sorry, Peter Go Hawks, I didn't have a chance to go and check out the UW game as of yet. I wanted to look at those quarterbacks you talked about first and kind of look at some of the film that I could find on those guys first and foremost. So I will take a look at UW still. They're on my list here as my next thing to kind of watch. Just ran out of time. But my top 5 college quarterbacks as it stands right now are Will Levis is number 1. Number 2, I have still sitting CJ Stroud. Number 3 is KJ Jefferson. Number 4 is Bryce Young. Number 5 is Tyler Van Dyke. I'll give you even number 6. So my number 6 college quarterback right now would be Anthony Richardson. But Richardson's the one with the arrow, right? He's the one where they would say, the radio announcers back in the day when they're doing the top 100, they say, this one's with a bullet. Well, he's the one with the bullet. He's on the rise. And Richardson could certainly see his star overtake any of those other 5 guys on the list. But those are my top 5 as it stands right now. Brett Waldron, Brandon, do you play Madden? It's a tough question for me to answer on that, Brett. I love Madden, going back for years on it. I used to play it religiously. I used to play it way too many hours. But I was a guy that liked to play it for the dynasty mode. I like team building. That's obviously why I do this channel. I like talking about these deeper, geekier things as it concerns football. And so that's the part I used to like about Madden. Madden has, unfortunately, in my opinion, sabotaged that element of their game, the dynasty. They made it all about the MUT mode now. And they want to get money after you spend the game. And so it's been harder and harder to play it. It's felt like it's gotten buggier and buggier over the years. The animations have started to take over and make you feel like you got less control and more stuck into the predetermined motions and movement. And that stuff bothers me about Madden now. I just think it's not in its best of shape. I wish 2K was out there running a true NFL simulation game that can compete. That's what Madden needs right now, is a little bit of competition, in my opinion. But quite frankly, Brett, the whole video game industry is in a little bit of a ruinous state as it stands right now. We're in what's going to be viewed, I think, in the video game industry as the dark ages, and hopefully eventually we get outside of this time period back to when video games can be cutting edge again and really give you a fun new experience. Why do I? Denver has two good pass rushers. Gregory is hurt again. They don't know if he's going to start. I'm not scared of Denver's pass rush, you mean? Why do I? That's interesting. Gregory's hurt. That's a big hit to them if he is, because that does start to limit them down again, as somebody else noted. They did lose Shelby Harris this offseason. Von Miller's gone. It's Bradley Chubb and Gregory right now. And if they're just down Gregory, that leaves basically Chubb. Why do I? Denver also has several injured linemen. It's going to be scary for us. Ooh, I can't wait. Frothing out the mouth. D-Nugget says, aloha from Hawaii. Aloha. 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 D-Nugget. Garth Knight, wait, do people think Largent is in the Hall of Fame? Who thinks that? Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that, Garth. He's a unanimous guy. Snail, Steve Smith deserves his own room. I love that dude. Steve Smith deserves to be in there. Smith deserves to be in there. He hits the marks. Michael Adams, how come they didn't pull the trigger on Baker Mayfield? Instead went with Geno Smith or Andrew Luck? Lucky to win 3 games. There's a couple reasons for it, Michael. Nothing is ever as simple as just one reason, I would say, in these kind of situations. First off, Baker Mayfield's been rehabbing through most of the offseason, not been throwing a football. You could make an argument that's going to limit his upside to this upcoming year in how he's able to perform, and that he wasn't able to train. You train to be at your best come the season. And if you're rehabbing instead of training, you're not at your best coming to the season. You might be able to have yourself from a health standpoint better protected and ready to endure the rigors of an NFL season, but you're not at your best from a performative aspect. And players have said this, Michael, so this isn't just me saying it. Players say this all the time. This year was different. I didn't have to rehab this year like I did the year before when I tore that ACL. I was able to just train 100%. I'm at my best come game 1. So Baker, first out the gate, didn't have that in his favor with the torn labrum that he suffered through the whole offseason. The second aspect about this then is that when you made the trade for Baker, it was going to be very late because the Browns were not going to be able to trade Baker when he was still rehabbing and not basically ready to go out there and throw and be ready to get on a football field. So that meant that you didn't have any of the offseason, Michael, to be able to have him work with DK or any of the receivers. If you brought him this late into the game, you're going to have very diminishing returns on what you're going to get back from Baker Mayfield at this late of an hour. Quarterbacks need time to work with those receivers in the offseason to get that continuity and chemistry going and ramping up and going good. The last aspect, the last point on this, Michael, and maybe the most important aspect of this is it takes 2 to tango, brother. Baker's got to want to come to Seattle as well. It doesn't just merely take the interest of Seattle to wanting to come here. It's also that Baker wants to come here. And he took less money to go to Carolina. And there were indicators that Baker did not want to come to Seattle. So you put those all into the same point. Makes a lot of sense as to why he wasn't here. Big Country says, I don't know about Andre Johnson, but Steve Smith, yes. I'm not sure. I'm with you on that. I'm not as sure on Andre. I don't have as much of an opinion on that one, but Steve, yes. Absolutely, Steve. Absolutely. Snail says, ice up son, his greatest football moment on another team ever. That was an awesome moment with Aqib Talib. He's also got that moment later on in his career where he's running and the guy's coming behind him and he literally takes the guy's helmet and throws him 5 yards in front of him. And just like, how do you not love that guy? You know, how do you not love him? As small as he was kind of like a bully. Corona says the biggest problem with the NFL is the average player's career is super short compared to almost every other sport, which skews the good, great, elite Hall of Famers. It does. But that's part of why, to me, it should be special, and it should take the longevity element to get into the Hall of Fame too. Not just the sparkling stats or sparkling short period of time, but a period of time, because that's what should make you special. It should make it more of a specialized state that you have to really earn it. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. I really do appreciate it. It's good to see you in the chat too, brother. It says Broncos hype is getting nauseating. Sure, they have great wide receiver depth and a few new vet defensive linemen, but people are acting like it's year one of a dynasty. Get the F out of here. Hey, Paul, I'm with you a little bit. I've not understood it. I've lamented it on this very show and saying you've got a team that was bottom of their division, playing in what now is the toughest division in football, and they were in last place last year. You look at what they did as far as losses versus additions over the course of this offseason. You lose Noah Fant, who's been a pretty productive tight end for them. He's gone. You lose Shelby Harris, who got you 9 sacks a year there in Denver from the defensive line position. He is now gone. You pick up Russell Wilson, you pick up Randy Gregory, you pick up DJ Jones. But there's nothing else really beyond that outside of some small little moves here and there that don't really amount to a whole lot. And yes, people are acting like that. Just the addition of Russ alone then puts them into sort of this, oh, now they're almost like a front runner in the AFC. They're right there with the Chiefs. AFC's tough. I'm not so sure about the AFC West is tough. I'm not so sure about that. And I don't get it as well, Paul. I think that there's just been a lot of recent history of quarterbacks like Tom Brady and Matt Stafford moving on to new teams and then allowing those new teams to excel. So people are victims of the moment and they're victims of that recent memory of these things happening. So if it's worked for Brady, if it's worked for Stafford, then it absolutely has to work the very same way with Russell Wilson. And that's when I think and I could be wrong on this, but I maintain that a lot of this opinion that comes out from that standpoint, Paul, that's pushing that narrative comes from a place of looking at the situation from just a surface level and trying to look at it from a simplistic view of great quarterback, make bad team good. Yes. No, I don't have to think about it anymore. And that's what it comes down to is a lot of these analysts and pundits, in my opinion, at times just don't want to look at it that deeply. They want to get to the quickest spot to get to the quickest point of their opinion so they can dive off it and jump onto the next thing that they can have an opinion about. But the more you take a little bit more time to look at the Denver situation there, the more that there is a perilous route to this upcoming season for this Denver team. And it's not so straightforward that they're just going to be amazing because of Russell Wilson's sheer presence. But thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it, Paul. Snail with another $2 donation. Thank you, Snail, for all your donos as well, brother. Says, what is the best whiskey and why is it proper 12? Well, in all honesty, I'm not much of a whiskey drinker. I'm in the state of Washington, so we've got our legal smoke here, so smoke is good. Look, I'm an American. I go back to my Jack Daniels, and I just can't get too fancy with it. I'm a man of tradition. I'm an American man of tradition. I'm held to that in a way. I just can't help that, And so if I'm reaching for it, I'm probably reaching for the old. It's probably not the best, Snail. You're probably right. It's not the best, but it'll get you through. It'll get you to the other side. I'll try proper 12 this year though, Snail. Maybe I'll get that for one of the live streams and we'll do it on your recommendation. Do it on your rec. Addicted to Hawks. I got my eye on KJ Jefferson, Arkansas, and Hendon Hooker, Tennessee quarterbacks for the 2023 draft. Hendon's another guy we haven't mentioned much on this stream, addicted, but he is another guy worth watching. Really good mobile kid, pretty live arm, very wild mechanics on Hendon, but another guy worth watching. Unknown, hello there. Thoughts on Van Dyke? Was watching him. I know he hasn't played much, but kind of interesting. Van Dyke was really good. A lot of like what I'd say on these quarterbacks. My evaluations from last year sort of carried forward to this year in that respect. Van Dyke was impressive in the place where I want to see mostly this year out the gate, which is increased accuracy inside the 20s. The kid, if you watch him from highlights, and this bore out in this last week as well, you get him in the red zone and he is absolutely dynamite as far as his accuracy. He is pinpoint. He can throw the ball with touch. He can throw the ball with power. He's going to put it right where he wants to put it. And he's going to get a lot of free and easy touchdowns because of that skill set. Sometimes the accuracy can wane a little bit between the 20s. I don't know if it's maybe a little bit of a lack of concentration there, but he was 13 to 16 this week. They were playing against Bethune, so it wasn't a very big program they were going up against. And with Mario Cristobal there with the Miami Hurricanes, they're going to want to run the ball a significant portion of the time. So he didn't get as many attempts this week, but he certainly was pretty sparkling in those attempts that he did have. White White says, when looking at Tyler Van Dyke's passes week 1, those 18 passes were to 2.5 quarters. He should get up 25 to 30 attempts a game. Yeah, that's not going to be a normal for them. I still think he's going to be, to your point on that, Whitey White. Van Dyke with Mario Cristobal, like we remember Mario Cristobal and how much we wanted to run at Oregon. We remember what Mario Cristobal kind of did to Justin Herbert's draft stock with the conservative nature of that Oregon offense when Herbert was there with him. So you're going to get similar here with Tyler, where there's going to be a little bit of a repression on his game and how much that he's going to get to really flourish and show out. But if he does what he does this last week, where you give him 16, I think it was only 16 attempts wide to wide in this game, and he completes 13 of those passes, he's not going to do anything necessarily to diminish his draft stock. Cool Bree says, just watch the highlights of that LSU game. That was wild. I'll have to check it out. Seahawks 1st and 12. Russell got hit a lot because he holds the ball too long. It's definitely a big component of his game. And as I've tracked it through the years, there was a stat I saw last year on, look at from 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. He's held the ball longer over these last few years. So it's a stat that's going in the wrong direction. Snail says, didn't Burrow lose the last game of the season? He did indeed. Garth Knight says, Brando, scout that Van Halen man. It's Van Dyke. I know him. I know him. Addicted to Hawks. Hell's Bells was a great AC/DC cover band in the early 2001. I remember hearing of them. Panama. Panama. Gino has shown steady improvement, says Chicken God. Luck didn't improve one bit, unfortunately. Andrew Luck? Andrew Luck improved. Andrew Luck had a problem where that team fell apart around him when he came on there. They didn't have any offensive line. They did the worst thing. They did one of my things that just pisses me off with the NFL organizations, where they go get the quarterback first, and then they're like, then we'll get the line next, and then we'll get the playmakers next. We'll get that down the line. But first, quarterback. No, first get those other things on point. Addicted to Hawks. Hopefully our rushing game will make it easier for Gino too. I think it will. I think the rushing game, the tight end play addicted to Hawks, the receivers you have on the outside, all of that should help Gino out. I'm sorry, Jordan Travis was really good, impressed me a lot. Wasn't playing against a bad team, the same with Richardson. They both played good against good defenses, not the same random bad team. Impressive. I'll check them out. As the snail stays below, though, I've got a little bit of predilection to trying to avoid those smaller quarterbacks. Garth Knight, Richard Sherman's a genius, proven by his hiring from NASA. Sean says, where's your Mariners memorabilia? In the closet, Sean. Somewhere in my closet. I got to eventually when I eventually move to another place, what we'll do with the two channels I've got is I've got my Crow's Nest channel with the Mariners channel. I'll have a backdrop with the wall of Mariners stuff, and then I'll have the backdrop of the Hawks, and then I'll have like a spindle, and I can just swing it around stream to stream. I'm sorry, Jordan Davis had a throw for the first down late in the game where he escaped a sack and then ran forward and made a jump throw over the line for the first down. He went 20-32 with 2 touchdowns, 151 rating. I'll take a look at him, MSR. Got me interested. Peter, go Hawks. Don't you think it's funny that all of these veterans come back to help the Hawks when Russ departs from the team? Seems to me that Russ was more of an issue than we thought. Just my observation. I think that this is definitely not a coincidence, Peter, go Hawks, that you see this. And this fits along with what we heard with the locker room that had happened at the end there between like Legion Boomera and Russ and those guys, where there was definitely a little bit of a schism there. Call it maybe different cliques. If we're trying to not paint there being a bad guy and good guy in this situation, it's just different cliques. And whether it was valid or not, there does seem to be a little bit of a rift between those two parties and the way they view things. And this shows itself out over and over in just varying spots, Peter, if you really pay close attention to it. It shows it out when Russell lit a luncheon a week ago saying, yeah, it's going to be nice that I don't have to carry the team on my back anymore. I know he didn't put it that way, but essentially that's what he's saying. And then you've got Richard Sherman retweeting it, quote tweeting that with the laughing eye emojis, obviously taking a little bit of offense to Russ saying something like that. Even if Russ comes back later and says, well, I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean it that way. Which again, I still don't buy with Russ, because nothing comes out of Russ's mouth unless it's very heavily scripted and very heavily thought about. So yeah, I don't think it's coincidence, Peter. I don't. Addicted to Hawks, is Mafe healed from his injury? I haven't heard much. I think so. I think he could have come back out and played a lot more in the preseason than he did after the injury, but I think they were being careful with him, is my feel on the situation. Klaus82, thank you for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. Poop Dog, did you see the Storm game? They couldn't hold a 2-point lead with 1.8 seconds left in the fourth. Sadly, WNBA just doesn't do a whole lot for me. Yeah, I just don't. I lean into Bill Burr's opinion on his recent stand-up special on the WNBA. Can't quite get into that one. JDM, yo, what's up, Brandon? What's up, 12s? What's up, JDM? I'm stoked for this new chapter of our Seahawks. I'm cool with whatever comes this season, but hopefully we get back week one. We get back to a week one win. Let's fly. Hey, Seahawks country, let's fly. I hope so too, JDM. Let's get this week one dub. Snail says, I don't want my quarterback making jump throws. Nolan Arvan, sorry I jumped in late. Do you think the Hawks will come out with much more complex defense than they've shown off? I do, Nolan Arvan. There's been some scuttlebutt. You're hearing from a guy who hears from a guy within the Hawks organization, or you're hearing from a guy hearing from reporters that are there on the scene, that there is indeed stuff that they're showing, that they're doing and working on in practice that's not being unveiled in the preseason games. So I am going to lean in that direction of things, Nolan, to believe that that is the case here. I don't think that you decide to bring and adopt this cover two scheme this offseason. I don't think Carroll talked about being too arrogant. I don't think that you hired Sean Desai and Carl Scott just to continue to absolutely do the same thing that you've done prior. I think that that's indicative of change and change coming. And hopefully it brings about these great returns when they're just sort of unveiling it black to white, right? Like a light switch. Gar says, I'm sure he took a lot of challenging classes at Stanford along with Doug. Why do I put money on Seattle seeing more 8-man boxes than any team? I want to see Seattle starting games with a ton of play action and motion, make that safety stop before he drops down on the run. It's possible. Why do I? Remember, in doing that, you are then leaving away then from the double teams to Tyler and DK. And both Tyler and DK really do flourish on single man coverage at that point. That's going to open some things up. But I agree with you. If you run the ball at a very good level, like I think they're going to, at a very elite level, like I think they're going to, that's then going to then force teams eventually to go to the 8-man boxes. That is the counter to a good running game, is bringing that extra safety up in the box to help out. Garth, chill, Garth. Chill. Why do I love Hutchinson and Kenny Easley is one of my favorite players ever, but when they retired, I did not see them going to Hall of Fame. Hutch has got a little bit more of a call. Why do I? Because he does give you the 10 years of dominant play where Kenny doesn't. That's a little bit been my kind of stuck in my craw thing. And so, yeah, I definitely am probably in the board of saying with Kenny, though he was absolutely fantastic, it's a little hard to let him in with a shorter period of career, but I think Hutch has got a little bit more of a claim. Randy Wagner, great Baker Mayfield evaluation of why Hawks didn't snag him. That's why you have the best show, Brandon, the Hawks Nest. Oh, thank you, Randy. Very kind of you to say, brother. Very kind. Addicted to Hawks. Yeah, Hooker had great stats in 2021. Hendon's on my list, Addicted. He's in that tier 2 area of mine, so I'm going to keep an eye on him. And as I've said this year, there's there's definitely going to be a lot of fluctuation on my list, I think, over the course of the year of where guys rank. But he is a guy to keep an eye on, a very close eye on. Gar says, get yourself some Jim Beam, Brando. Jim Beam's good too. It's Jim Beam or Jack. I'd go either one. Maker's Mark's a good one too, Sean. I like me some Maker's Mark. It's hard for me in the Maker's Mark because that's my mom's whiskey. So I feel like I'm drinking my mom's whiskey when I'm drinking Maker's Mark. Boo Dog says, JD's for kids. Yeah, I'm an old school guy, man, you know. I wear it for what it is. Both for the good and the bad. We got some good whiskey debates going on here in the chat. Maker's Mark is better than JD, Paul. You're right. It is better. Like I said, it's a mental block for me because it's just like I've got so many memories. My mom always tried to pour, like my mom's famous for right around Christmas time of trying to put, she's got this Maker's Mark eggnog fascination as a combo drink. And it's the road to hell. It tastes pretty good, but it's a bit of the road to hell. Danny W says, does 80 wins solidify our playoff spot, or how many do the Mariners have to hit, like 85? Well, shoot, I mean, Daniel, you got to 90 wins last year and it wasn't enough. And there's a lot of teams vying for that last playoff card spot. So you probably have got to get to a minimum of 90 wins at the end of the day. I think that's got to be your... I think 90 gets you in the playoffs where it didn't last year, but you do got to get to 90 for our Mariners to get in. Fly Artists, do you guys like turtles? Turtles are okay. They're okay. Addicted to Hawks, Legion of Boom. This year's team is Legion of Zoom, maybe. Fast as hell. I like it. It's a good nickname. Paul Third says, Richard Sherman loves Jack Daniels. Poop Dogs is my Griffey bar melted in the fridge. I ate mine in 92. It just looked too tasty. It's pretty good the Hawks having two guys on the cover. I bet there's some teams that have had nobody on the cover. Grug Broncos are overrated. They're 100% finishing in least last in the division. Can't wait to get a mid-first round pick for them. I can't wait to get the top 5 first-round pick from them, Grug. And a top 5 second-round pick, too. Snail says, I will continue to cheer for Sean Alexander. He was awesome. Should be in the Hall of Fame over a bunch of the clowns that are there. Hey, I do love Sean, man. Don't get me wrong. I do love him. He was a great player. So don't get me wrong on that respect. Don't get me wrong there. I do. I dig it, Ox. Kind of wish we had a Mike Robb-like fullback to help lead Penny and Walker on the run game. Me too. Fullback is a position I would love to find a way to get it back into prominence in the NFL one way or another. It's the guy that could be a hybridized guy that could run, you know, a little bit like Kyle Juszczyk does for the Niners. You got to be a Mr. Everything to even get on a roster as a fullback now. I mean, how we got that was Nick Bellore, right? Where Nick Bellore is, you know, Nick Bellore is definitely a guy kind of like that for us. Guard Knight with $5 donation. Brandon, I want to chill, but can I not bring up facts like Richard Sherman did what he did to his in-laws? I mean, he can, Garth, but I mean, to what good end? To what good end? You know, I mean, the guy had a personal situation go on. There's a lot going on in the background. We don't know the story with it. I mean, Garth says, wait, was Russ the one who tried to kill his in-laws? Who do we trust? Garth, are you going dark? Are you going dark on me tonight, my man? Thank you for the donations. No, Russ didn't do that. And again, this is a little bit of like, you know, do these actions paint Richard as he is? No. And again, as a football player, as a guy that can guide talent on the field, as a guy that can be a mentor, does his off the field stuff prevent him from that from my standpoint, Garth? No, it doesn't prevent him from that. And do chill, guys. Let's chill in the chat. Let's not get dicey here this deep into this. Let's be cool. But No. And look, it was a bad situation, and it's a bad look for Richard, that whole situation, Garth. And look, he's had a couple of moments where he's like that. That's a little bit of what you get with Richard. Part of what made him a great football player on the field was that emotionality. It's part of what maybe doesn't help you when you're off the football field, that emotionality. And it's a bit of something that can cut both ways in that respect. But as I said, I try not to judge too much on people with that type of stuff. We all got our own beasts of burdens that we've got to carry on our back to our own degree, and Richard sure's got his. But again, I don't think you can discount, Garth, that Richard would be a good mentor as a cornerback for another cornerback and showing them the way, they show them the proper technique, showing them how to play in Coach Carroll's system. MSR Rook, thoughts on how Cam Wharton played this weekend? Good overall. The mechanics were a little bit rough. He started out really tough out the gate. He made some really good wow throws. I think he showed as much arm strength as you've seen from a Cougar since going back to maybe Ryan Leaf from just a sheer power of arm standpoint. But the mechanics were a little bit rough. The accuracy was a little bit rough. It was a little bit of a bumpy road off the beginnings, but overall encouraging. Zachary Winterton, what have you seen from the last season and this pre that is making it so hard for Geno to advance the ball? He seems to be stuck in the mud. Well, certainly having the guys drop as many passes as they did this preseason, Zachary, doesn't help. I mean, what did he have? And he had maybe a cumulative total whole game in cumulative time in the quarters that he played this preseason. He probably had 14 or 15 drops in that time period. So, it's hard to make an assessment on him not moving the ball or seeming stuck in the mud or not getting the chains moved when he's not having guys catch the football. And when he had Lockett in there in the game to begin things in that first drive, Lockett made a couple of catches. On that very same drive, that only drive that he played in the Cowboy game, Zachary, he had 3 drops in that particular drive. So it does make it a little bit harder to make the assessment on him and where he's at in order if the guys aren't even just catching the ball. I agree with you that there's a little bit of a want on my part to see him be a little more decisive and going at it and let's let it rip, in his style of play. There's a little bit of tentativeness to his game, but he didn't play poorly in this preseason. And he was held back by the way those guys were playing around him. He was held back by a situation like that Noah Fant catch in the in the first game against the Steelers, where it's a beautiful throw right over the top. He's just got to drag his toes, doesn't even try to drag his toes. There's a little bit of that all across the board, whereas guys just weren't helping him out a whole bunch. And maybe he would have failed outside of those guys making those catches. Like they make those catches and then eventually he shows himself in those drives. But unfortunately with those drops, you can't put those on Geno. That's on the receivers. They've got to make those catches. And I think that's where I can't ding him too much for this preseason. Debo says at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what you drink as long as it gets the job done. That's right, D-Boy. That's right. Michael YT says, Alexander had 5 straight years of 1,100 plus rushing yards. He did. And Alexander was a great player. And again, you can make an argument that he has a place to be in the Hall of Fame because he hits the marks, basically barely at the marks of the 10,000 rushing yards. He's got 100 touchdowns. That's certainly well with said. But again, the Hall of Famers blocking in front of him, the sometimes soft running style where he was a boom or bust runner, where if it wasn't a big play, he was going to go down very easy and be tackled very easy. He wasn't much of a receiver out of the backfield as far as his hands being fairly consistent. He was good in the screen game, but if you're talking about being a guy pass catching out of the backfield, he wasn't it. And he was absolutely miserable as a pass protector and as a running back. He wanted no part of helping out in the blitz. And there was a lot of times Matt got hit and sacked when Alexander just completely whiffed on a block in pass pro. So it's a tough tale with Alexander. It's a debatable issue there about whether or not he deserves to be in there, but it's beyond the yards. It doesn't tell the whole tale of just looking at the statistics with Alexander. That's one of those situations to me, it requires more of the deeper view of it. Addicted to Hawks is bourbon and eggnog. Don't want to do the lawn sprinkler dance if you don't drink too much of that. No, you don't. You can only do about 1 or 2. So it's not one of those ones you're going deep that night on the maker's mark, but tastes pretty good. It's not bad. Dan W., the Cleveland Guardians is a terrible name. Thoughts? Awful name. You get the opportunity to name your team anything in this modern age, and you get to go outside the box and think of something that's dynamic and that can instill a little bit of intimidation, and you go with the Guardians. I think it was, I think it was weak. I think it was weak. I think it was very milquetoast. I think the same thing about the Washington football team name. I just like, you guys went with the most boring of names. You could have done better. D-Nuggets says Mariners are on top of the wild card standings. I think we're at, as Big Country says, 99.3% chance of making the playoffs right now. The Mariners have it's pretty good odds. Why did Wise says my brother and I would drink Jameson and Gentleman Jack. Was smooth for whiskey. Gentleman Jack is very smooth. Very smooth. Addicted to Hawks. Yep, you remembered 49ers fullback name. I was too lazy to look it up earlier. I sometimes can forget it because it's used. It's so I just will call him Juice because that's the only part of his name I can remember. He's a good player though. He's a really good player for them. He does it all. And part of why their running game is so dynamic. Michael YT, there's no way the M's will only go 14-14 their last 28 games to get to 90 wins. They'll definitely get to 93 to 95 wins with this type of schedule ahead. 100%. 100%. They got some room for error. They'll be able to rest some guys too, Micah, which is going to help them for the playoffs, especially getting that rotation set perfect. Perfect for that point. Voodoo Magic, Mems are only 4 games behind the Yankees. No one would have guessed that 6 weeks ago. No, the Yankees have had a collapse. Garth Knight, he did what he did, Brandon. He did. Sherman, I'm not going to cover up the stuff off the field with that. And it is what it is with it. It's, and look, he's had some bad moments. He had that moment. There's the Jim Moore moment where he's like, I'm going to end your career and all that stuff. Sherman's a complicated guy. He's a complicated guy. And there's times where, look, he's bothered me in some of the things he said. I went after him for this offseason and talking about the Seahawks fans being spoiled or somehow. And, there's some things I don't always agree with him. But if we're talking about mainly just Garth, him on the football field, him showing a cornerback how to play in the Seattle scheme, how Coach Carroll wants a cornerback to play, I've got a lot of confidence in his ability in that respect of things. I think the Hawks, I hope Sherman gets into coaching. He strikes me as a guy who will miss the competition. I think he will as well. I think he's going to be more of the analyst type addicted to Hawks. I think he's circling around an Amazon job that's going to pay him a lot of money to be more of a talking head type rather than a coach type. But as a consultant, that's what I think he'll fit into as a role. Danny McCormick, you're still alive. Amazing. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Greg, how many compensatory picks do you think we'll get next year, and how good will they be? Well, you're not going to get any compensatory picks for this past offseason, Greg. You did too much free agent signings in order to offset whatever you lost. So you just, look at the Quentin Jefferson signing. Who else did we have? We had a couple in there. I guess you only do have the Jefferson. You have the Uchenna Owusu signing as well. So those will probably offset what you lost out the door, because as free agents, who was the big signed contract that's going to offset that? You've got the DJ Reed deal. You got DJ Reed, you got Bobby Wagner. Rasheem Green signed a small deal. I mean, you might end up with like a 6th or 7th round pick when it's all in the wash. But you signing those 2 guys on the front end kind of counterbalanced you having a potential to be able to pull that back into the fray of things. Why do I love this time of year? I played guard and fullback in high school. I love the game, the technique, and technical. This next weekend, my family knows I still love them as they don't see me, but to mow and eat. That's how it is for me too. Why do I tell my family, I'm like, look, I love y'all, but I'm going dark here for a couple months. It's just the way it's got to go. Snail says Griffey's Shay interview was interesting. Love going to the Kingdom to see those guys in Little League, but baseball is still the most boring sport in the world. Curling legit more interesting. Yeah, it's got some air. It's got a little bit to go. Baseball does to getting itself back to being more of a dynamic game, and it's always been a little bit of a slow game. But it's its slowest and most methodical kind of pace, and where it's at right now, where it's evolved to. I think the game's going to make some changes to it here, including eliminating the shift next year, which is going to allow for more scoring, which is going to allow for more action in the game, and I think that's going to make a little bit more funner to watch. But that is sort of baseball's cross to bear right now. Addicted to Hawks, it was kind of weird how we dropped so many passes in the preseason. Hopefully that gets cured for the full season. I think it'll help Addicted Hawks when you don't have fifth, sixth guy receivers on your roster that you're throwing those balls to. Instead, it's DK, Tyler, and whatnot. I think that's going to help considerably in that realm of things. But it was a little bit strange. Adam Barney, what's up, Sea Orchards? Y'all look devastatingly beached. Okay. Was I the only one impressed by Gino's ability to stay calm and move in the pocket? No, he looked overall pretty good back there. A little bit more decisiveness at times, not as much holding onto the ball. Addicted to Hawk says shops when you don't have time to drink slowly. Old joke. Yeah, that one's going to get you quick. D-Boy, good night, chat. Don't forget to hit the like button. Have a good night. Go M's, go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. And thank you, D-Boy. I appreciate you, brother. You have a good one. Thank you for all you do on the channel. Hey, Brandon, do you like better Alexander or Waters? Alexander was a better player for us. Waters ran with a little bit more of a ferocity running style, but Alexander was just by far more productive, better player. But I mean, I don't know, better player. I mean, in the prime Ricky Waters versus in a prime Alexander, it's pretty close, actually. So Waters gave you a lot outside of just his running ability. He was a much better pass catcher than Alexander was. Chris Peck says, Sam Darnold, let's go. Sam Darnold just went down with a torn ACL. Sean says, Guardians is a pathetic name. Yeah, it is. Stupid. Guard Knight with a $5 donation says, ask at Chris Peck, what did Sherman's secrets equate to? One thing they won every game against them. Sherman's coaching will be the same. Did I miss a Chris Peck comment? He had 49 secrets. Thank you for the donation, though. Spencer Schmidt, thank you for subscribing to the channel. You're awesome. Appreciate you. JDM said, it'd be cool to see what DK could do on a jet sweep. He'd run similar to how he runs on the axe. I think you want to kind of protect him, JDM. I don't think you want to put him up into having him get smacked around as much by guys like linebackers and defensive ends as he's going to on a jet sweep versus being able to keep him a little more clear on the outside. I think Debo showed you that it wasn't really fun him doing that. It's part of his problem with the role in San Francisco. He says, I don't want to be doing this as much as we go into the future. And I think there's a reason for that. I think you're going to wear down a receiver's career if you're going to ask him to do that a lot of the time. And I think also with DK, that's just not really where he's at his best or how you want to use him at his best. I can see why. It's a way to manufacture and get him touches, but just maybe not the best utilization on him for long term. Green Sickness, first time watching this pod. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Green Sickness. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you watching. Nolan Arvant says, Travis from Florida State does give me some young Russell vibes. I'll go check him out. You guys are getting me stoked on another quarterback. I think that was possible. Your card nice is complicated equals a total wank. Maybe so. JD Addicted Ox agreed Sherman would be like the analyst money. Can't blame him for that. No, he'll be well paid, especially going to Amazon. They pay well. This is where they put $1 billion on that new series of theirs. Guard Knight says Lynch almost got that job, but he got a DUI in Vegas. Sherman almost killed his in-laws. Randy Wagner, what do you think of Manning Cast? It's an option Monday. It might be a distraction since the Hawks playing. Well, I can't recommend you watch it because I'd like you to be in here watching me as I do my live stream show on game day, Randy. But I will say that I've really enjoyed watching the Manning Cast when it's been on. Those guys are really good with. I like their style and the way they do it, and it isn't just rigid or fitting to the old. Like they've got to be doing the play by. Like they're just kind of BSing. I like it. Addicted to Hawks. Garth Knight, you're Waters over Alexander. I might be more Waters over Alexander too, if I think about it, the more I think about it. Because there's a lot of people out there that were pushing for Waters to get in the Hall of Fame at this point. He's got some pub out there for that. I mean, he's got pretty interesting stats at the end of the day, both when you put the rushing and the pass catching together. Addicted to Hawks. Alexander also had an amazing offensive line. Hopefully Cross and Lucas can be a real blessing this year. I hope so, man. And I think they could be. Jordan Stankowack, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Jordan. You are as color and a kind gentleman, sir. You are as well, Spencer Smith. Jason Tudor says, let's say the draft was tomorrow and you could pick any player at number 1. Who do you pick? Will Anderson. I would take Will Anderson right now. I'm not quite certain on my quarterback evaluation yet, Jason, but I feel fairly certain about where Will's going to be. So if you got to make me pick now, if you're going to remove all that evaluation process, well, then I'm going to go ahead and go with the safe money. The snail says Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner's not going to make it in the Hall of Fame. He's not a Hall of Famer. But tough with Kurt is that he tore his knee after that first great year, and he was much different back post knee tear. Addicted Hawk says, yep, no running plays for DK. No, I just want him on the outside doing his damage. I want him putting the fear of God in cornerbacks and safeties. Peter Go Hawks, Julio could have a 30-30 in his rookie year, 8 home runs away and 7 stolen bases away. What do you think his chances are? I'm thinking 80 to 90% chance, especially with the schedule that's left. Go M's. So he needs, obviously the stolen bases aren't the tough part. It's the home runs. It's a lot of home runs. He's going to have to knock a lot of dingers to get there, Peter, but he's capable of doing it. I'll put, you're thinking 80 to 90%. He puts 8 more home runs out in the next month. I go more 40%. I think that's a lot of home runs for the games that are left. And the Peter Go Hawks, I think they're going to have some games where they're going to try to rest him to get him, make sure that he is, fully 100% to go by the playoff time. Chris Beck says Rich is buddies with the ghost that Jimmy G sees. Gorth Knight says Waters is another Baselli. I hate to say it. No. Hold on. Tony Baselli's stats. Tony Baselli played in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He played 6 seasons in the NFL. He had 3 games in his final year, so I'm not really counting that. Ricky Waters. So let's look at Ricky. Ricky played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years in the league. So he's got the 10 years played. He was a 5-time Pro Bowler. He was never an All-Pro. He ran for 10,000 yards, scored 78 touchdowns, but then he also did have 4,248 yards receiving and another 13 touchdowns receiving. Probably not enough to get in, but I can see why he's a little bit on the fringe. I can see why he's on the edge a little bit with it. Why? What happened to your messages? Did you get timed out? Sam the Great says, who's going to be our finalist starting for the Mariners outfield? I think for playoff time, the way I would go with it is that I would have Haggerty in left, especially when you're playing in T-Mobile. I'd have Haggerty in left, Julio in center, and then I'd have Haniger in right. That'd be my outfield to start things off. Winker's really struggled. Even through this run they're having now, he's still just never really gotten to a consistent point this year. Plus, he's a minus for us out in the outfield defense, especially in T-Mobile. Peter Go Hawks, good point on the resting. It's part of the good point of having Peter. It's part of the nice part of having the benefit of if they're a little ahead of the curve where they got an easier schedule, they got room for error as far as the playoff standing goes. They know they're not going to get to the Astros, but they know they got the final wild card spot hemmed up. Remember with the 2 Go Hawks, Peter Go Hawks, you got the Orioles, the Blue Jays, the Devil Rays, and the Yankees that are all playing each other in the same period of time that we're playing within our own division at the end of the year, which means that's going to lower some of their overall win-loss records down the line, which then opens up that door to the resting aspect of things. Paul Third says, well, here's your mama, Brendo. Poured myself a glass of Maker's Mark while I make dinner. I'll let her know, man. I'll let her know. She loves that Maker's Mark. That is her jam. It's her jam. Addicted Hawks, great inside linebacker number 1 in the second round, and maybe a kicker number 2 in the second round to get rid of Myers. I wouldn't want to take a kicker in the second round, Addicted Hawks. That's way too high. No way. Especially because we've seen in the past, there's been times where you've had kickers taken that high, and then they don't bear out to being that good. So no, 4th round is the earliest I would go with a kicker, and there even I'm a little bit hesitant to want to go that early. But middle linebacker, that's good value in there. Second round's good value for that. I could see it. 23, totally okay with drafting a non-quarterback with our first round pick or picks. There's definitely going to be quality quarterbacks in the second or third with how stacked this class is looking. Well said. And that would inform me on going with Will Anderson. I don't know if I've got a lot of other generational guys I'll be able to get later in the draft, but if I can get one there now, I'm going to go ahead and take it. Guard Knight says Pro Bowl's a joke. We all know that. Yeah, it's not enough to give a guy in. It's part, again, it's data to build into it. It is a joke. It's a lot of times built on reputation. But the fact that he did that in his first 5 years, Guard Knight, shows how impressive he was with the rest of the rest of the players around him and coaches around him. It wasn't a legacy thing that he was getting in. It was that he was getting in there right out the jump. But again, it shouldn't be the end-all, be-all measuring stick, as it sometimes is, to your point. 23, totally okay with green sickness. Obviously, tickets will drop in price as the season goes on. Do you think if we lose a lot to start the stadium, will be less than sold out? I think you're going to still fill the stadium in green sickness. I think what you're going to get is a little bit more of less of the wine and cheese crowd and more of the more lively or rowdier element entering into the stadium, which will be better for the loudness of the stadium. You very well could see this team not as good as they've been in recent years, but the stadium being at its most loudest. I don't think it'll get to a point where it'll be completely empty unless they're just that bad. They'd have to be pretty miserable to get to that stage of things, and I don't see that. Sam the Great, don't mind getting a quarterback with Denver's pick in the draft if we get Anderson. No, me neither. That'd be okay with me. We'll get our quarterback later at that point. Michael YT says Julio actually needs 7 more home runs and 6 more stolen bases, but still going to be tough. He's capable of doing it. And it does seem like that wrist has bounced back off of that injury that he had there, but it's going to be a tall task. Snail's got the Seahawks going 17-0. YDY says Jalen Carter's a beast. He was tossing aside 320-pound linemen like rags. He will be a top 5 pick depending on quarterback need. He's another guy who I do think at very least top 10, most likely top 5, and he was looking very, very impressive out there against Oregon. And to your point, just tossing him aside is the right way to put it. 283 says Winker is good at walking, and that's about it. He can DH. That's about it. Even on a DH standpoint in a playoff series, if I've got a righty on the mound, maybe Winker's my guy there. If I've got a lefty on the mound, though, I might look to go a different direction than that at that point. I'll absolutely look to go different. Even as much as I don't like Carlos Santana, it's like I might almost go that over that at that point. Adam Barney says Ricky Waters is way better than Alexander. Wake up, HawksNest, looking bruised with the debate on any 49ers player versus Seahawks birds. Ricky Waters was a Seahawk, my friend. So both of them were Seahawks too. I know he's a Niner, but he's also a Seahawk for a decent amount of time as well. And I like Waters. Just a fun debate. Garth Knight says the funny thing is Winker was the plus on the trade and it turned out to be Suarez. It did. Yeah, he was supposed to be the guy that was the keynote on that. Instead, it's been Eugenio. It's been odd. It's been strange how much Winker's fallen off. I didn't expect coming from the National League to this park versus the bandbox in Cincinnati that he was going to put up the same stats, but it's definitely been a little bit of a fall. Osprey Raptor, you still live? Still live, brother. Seattle 808, how about Cal Raleigh? He's been amazing. Amazing is right. Seattle 808. We'd be talking a lot more about him if not Julio's presence here, but he has been outstanding. And a guy that I'm starting to already make a little bit of a claim that maybe we should make a deal with him like we did with Julio, where you try to put one of these future deals together where you give him a little bit of an earlier contract than you have to, but you save the money on the back end of making those early deals. It's a little bit of a common deal that you're seeing in baseball now. Snail, cheers to you too. Addicted to Hawks, good point. They might get the yips with the kicker in the round 2. Yeah, I think there's a pressure on the kicker at that point. And who was it? I think it was like the Bears did it a couple of years ago. There's some team that did a second. Robert Aguayo. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate you, Sean. That's right. Robert Aguayo was the one. I just think, nah, not worth it. Adam Barney says, let me go to my guy, Ronbo Sports Podcast. Your fan base been delusional lately? Haha, just kidding. Okay. Nolan Arvance with a $2 donation. Thank you, Nolan. I appreciate you as well as being a member on the channel. Says, only Al Davis takes early round kickers. Rest in peace. That's right. And Davis did good with it. You got to give him credit, right? Back in the day, it was Ray Guy, wasn't it? One of the best punters in football history. I think they took him pretty high. And then you had, of course, Sebastian Janikowski, who was a first-round kicker taken. But did give him a lot of years there. You give him a lot of years as a really good kicker with the big leg. Still probably shouldn't have taken in the first round. But Al Davis, that was a wild one right there. He made Jerry Jones look boring. Paul Third says, early prediction for Defensive Player of the Year, I think it's Micah Parsons or Nick Bosa. I'll tell you, Paul, Bosa has been the name in my mind that I keep coming back to. He's in a contract year here. Another year removed off of the torn ACL. So maybe a little bit healthier and ready to go. Can Parsons come back and do the same thing he did last year now that he's going to get that attention? Now he's going to get those double teams at times when he rushes the passer. I'm leaning to Mick. I'm leaning a little bit to Nick here this year right now as it stands. Nick or Myles Garrett are my two guys. I'd like to see the Seattle go interior edge or wide receiver if they use their second round pick. I'd go with that. And 2, 3, I'd rather do that too. Go to the 6th, 7th round, go find the best kicker in the 6th, 7th round and give him a try. You can usually still find pretty good value in there. Osprey Raster. Seahawks 1st and 12. If Pete gets Davis, the owner's haircut, we go 16-1. No, we'd be distracted. The players would keep looking at the haircut going, that looks weird. Because Joel Lewis says Will Anderson would be crazy for us. Oh, it'd be insane. But I can't turn down generational, and I think he is in that generational quotient. He's dominant right now, and he hasn't even gotten his technique down. The Snail says rowdier elements. I want the rowdier elements back. I'm a guy that's on record as saying I've just about gotten in fights in that stadium by trying to get people to open their mouth and actually cheer for their team. It's very frustrating. And after you've had about 4 or 5 beers and you're seeing people be that quiet, you're not always the most genteel and kind in your nature of telling them that they need to start opening their pie hole and helping the team out. So I want the rowdier elements. 283 says, man, I'm already excited for the draft next year, as you should be. It's going to be a wondrous, man. It's going to be a great draft. Addicted to Hawks, Maker's Mark straight or on the rocks, Brandon? I'm more straight with Maker's Mark. If I don't have a mixer in there, then I'm going to go straight. For some reason, I don't like Maker's Mark as much with the rocks. But I do like, if I have Jack Daniels, I do want the rocks with that. So it's weird. But Maker's is so smooth and just, you can have it straight across, I think. Daniel, are you going to stream the Kentucky-Florida game on Saturday? Yes, Daniel. So if you're not, become a subscriber to my Seahawks scouting channel. I will be doing a lot of live streams on Saturday this year, looking specifically at these quarterbacks. And yeah, next week we have a Florida-Kentucky game. And as long as I can find a pathway to be able to watch it, Daniel, and have access like ESPN Plus or whatever, then I will absolutely be watching that game. Sam the Great says, how is Cal Raleigh considered a rookie this year when he played last year? The MLB is weird. I think it's either plate appearances or a number of games you appear in. And if you don't get to that mark in that first cup of coffee point that you have as a September call-up, then you still are considered a rookie the next season. And he is amazing, Sam. He's going to be a great catcher for years to come. What he does behind the plate, his ability to call the game, frame pitches, his control of the pitching staff. So much of catching is not what you're doing with the bat, but what you're doing behind the plate and handling that pitching staff. But then what he brings to the plate on top of it, which is that kind of power that he brings from the position, is so unique and unusual and is going to help this team for years to come, because it's hard to find in Major League Baseball catchers that can hit like this and also be good behind the plate, giving you both of those abilities. Dino, thank you for subscribing, Dino. You're awesome. I appreciate you. Jason Tudor with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Jason. Jason says, Will Levis's protection looks lousy. It'll make him look bad, and he'll be a steal. The dude's release is just fantastic and great fun to watch. I enjoyed the hell out of being able to live stream watching that game this past week with Levis, and everything you said, Jason, is entirely 100% on point. 100%. The line is going to impact the way people look at him. I've already seen the chat and the way people talked about Levis's performance this past week, where it's a harder thing to think about. It's just like the drops. It's just, you'll look at the stat line, you'll see the number of incompletions, and you'll go, well, there's this on there that's just kind of makes him look a little bit worse. But the protection is awful for Kentucky as it stands right now. And I think they actually lost a lineman for the year in that game. So it's only, I think, going to continue to look worse. When you're talking about Miami of Ohio, Jason, with a front four coming after Levis like that throughout the course of the game, and then you start to think about better defensive lines down the road, like a Georgia going up against them and what he's going to have to deal with at that point, he's going to be under quite a bit of duress. But it's going to also be where we've got to be very careful then in our assessment and that we're factoring that in and how we look at him. And I'm with you. You could end up being that you end up finding a guy who's a steal because he's made to look a little bit worse with the supporting cast he has around him. 283 says Julio should raise the flag week 1. I'm with it. Sam the Great says Jim Beam over Maker's Mark. My top 3 are Jack Daniels, Jim Beam, and Maker's Mark. So I can't pick between them. That's like Sophie's choice. So I can't pick on that beyond that. But those are the 3 I like out the gate. Though I'm hearing a lot of proper 12 love. So we got to give, and Jameson's got to be, he's got something to say about it too. Addicted to Hawks is good to know. No rocks for me next Monday, laughing out loud. Chris Beck says proper 12 is a glass cleaner. Oh, Sean says always on the rocks. I don't know. There's most whiskey. I'm usually on the rocks. I don't know why. With Maker's Mark, I'm a little different. Seahawks first and 12s. I agree, but Julio is in the season. I agree, but Julio is in the season, maybe week 18. We can wait on it too. Some point he's got to raise the flag. Michael YT, Rodriguez, Raleigh, and Kirby, our future. You're right. I would throw Logan Gilbert in there as well. But yeah, a nice base to work off of. Gerald Lewis says, don't get me wrong, I like looking forward to the draft, but when you start wishing for players next year, you're already putting this season away, and we still don't know what this season will look like. Well, I'm not putting the season away. I can kind of be excited for both from my standpoint, Gerald, but I think there's some people that probably do that, where it's just a little bit all about the draft coming up. But no, I'm not in that lane for sure. Sam the Great says, Jameson's a no-go for me. That puts you in a different zone. Dark place. Stale says, hey, a happy place for me. Pat McCormick saying Bush Mills. Okay, we're getting some. None of these are wrong answers, by the way. These are all good whiskeys. If you hand me a shot of any of these in a bar, I'm not turning any of them down. Seahawks first and 12, I'll take Grey Goose and Bloody Mary over whiskey. Yeah, I mean, that's good too. Kind of what you're in the mood for. Sometimes you're in a whiskey mood. Sometimes you're in a vodka mood. Why do I have 5 of 6 good tight ends in the 2023 draft? And I don't mean just pass catchers. I mean Gronk, Kittle, Kelsey, brutal blockers, and freak athletes running through you types. Check it out if you haven't. I will. I'll take a little bit closer look. It'll be interesting with that, though, that you have Disley on a multi-year deal, and then you also have Fant still for another year under contract here. I don't know if they're going to be as much looking at tight ends. J-Dub Clip says Jameson all the way. Got some late Jameson love. I might have to run a poll here, huh? Got to run a poll. What's the whiskey? Addicted to Hawks. What are you munching on during the game on Monday, Brandon? I don't do any munching on the game, Addicted to Hawks. I live stream during the games. So I'm doing play-by-play all throughout the game and post-game. So no munching. People don't tend to like when you're eating food and talking into a microphone. That doesn't tend to go over very well. So I'll be live streaming the game all the way through on my end of it. I've usually been a kind of a popcorn kind of guy. I like my popcorn. Nolan R. Vance with a $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. I really do appreciate it, brother. Very nice of you. Says, for the money, hard to beat Suntory whiskey out of Japan. Suntory whiskey. Well, that's a great recommendation, Nolan. I'll keep on the lookout for that. I can't even see the bottle in my mind as far as the name on that one. The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember seeing the bottle anywhere. But if I get a chance to try out some Suntory, bet it's on. Let's go. And Danielle Kittle is a beast. If there's some George Kittles coming on a draft, I don't care where our tight end situation is, whether it's Disley, Fan, or whatever, I'll still draft that. Paul Third says, have you seen the kitchen smokers? You pour markers on ice and give it 30 seconds, smoking with cherry wood chips. My man, delicious. Ooh. On ice and give it 30 seconds, smoking with cherry wood chips. My man, delicious. Boy, that sounds delicious. I've not seen that. I'm going to have to YouTube that, Paul, after the show, though, and check that out because it sounds good. You guys are making my mouth water here. Is there making my mouth water? Gar says, I swear the first glass of proper 12 I drank, I looked at the glass thinking there was a dish soap still in it. Bad first impression. We're not seeing a lot of love for the first 12 in here, guys. Snail, I know you're on it, man, but I'm hearing some poor reviews from the 12 on that one. From the 12s on the 12. Whitey White said Daniel Washington had only 2 catches in the Georgia-Oregon game, and the Oregon defenders are still traumatized by it. He is 270 and hurdling people. Yeah, he's a big boy. I saw a shot of him. He is. Oof. Georgia's got some 2 tight ends on their own, don't they? Sean says, Brandon, are you a wine or a beer guy? I'm a beer guy. I can't get into wine. I don't know why. I don't hate it. I just feel it feels very foo-foo whenever I drink wine. I feel it feels a little just, I don't know. I don't know why. Adam Barney, what record do you feel Hawks will have against the NFC conference teams? 5 games, maybe at best. Also, when they play FC West teams, I believe you guys will have a bad matchup. Retain this day or question, recap later. Probably 6-7 wins is where I see them this year in total, Adam. I don't know how that bears out between the competition from NFC to AFC necessarily. We'll see. I think that there's some boom and bust potential to this team as far as bust being getting into the playoffs, boom getting in the playoffs, bust being that they're a 3-4 win team. I think there's a wide variance involved with the potential of this team. There's a lot of question marks. So I'm uncertain right now. Any prediction I make, I don't have as much certainty as I might have in the past when looking at the Seahawks team. Danny W., I'm in a fantasy football league. I'm starting Seahawks defense this week 1. Am I wrong? I feel like we're going to get 4+ sacks on Russell and some tackles for losses in the backfield. Possible. It's possible. I mean, if they unveil all of the stuff they're talking about unveiling, Daniel, if they're going to remove the cards from their close to their vest and throw them onto the table, it absolutely could have that kind of effect. But it's who knows, man? It's hard to predict that kind of situation. It really is. The good news is that fantasy defenses aren't really normally going to be the carrying factor for you on the day for how your fantasy week goes. Garth Knight says Santoni is good. Costco sells it. All right. Let's check it out. Vincent Pantano says, quick question. If you know how to, did you hang up that 12s flag? I have the same looking one and I can't hang it up. I've tried many things. It just won't stay. Yeah, it's the back-to-back sticker deals, Vincent. So what you guys get go to any place, be it any grocery store. Costco sells these so that you get the big pack because you're going to need a couple of them. But it's the ones that got the Velcro with the stickiness on either side that you can stick to the wall, and it's an easy pull off the wall. So it's got a little tab where you can pull it off the wall and it doesn't cause any damage to the wall. But you're going to put a bunch of those around the edge, around where you're going to frame up the flag, and then just get it sticky on there and really press it. And those things are pretty adhesive. They'll hold it in on the wall. You're going to need about 8 or 9 of them, but it'll cost you probably $15 on that pack to put that together. But those work really well. I didn't pin mine in. I wouldn't pin it in. I think I pinned it in, did I? No. It's all just stick in there. MSR Rick Brandon, there'll be a video or stream on Tuesday on your scouting channel breaking down all the college quarterbacks. Right now, I'm going to try MSR Rook to just go live here on the channel. So we're going to try, as you guys do in these streams now, to be theme-based, because I'm going to be doing more streams now. So we can ask any questions and talk at any content. I'm not going to be holding up anybody from talking about a given thing they want to speak about. But Tuesdays, we're going to have, I believe, a live stream show, and it's going to be based around just talking about the performance of these college quarterbacks this past week and what we saw, and getting into a little bit of a greater detail. Hopefully I'll have some video cut-ups that I can show within that as well, around that a little bit. But that's MSR, that's the goal for me on that. Seahawks 1st and 12, the whole rebuild is fascinating. If Pete and John can rebuild the contender, they are Seahawks goats. Probably already are, but still. Oh, if they can pull this off, Seahawks 1st and 12s, they're going to get a tremendous amount of credit for pulling it off for the reasons you said. Doing it twice, number one, but also doing it on the back of letting go a Hall of Fame quarterback when there's so many people, nationally and even locally saying that this is a mistake, this is the wrong way to go, and them trusting their process so wholly as to believe that they have faith in being able to make this work. And that we would have to give them a ton of credit if they can pull this off. It is hard to do. It's hard to get one rebuild done right. To pull 2 off in a 10-year period would be a pretty amazing job by those two guys. Sam the Great, I just hope the Seahawks don't make the biggest whiskey enthusiasts this season compete. Yeah, I hope as well. I hope I don't have to be reaching for that ball very often because I'm just so happy with this team and what they're looking like. Why do I says, yes, Fant is a nice tight end, but when you look at the Georgia tight end room alone, might start to think it might be okay not to re-sign Fant. These dudes look like the real deal. I'm okay with that. Why do I? What I'm really referencing here is the 5th-year option that you've activated on Noah Fant. And so when you brought him in here, you instantly activated that option. And of course, when you do the 5th-year option on a first-round pick, that money is guaranteed. So Fant's money is guaranteed this year, and it's guaranteed next year at about $9 million or so. And so unless you're looking to trade him at that point, you are on the hook for that money. And that's, I don't know if you're willing to bring in that third tight end then around that when you already have the money that you're paying Will, and then you're going to still be paying Fant another $9 million next year as well. That's possible. I mean, Parkinson's probably in a make or break season, so you're still going to need 3 tight ends, but that might be where that part matters. Boone's Farm is the only one worth drinking as far as whiskey, says Snail. J-Dub Clips, stick with Fant. He's going into what? His 4th year? Keep some vets and maybe take one in the draft? Maybe, but again, you got already 2 tight ends. Do you take a 2nd-round pick on a really talented tight end who's just going to be the 3rd guy on the depth chart at that point? Might be harder to foresee that. Vincent says, do you think Kenneth Walker will take the starting job as running back 1? Not this year, Vincent. Next year, yes. Not this year. If Penny gets hurt, he'll take the starting job. But if Penny doesn't get hurt, Penny will remain. Sam the Great says, I got to see Future raise the 12-man flag next Monday. That would be pretty cold-blooded if they did that. That would be pretty hateful. But it'd be hilarious. Greg, if we're going 6-11 and the Broncos are going 7-10, resulting in us picking back-to-back. Could be, Greg. Could very well be. That's very feasible, those 2 records. Nagas, if we don't re-sign Fant and Drew, we could get pretty good compensatory picks maybe. Well, remember again, that 5th-year option, the 5th-year option is the important part here on Fant. That's a guaranteed contract next year, so you don't even need to do a contract extension. He's on basically a 2-year, Fant's on a 2-year deal that's basically fully guaranteed over the next 2 seasons. So maybe the year after that, Nagasa, but he's not gone next year. And with Drew, that's potential. But that also is going to rely on Drew playing well and playing well enough to get a good contract. Paul Third says, Brandon, these kitchen smokers are awesome smoke steaks. Fish you Yanks come up with some great stuff. Hey, we get a good idea from time to time. Smoking whiskey cocktails is the latest craze. I got to check this out, man. That's the first thing I'm going to be YouTubing here after the stream. I promise you that. Snail says, as long as we beat the 49ers twice and the Donkeys once, it's a good season. Amen is right. Nolan Arvance, 3 million command strips is probably what you need. My wife uses them by the ton in her staging business. I guess command strips. That's probably the word for them. Expensive Kicks says, let's go Seahawks. Let's win 8+ games. Hey, let's get in the playoffs, Expensive Kicks. Let's go all the way. King Bomber, no news today. Nothing really popping. It's kind of general Seahawks discussion. Jim Page, I like the silver helmets. I hope we do that. It's the retro helmets. There's been many people in our chat here for years that have been begging for the retro jerseys, begging for the retro helmets. Now is the time. Addicted to Hawks says Kenneth Walker, number 1 next year. Johnny Walker, number 1 this year. Seahawks 1st to 12. I got to go. Bye, Chad. Brando, you're the GOAT. Spokane Valley for life. Great stream. Well, thank you, 1st and 12s, man. I appreciate you. Very kind of you to say. For Jesus says Ravens all the way. Hey, you got a good team this year for Jesus. What are you guys going to do with your quarterback, though? You going to pay that guy? Has he not done enough yet to earn his money? Gerald Lewis, Kenneth Walker, and Rashad Penny both over 1,000 yards this season. I don't think both are going to get over 1,000 yards. I think Kenneth Walker probably tops out about 650. But I do think Rashad Penny has a chance to go up to about 1,300, 1,400 yards this year if he can remain healthy. Paul, they had a few college tight ends at Kittle's tight end. I think I heard a lot of praise for the Michigan Wolverines tight end. At Kittle's tight end? I think you mean Iowa, Paul. They always produce a bunch of tight ends out there. JDM, hey Brandon, are you a fan of Long Island iced teas? That and good margaritas are my go-to mixed drinks. So when I was a college lad, and definitely probably drinking a little bit too much in my college days, the Long Island iced tea was the go-to to just get myself messed up real quick for real cheap as, of course, a broke-ass college student. But what I did in that time period is blow myself out on Long Island iced teas. And now, whenever I take a sip on them, I can only be remembered of past hangovers of brutal natures that I just can't get quite over. So that's a tough one for me. I'm with you on the margaritas, though. A good margarita, I'm with you on that. I love me a good margarita. King Bomber says, also, did you see Tariq Woolen's going to start? I believe that's what we're hearing. That's what Richard Sherman's predicting. I haven't heard the full confirmation it's going to occur, but that is the scuttlebutt, is that he will strike. Sam the Great says, I miss Seattle street hot dogs. Have they stopped doing that? Have they just stopped? You can't do the street hot dogs anymore? I used to love the street hot dogs used to be the best when you're coming out of a club at 1 a.m. Nothing tasted better in the world. King Bomber started training camp. Only Pete Carroll has the balls to start Tariq week 1. I can see him doing it, man. It also speaks to a little bit of his development and how fast he's developed. Tariq has, that he's ascended this quickly. Lucky 12s, go Hawks. Appreciate you, man. Grug, good night 12s. Thanks for another awesome stream, Brandon. Thank you. Sam the Great says, got to get one of those if the Mariners hold some playoff games. Got to get one of those. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Snail, yep, time to pass out, everyone. Well, I think that is a good note here, so we'll get the last of the comments here, and then we'll wrap this thing up. The only way I see how it's making the playoffs is if Penny can stay healthy, says 283. I think so. I think they've given himself a little insurance with Walker, that they have a little bit of a difference maker at the position still if Penny were to go down versus the fall off that you might have had prior there. So I do think it's not fully built on Penny, but I think that you're at your best if Penny can get through at least 10, 11 games this season playing where he was at last year. And that does help this year out considerably. Addicted to Hawks, Long Island iced tea, better than Cherry NyQuil. Exactly. And hey, those nothing better for bang for buck, just get you messed up quick than Long Island iced tea. Jarrell says, as long as we're not passing super often, I believe we've got a shot in the playoffs. I agree, Jarrell. If you could be a dominant running team, you've got a good chance to get to the playoffs. Excellent chance to get to the playoffs. Paul Third says, no, Noah Kittle's tight end university, the Wolverine guy getting coached from the pros. Oh, sorry, Paul. I misunderstood what you meant. Yeah, he's guys like his tight end university, like Von Miller used to have his pass rush camp. So just bringing tight ends to help work on them. I'll take a look at the Wolverines guy. You got me interested on that. Kronos, good night, y'all. Another shift in the morning. Have a good night, Kronos. Thanks for hanging out in there. King Bomber going to be a great season. Hopefully Boye ends up playing week 1. I think he will. He'll be in there as the rotation, I think, King Bomber. 283, do you think this is Penny's last year as a Hawk? 100%. I don't think they're looking at spending a contract extension on another running back. I think they've been bit by that in the past. I don't think they're going to go back down that road again. I think he wants to be here as well, but if he's going to cost a 4-year, $45, $50 million deal at that point, that might make Seattle a little bit hesitant to pull that trigger. And I would be hesitant to pull that trigger, even if he had an outstanding year. King Bomber, would be awesome for these rookies to show up on Monday Night Football. Boy, would it ever, King Bomber. Would it ever. Hopefully they can stand out. Why do I? Best case for Penny this year, play 17 game. Pete runs him into the ground knowing they won't be re-signing him. Gets 1,800 yards and 20 touchdowns. That is it. That is it. And hey, run him until the wheels fall off as far as I'm concerned. Get every last bit you can for that $5.575 million, that 1-year deal. Run him 24/7, 300 carries. I don't care. Paul Thurst says, only 5 p.m. down under, bud. But thanks for staying on. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. Definitely wrapping it up. But as always, man, I have a lot of fun with you guys in this chat. So always so much. Why do San Francisco tries to run Los Angeles Rams? Try to run Los Angeles Rams. Try to run. Brilliant. Pete tries to run. F you, Pete. Rams run. Brilliant. Niners run. Brilliant. Pete tries to run. You're so old in your style, Pete. Yeah, it's very true, man. Very true. 283 says force turnovers and limit the dumb penalties. I think the dumb penalties are always going to be a part of Coach Carroll's teams a little bit, but the forced turnovers on the other side of it, you can offset it a little bit with that. Peter Go Hawks, when does Locke take over for Geno and what game does he start first? Well, I think if you're going to go with Locke, it's going to be to try to salvage a season where things have not started out great. So by game 5, and if you've not done it by game 5, then Geno's probably going to play out the whole rest of the year, outside of an injury or something going really wonky. But if the change happens like that, it'll happen relatively early on because it will be that salvage kind of move that you're looking to make. Let's change the energy in the room, so to speak. TJ says, is there a better possible kickoff game to watch as a Hawks fan? No. This is going to be the best game of the year right out the chute. It's unfortunate this is the best game of the year out the chute, but it is what it is, and we're going to have fun with it. Gino King Bomber says Locke will take over for Gino when Gino starts to suck. Potentially. I certainly think there's going to be a short hook on Gino because of Drew Locke's presence. MSR Rook says, Monday can't come soon enough. I just hope I'm not working on late on Monday. I might have to quit. They can't make you work on the opening night of football. Come on. That's some cold-blooded stuff. There's got to be a non-football fan at your company that can take that shift. King Bomber says, I don't think Locke will see the field barring an injury. I think he's going to see it at some point one way or another, but it's possible. It could be just Gino's job all the way through. Why Seattle was the 11th and 10th at least penalized team in the NFL the last 2 years? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, they've been getting better then. Okay. Good on Pete then. That's always been a bit of a problem in most of his time period in Seattle, but that's good to hear that that's starting to improve. He barbecues. Addicted to Hawks. How loud will the crowd be at kickoff? Number of decibels, over under. We'll be at 123 decibels by the start of the game. The fan base is going to be turned up to 11. Russ coming back down to town. First game of the season. Monday Night Football. All afternoon to get themselves real liquored up. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty crazy environment there, I think, on Monday night. Absolutely a live Monday night. Just like Key Bomber, just like the last year's missed field goal and fumble would have won us 2 games Gino lost. Could be like that, yeah. It's going to be that's going to be the name of this game for this team this year a little bit, King Bomber, is the room for error. You don't have a lot of room for error. Silly mistakes, bad turnovers. Can't have that stuff if you want to top end this team because the ceiling is a little limited on this team. Just a little bit. And that means you got to have guys playing smart, good football. And that means not turning the ball over at kind of at the forefront of it. DJ says cheapest tickets are $200 right now, but mine I got for $80. That's a good deal. It's a good deal. So there won't be a mentality. All right. Well, let's wrap it up on that note, folks. We've got nearly 5 hours here on the stream today. Again, as I always say, you guys were just awesome. You guys were always as awesome in the chat. Just lively discussion as ever. It's good to hear that we got a lot of folks pretty optimistic for this season, pretty open to just riding this rebuild out and riding with this season and letting this process play out. And let's see where it goes. And though there could be a lot of people coming at this with a little bit more emotionality and bitterness towards this offseason, the way things turned and where we stand currently as a team, coming on the heels of being a last place team in this division and missing the playoffs for one of the first few times in the last 10 years, I'm seeing a lot of patience in the chat. I'm seeing a lot of people willing to let this process play and understanding where we are. And that's very encouraging to see. It makes me hopeful that I'm going to have to do a lot less of walking people off the ledge as I'm anticipating I'm going to have to maybe do a little bit this season as we go into some of this game. We are 1 week out, folks. We're less almost than a week out here. We've got Monday Night Football coming down the track. You got Russell Wilson returning to town. If you ain't ready for this, if you ain't hyped up for this, if you ain't turned up for this, nothing will get you there. Get yourself ready. I don't care what you think about this team. I don't care about where you think they're going to be. I don't care about how bad you're telling me they're going to be. You don't know and I don't know, but we're about to find out. We're about to get to the true live action. No more national pundits and talking heads. No more idiots with their little opinions. Now we just get to truly see how this game will play out, how this team will play out, where this rebuild is heading, how much confidence you can have in Coach Carroll. If Russell Wilson's truly been held back here, stuck in his little canary cage for the last 10 years, and now he's truly being allowed to be given to flight, we are going to find out. And it's so exciting. It's going to be so much fun to watch this story unfold, to watch this season unfold. I'm hopeful. I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. I hope you guys are ready for this ride, the ups, the downs, and all over the place. We are putting ourselves through this rebuild. We're trying to get to our ascent. Let's see if we can get to our ascent even this year, even this quickly into a rebuild. Everyone says we can. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that we can't. It will be interesting to see. Either way, it won't matter because you guys know if there are those out there questioning, if there are those with a lack of faith, if those are those out there that are uncertain whether or not this team can get back up on its horse and just don't know about this team, I'm going to be right there to remind you. You know what I'm going to be reminding you? I'm going to let you know, don't lose the faith. Keep the faith, my brothers and sisters, because we are on our rise. We are getting back to that top point. It is coming, and I will be here to remind you every step of the way. You better believe it. I appreciate you guys. Please hit that like button on your way out the door. Get subscribed if you're not already subscribed. We're on the road to 10,000 and we are moving there ever quicker by the day. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. I thank you guys for all of your support. But beyond all that, I remind you guys and tell you, don't you ever forget, even in the midst of seasons of rebuild, even in the midst of years where you're seeing multiple Hall of Famers walk out the door, you do not forget. You never forget. We are Seattle and we will remain in the place we are at. And that place is, this is our team, this is our city, this is our future, and we are back on our rise, and I ain't going to let you forget it. So don't you forget, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks, baby.